The girl's name is Yin Cece. She thought she was cruelly killed in an apartment by her ex-fiancé and stepmother, but unexpectedly got reborn. After rebirth, she suddenly woke up, found herself tied up in a bathtub, unable to move. Before she could recover, the door was suddenly kicked open. A well-dressed man appeared at the doorway. The man is called Fu Jingshun, the young master of Fu Group and one of the top businessmen. Fu Jingshun seemed to be here to catch her, walking closer step by step. Yin Cece asked him about his relationship with the people outside and told him to hand over the family treasure. The girl didn't understand. Although she had heard of the family treasure, she didn't know what it had to do with her. The man put his hand on the girl's neck, trying to threaten her. Then he grabbed the girl's chin, but the girl felt her whole body heating up. Especially Harchi. The girl said she really didn't know what was happening. Her head was unclear, feeling like she could fall asleep at any moment. The man noticed something was wrong with the girl, and there was also a trace of blood in her mouth. This made the man's heart soften a bit. At this moment, his subordinate opened the door and informed him that this girl was trafficked here. She had been drugged with high-grade aphrodisiac, and there was no antidote. The girl learned that the man was young Master Fu, which reminded her of something. Unexpectedly, the next second, the man pulled out a gun from his pocket and aimed at the girl. There was a bang. The chains binding the girl's hands broke. The girl was terrified by the gunshot and instinctively screamed in the bathtub. Then Fu Jingxin carried the girl out of the bathtub, her perfect figure fully displayed. The man was about to order his subordinates to send the girl to the hospital. But unexpectedly, when he opened the door, he saw the girl after her rebirth. The young master discovered the girl had been fed premium aphrodisiac. He was about to send her to the hospital, but when he opened the door, he saw many people lying dead on the ground. Traffickers. Seeing this scene, the girl suddenly realized she hadn't died, but had been reborn to 10 years ago. On this day 10 years ago, that hateful stepmother, behind the girl's father's back, sold the girl to traffickers. The reason why the traffickers were lying on the ground was because the Fu Group discovered their plot and came to round them up before they could act again. On this day 10 years ago, the girl didn't wake up in the bathtub. Instead, she woke up in the hospital. She heard that someone called Young Master Fu had sent her to the hospital. The girl then realized that young Master Fu was her savior, who had even saved her twice. The girl told Fu Jingshun about what she remembered. The family treasure was in the van's tires, and she lied saying she had overheard this. The man wondered why the girl suddenly told him this, and said he would reward the girl afterward. The girl said the man was her savior. This was only right, and in the man's embrace, the girl inexplicably felt a sense of security, very comfortable. Then the girl fell asleep in the man's arms, sleeping very peacefully. Afterward, the man took the girl to the hospital for treatment. The girl Yin Cece was told she could leave the hospital, and young Master Fu had already paid her medical bills. Upon hearing this, the girl immediately revealed her true nature. She took a deep breath, shouting, "I, Yin Cece, am back. In my previous life, you killed my father, divided up the property. In this life, you won't succeed." Unexpectedly, the girl's bold outburst was seen by young Master Fu, who had just arrived at the hospital. He wondered why the girl was so different from their last meeting. "Don't think you can fool me." Then they went to the garden. After investigation, the man discovered that the traffickers had never mentioned the family treasure's whereabouts. He cornered the girl against a tree, demanding to know how she knew about it. The girl wasn't a pushover. She originally wanted to repay his kindness for saving her life, but seeing his attitude, she wondered if she should be honest about such matters in the future. The man became more intrigued after hearing this. He held the girl's waist and said, "You've got quite an attitude, but I need to tell you something." The man's right hand caressed the girl's face. The girl became shy at his gesture, her heart racing. The atmosphere between them gradually became ambiguous. Unexpectedly, the man said the girl looked like an idiot when she laughed earlier. The girl became angry instantly upon hearing this. But then the man took out something that made the angry girl instantly become docile. The protagonist unexpectedly returned to 10 years ago. After getting a new life, she laughed excitedly. This scene was witnessed by the man. The man took the opportunity to tease her, saying she looked like an idiot when laughing. Just as the girl was about to get angry, the man pulled out a blue box. The girl became docile immediately after seeing it. The box contained delicious food. The man knew the girl hadn't eaten. He had specially prepared it for her. The girl felt touched. She suddenly thought this person wasn't bad, because in her previous life, except for her father, no one had cared for her like this. The girl's expression revealed sadness. Seeing her expression, the man wondered what she had been through. The girl looked at the lunchbox full of fish. Although it was a bit hard to accept, she happily ate it all, not forgetting to thank young Master Fu. The man reminded the girl not to call him young Master Fu anymore, but to use his name, Fu Jingchen. The girl also generously introduced herself. I'm Yin Cece. Yin as in solemn, Sei as in musical harmony, and wanted to shake hands with the man. Although the girl's hands had just touched fish, the man didn't mind. Finally, they had their first handshake. This handshake made them both secretly shy. The girl felt the man's hand was very warm. The man thought the girl's hand was very soft. After their handshake, the man took out a phone that the girl had left behind. He took the opportunity to save his phone number in it, jokingly emphasizing that this was her lifesaver's phone number. Remember it well. When the girl returned home, she found the house very lively. She suddenly remembered that today, 10 years ago, was her stepmother's son's 18th birthday. The girl had a bold idea at this moment. She must take this opportunity to make a good impression tonight. The girl decided to sneak in first, then stealthily along the wall, laboriously climbed up to her room's window. Fortunately, she came back early. Her room hadn't been taken over by her hateful stepmother yet. The girl took out her long-treasured dress from the closet. The dress was still as dazzling as ever. After putting on the dress, she applied beautiful makeup. The girl was ready. Her performance was about to begin. The girl had returned to this day 10 years ago. This was the birthday of her stepmother's son who had caused her death. In her previous life, she and her father were killed by them. In this life, she would turn the tables. The girl put on her favorite dress from her room. She entered the birthday party as if nothing had happened. At this moment, her stepmother was still immersed in her precious son's birthday party, not realizing at all that the girl she had sold to traffickers was approaching her. The girl was not polite at all. She deliberately called out while walking down the stairs, "Annie Gao, good evening." The stepmother was shocked upon hearing this, thinking how could Yin Cece be here when she had sold her. She couldn't even hold her wine glass steady, spilling wine on a guest. At this time, the girl's father saw her return and was telling his son, "Your mother said your sister threw a tantrum and ran away, but look, she's back on her own." But her brother didn't think the same way, only pretending to be happy about his sister's return. In reality, he looked down on Yin Cece, treating her like a foolish sister. But he also noticed that Yin Cece seemed different today. The girl had now firmly decided in her heart to protect her father, not letting their plan to divide the property succeed. Unexpectedly, young Master Fu had also come to attend this birthday party. It seemed tonight would be interesting. The girl walked up to her stepmother and deliberately said, "It's my brother's birthday. Why didn't you tell me? This afternoon you even gave me sleeping pills to make me sleep well. Fortunately, I woke up early, otherwise I would have missed it." Hearing this, the stepmother became somewhat flustered and explained that she just wanted the girl to rest more. The girl's father, listening nearby, realized something was wrong. He felt Gao Suya was hiding something from him. Gao Suya quickly explained again, "Your brother's birthday is just for family. We can celebrate anytime." The girl immediately retorted, "So family members shouldn't attend? Well, I'm sorry for intruding then." Hearing this, all the guests looked at Gao Suya strangely, thinking she didn't consider them family, and began whispering among themselves. This left Gao Suya speechless, her face turning an unhealthy color. Seeing her stepmother's embarrassed look, the girl continued to press her advantage, continuing to mock her. The protagonist Yin Cece made a powerful return, angrily confronting her cruel stepmother. After making her stepmother's face change color, the stepmother still didn't want to let the girl off. Since the girl came to attend her brother's birthday party, she should cut the cake for her brother, using this to humiliate her, suggesting she was only fit to cut cake. But the girl wasn't one to be pushed around. In front of everyone, she said, "Annie Gao always teaches me to be frugal, so of course I should learn to do servant's work." Hearing this, people began discussing Gao Suya's affairs. No wonder some said she used unusual means to get close to Cece's father. Now it seemed true. The girl's expression was no longer as innocent as before, because she knew she was here for revenge this time and wouldn't let her stepmother's plan succeed. Stepmother Gao Suya saw the girl's gaze and expression, and began to doubt if the Yin Cece before her was still the foolish girl she remembered. At this time, to avoid conflict, Cece's father told her she didn't need to cut the cake and asked her to stand beside him. To save her father's face, and considering it would ultimately embarrass him, Cece stopped for now. She sweetly held her father's arm and went to the side, chatting and laughing. Shortly after, seeing his mother's discomfort, the stepmother's son couldn't stand seeing his mother bullied by Cece. He deliberately walked over and asked Cece what gift she had prepared for him, saying since dad gives her so much money, the gift must be special. The girl didn't feel embarrassed at all, but rather pitted her brother in her heart. Because he didn't know his beloved mother and the neighbor's illegitimate son, who wasn't much older than him, were having an affair. Then the girl retorted, 200 yuan for 3 months? And I have to do housework to get it. That's quite a lot indeed. I'm really grateful to Annie Gao. Gao Suya tried to fight back, but it had no effect on the girl, as everyone had already turned against her. Young Master Fu, watching from behind, felt even more sympathy for the girl. He began to suspect the stepmother was connected to the human trafficking incident. The girl said she didn't have enough money, but had another way to give her brother a gift. It was a secret they would know soon. The protagonist Yin Cece, after her rebirth, angrily confronted her vicious stepmother. Her half-brother was looking for a chance to embarrass her and avenge his mother. Unexpectedly, the girl confidently walked to the center of the crowd. She borrowed the violin from the performer. The girl, who others saw as playing, skillfully began playing the violin. The audience was amazed when they heard the melody. They had never heard such a beautiful piece before, and all looked at her admiringly. Only the girl knew in her heart that this piece would become a globally famous violin piece 5 years later. Of course, no one present had heard it before. Seeing his daughter's performance, her father smiled contentedly. Everyone began discussing how the girl could play such beautiful music, wondering if she had always been hiding her talents. The stepmother, seeing this scene, was even more confused. How could the useless girl she remembered possibly play such a piece? Seeing the usually aloof young Master Fu giving her an admiring look, this infuriated him. He wanted nothing more than to strangle Yin Cece. But the stepmother's precious son, Yin Xingyao, couldn't stand it again. This time he walked right up to Cece, angrily mocking that she couldn't possibly play the violin. He claimed it must be a recording and grabbed the girl's hand, frightening her. At that moment, another hand appeared on Yin Xingyao's wrist, stopping him. This hand belonged to Fu Jingchen. Fu Jingchen squeezed Yin Xingyao's hand while saying, "Young Master Yin, even if you don't like this birthday gift, there's no need to hurt someone." Seeing it was Fu Jingchen, Yin Xingyao didn't dare act arrogant anymore, only crying out in pain. Ouch, ouch! The girl watched all this thinking how handsome this man was, and he had helped her once again. Moreover, young Master Fu then walked up to the girl and said just one thing, which made the girl blush. While the girl Yin Cece was playing the violin, her half-brother wanted to humiliate her in front of everyone. Fortunately, young Master Fu appeared in time to help her. Not only that, young Master Fu praised her in front of everyone, saying the piece was as beautiful as she was. Hearing these words, the girl's heart felt sweet as candy. Even her heartbeat quickened. Then the girl asked everyone present if they had heard this piece before. The result was complete silence. No one had even heard it, let alone claim her playing was fake. The girl said angrily, "Since my brother is so unwelcoming, I'll just leave." Young Master Fu saw that the girl had stood up for herself and left satisfied. The girl's father also noticed how Gao Suya and her son treated his own daughter so badly and felt it necessary to discuss divorce with Gao Suya. Afterwards, the girl got into a taxi in front of young Master Fu and headed straight to a bar alone. Thinking back to how she had put Gao Suya in her place, it felt so good that she needed a drink to celebrate. But the girl knew she couldn't celebrate too early, because things weren't over yet, because Gao Suya would soon poison her father. She couldn't let her father be killed by them again. The girl was thinking of how to get evidence. The best way would be to secretly test the tea when Gao Suya makes it for her father. But first, she wanted to help her father detox from the accumulated poison. In her previous life, she heard only a doctor known as the mysterious healer could neutralize this type of poison. But this person was very elusive and hard to find. Just as the girl was thinking at the bar table, suddenly a hand appeared on her shoulder. The girl was at the bar considering how to prevent her stepmother's plan to divide her father's property from succeeding, to protect her father from being killed. Little did she know, a hand landed on her shoulder from behind. When the girl turned around, she found a man with tattooed arms. And he wasn't alone. he had a gang of thugs behind him. The tattooed man used the excuse of lost goods to try to take the girl away. The girl instinctively wanted to run, but realized she couldn't escape with so many of them and her being alone. Then the girl dropped her iron hammer to the ground, taking the chance to make a call for help. At this moment, Fu Jingchun was the only one she could think of to save her. Fu Jingchun saw the girl's call, but it disconnected within a second. Fu Jingchun began to feel something was wrong, wondering if the girl was in danger. Fortunately, he had installed a tracking device on her phone earlier. Please don't let anything happen to her. Fu Jingchun hurriedly opened his computer. He found that the girl's last location was at Encounter Bar. Fu Jingchun didn't wait a moment, immediately gathering his men, blocking all roads in the relevant areas, ordering them to find young Miss Yin as quickly as possible. Her father was very worried about her, even feeling he should have accompanied her. The girl was taken to an abandoned warehouse. She thought these people had captured her for the wealthy family's treasure. But what they wanted was a natural night pearl from Fatty. They didn't dare touch the family treasure, fearing retaliation from the wealthy family. The girl had no idea where this night pearl they mentioned was. She had only heard about it in her previous life, and blurted out, even if Fatty has the night pearl, he wouldn't easily reveal its hiding place. Are you stupid? The gang found her words reasonable, but felt she was calling them stupid. The tattooed man kicked her in the stomach, causing her clothes to slip and reveal her alluring figure. Seeing her attractive figure, these men developed inappropriate thoughts. The next second, the tattooed man walked right up to her, preparing to tear off her clothes. After her rebirth, the girl was mysteriously brought to this abandoned warehouse. The beasts failed to get information, but were aroused by her appearance. Before the tattooed man, the girl seemed so weak and helpless. The tattooed man not only kicked her stomach, but also took advantage of her, directly tearing her collar. The girl endured being assaulted by the tattooed man, using a glass shard to untie the rope when he wasn't looking. The girl, who had learned martial arts for 2 months in her previous life, immediately kneed the tattooed man hard in the head. As he fell to the ground, the girl took the chance to run quickly. Halfway through her escape, she ran straight into a man's arms. Just as she was about to resist, she found the man's strength was overwhelming. Looking up, she saw it was Fu Jingchun. Fu Jingchun immediately embraced her, comforting her saying, "It's okay now. I'm here." Any girl would probably be overwhelmed by this scene. Then Fu Jingchun saw her body covered in injuries. His heart ached for her. He immediately carried her to the car and ordered his men to deal with those thugs. In no time, those men were on their knees begging for mercy. Fu Jingchun held the girl tightly in the car. She felt uncomfortable and wanted to sit by herself. But Fu Jingchun refused, because her body was cold and he needed to warm her up. The girl felt very shy sitting in Fu Jingchun's arms. Fu Jingchun unconsciously looked down at her. Unexpectedly seeing her exposed chest, being a gentleman, Fu Jingchun could only fake a cough and pretend he didn't see. Then Fu Jingchun said this incident was related to the Fu family and had involved her. He asked what she wanted, saying he could fulfill any request. Her answer surprised Fu Jingchun. She only wanted a phone, and specifically the one she had just lost in the warehouse, because it contained photos of her and her mother. If lost, she would never see her mother's photos again. Fu Jingchun only heard her say there was someone important in the phone, not knowing who it was. He promised her a new phone first, and would give her the old one once found. Hearing Fu Jingchun's words, the girl instantly became happy. But Fu Jingchun started overthinking, thinking the important person she mentioned might be a boy she liked. Just as he wanted to ask who that person was, he found she had fallen asleep in his arms, after those beasts bullied Yin Cece. Fortunately, young Master Fu arrived in time to rescue her. Those people were beaten severely by young Master Fu's men, daring to harm the woman young Master Fu liked. They must have been tired of living. Fu Jingchun held the girl all the way in the car, and she fell asleep peacefully in his embrace. When she woke up, she found herself in Fu Jingchun's arms, heading to the hospital treatment room. People around looked at them strangely, discussing if the girl in young Master Fu's arms was his girlfriend. The girl, worried about affecting Fu Jingchun's image, insisted on walking herself, but he didn't care at all. After Fu Jingchun brought her to the treatment room, she told him about those people's purpose. They came for Fatty's night pearl. After understanding, Fu Jingchun immediately arranged for his men to investigate. He turned to see the girl's worried expression, then comforted her saying not to worry. "I won't let them succeed." After speaking, he embraced her again. This guy always made the girl feel secure, and she felt that whatever he said would definitely come true. Fu Jingchen's capable right-hand man, Shen Qingge, explained what had happened. The girl was kicked in the stomach. Fortunately, young Master Fu arrived early. The girl's body wasn't violated. Fu Jingchen was very angry hearing this, and ordered his men to beat them until they trembled at the mere mention of Yan Cici's name. Shen Qingge was very surprised. It was the first time young Master Fu cared so much about a girl. Curious about her true identity, he immediately ordered his men to handle it, not wanting to disappoint their young Master Fu. An hour later, the girl came out after treatment, and Fu Jingchen was still waiting outside. This made the girl think young Master Fu must be very free. Little did she know Fu Jingchen had already fallen for her, using work as an excuse to stay by her side. Just as she was about to ask why he didn't send his subordinates to watch her, her stomach growled embarrassingly. This became quite awkward. Fu Jingchen knew she was hungry. He told her to lie down and not move, then hurriedly left the room. The next second, he vanished from her sight. Fu Jingchen's action further convinced the girl that young Master Fu must indeed be very free. After the girl was bullied by thugs, young Master Fu took her to the hospital. Unexpectedly, in the middle of their chat, the girl's stomach growled. Young Master Fu left the hospital without hesitation to buy food for her. He arrived at a breakfast shop. Before he could order, the shop staff was already captivated by Fu Jingchen's looks. Not knowing what the girl liked, the straightforward Fu Jingchen ordered one of everything on the menu. He even asked them to pack the bowl with the stewed egg. This action truly scared the staff. Handsome men really do have strange habits. After packing the breakfast, Fu Jingchen came to the girl's ward. When he opened the door, the girl was shocked by his actions. Young Master Fu was carrying so many packages, not a single part of his body was free. The girl thought to herself, though she was hungry, she wasn't a pig that needed this much feeding. Young Master Fu placed the food in front of her, saying if it wasn't enough, he'd buy more. Looking at all the food before her, the girl didn't know where to start. Seeing her strange expression, he wondered if the food wasn't to her taste. The girl quickly picked one up and explained she was just worried about not finishing it all. As she started stuffing food in her mouth, young Master Fu's next words stunned her. He said if she couldn't finish, he could eat the leftovers. She had only heard such words from family members before, never expecting to hear them from Fu Jingchen. The next second, her phone rang. Surprisingly, Fu Jingchen had already transferred all the contacts from her old phone to the backup phone. This man was so thoughtful. On the phone was a message from her good friend Xiao Xiao, inviting her to buy daily necessities together, as school would start tomorrow. Absorbed in revenge, the reborn girl had forgotten she was still a student. Now she was in trouble. Her social practice assignment wasn't done. She didn't know what to do for a moment. Then suddenly, the girl had a bright idea. The girl, Yan Cici, after being reborn, had almost forgotten she was still a university student, thanks to her good friend Xiao Xiao's timely call. Otherwise, with school starting tomorrow, her social practice assignment still needed a stamp. The girl suddenly recalled that in her previous life, besides her father, the person who treated her best was only her friend Xiao Xiao. This memory warmed her heart. Just as she was wondering what to do about the social practice assignment stamp, she remembered that young Master Fu beside her might be able to help. The girl immediately looked at Fu Jingchen and sweetly smiled at him, asking for his help. Fu Jingchen's heart melted seeing her smile. He would even get her the moon if she asked, let alone such a simple favor. The girl said she had nothing to give young Master Fu in return, asking if she could owe him one, her cute mannerisms one after another. Fu Jingchen almost fainted on the spot. He readily agreed, saying she didn't need to owe him anything, as he lacked nothing. He asked for her social practice assignment, saying he'd get it stamped right away. But she didn't have it with her and was about to get up to fetch it from home. Unexpectedly, the next second, Fu Jingchen pushed her down onto the bed. This action caught her off guard as they gazed deeply into each other's eyes. Fu Jingchen held her down on the bed, saying she was too weak to be walking around, and he could send someone to get it. Fu Jingchen was clearly worried about her physical condition. The girl suspected Fu Jingchen might like her, but remembering her love experience from her previous life, she dared not think too much, fearing being trapped again. The girl obediently followed young Master Fu's words. She added one more request, asking him to send a female to get it, as she didn't want her stepmother to have anything to hold against her. Little did she know, Fu Jingchen was already deeply attracted to her. He hadn't fully processed what she said yet, just staring at her in a daze, thinking to himself how annoying it was that she could be so cute, wanting to eat her up right then. The girl was being pinned down by the male lead on the hospital bed. He looked at her lovingly, wanting to eat her up. Though she was cute, this was a bit much. This scene happened because the girl was sick but wanted to go home to get her assignment. The male lead was worried about her health, so he pushed her down on the hospital bed. Unexpectedly, he was captivated by her charm and couldn't snap out of it. When he finally realized something was wrong, he quickly got up and called his capable assistant to help get the girl's social practice assignment. Fu Jingchen walked to the window. His subordinate told him the girl's old phone was fixed, asked if he wanted to check its contents. Though Fu Jingchen wanted to know more about the girl, he preferred to respect her privacy and asked them to bring the phone directly. Shen Qingge, who had served Fu Jingchen for years, had never seen young Master Fu act so gentlemanly. He even teased him over the phone. Fu Jingchen was exasperated hearing this. Then in the next second, he turned to the girl with a smile, saying he had to leave for some business. Little did he know, the girl had been maintaining a smile since young Master Fu entered the hospital room. Her face was about to cramp up. She thought finally this great Buddha was leaving. Fu Jingchen saw from her expression that she seemed eager for him to leave. The girl quickly defended herself, saying young Master Fu was her benefactor. She hadn't even had the chance to thank him properly. After hearing this, Fu Jingchen sat back down again. The girl's inner turmoil was tremendous, really hoping someone would come save her. Otherwise, she couldn't keep up her facade much longer. To ease the atmosphere, the girl asked young Master Fu why he appeared at the birthday party last time. Did he know her stepmother Gao Suya? Young Master Fu's answer was, he noticed she seemed like two different people that night, so he followed her, worried she might do something foolish. Then Fu Jingchen lunged toward her again. It was strange that he, usually so cautious, couldn't read her thoughts. The girl explained she had just changed her heart. She was still genuinely herself, and politely thanked young Master Fu for his concern. Then she kept her hands at a distance from young Master Fu. At this point, Fu Jingchen saw his opportunity. Since you feel indebted to me, why not help me with something? There's a business charity gala next week. Be my date. As a business elite who lacked nothing, Fu Jingchen actually needed a date for the gala. Fu Jingchen, to advance his relationship with the girl, invited her to be his date for next week's gala. The girl couldn't understand why young Master Fu would invite her, because the business gala was a place many people couldn't get into even if they tried. But since young Master Fu invited her, this was an opportunity to broaden her horizons and better deal with stepmother Gao Suya in the future. Fu Jingchen's plan was to use this gala to attract business and media attention and release news to the media that the girl was his person. Then no one would dare bully her anymore. His goal would be achieved. Then Fu Jingchen said he had business to attend to and would come back in the afternoon, then left. Young Master Fu finally left, and the girl could finally breathe easy. The next second, her phone rang. It was her father calling. As soon as the call connected, her father questioned if she had stayed out all night again. The teacher had reported it many times. Hearing this, the girl immediately knew it was her hateful stepmother's doing, trying to destroy the father-daughter relationship. Her father told her to come home right now and explain the reason. But unlike in her previous life, the girl didn't obediently comply. She thought she couldn't let Gao Suya succeed again. She told her father that at last night's party, the stepmother's attitude had hurt her deeply, and she hadn't stayed out all night. He could verify if he didn't believe her. But her father's response surprised her. The stepmother had already verified with the school. He knew she was prejudiced against Gao Suya, but she shouldn't lie. Some verification indeed. It seems stepmother Gao Suya had even bought off people at school to frame her. Things weren't simple. The girl thought about when she returned to school. She would definitely investigate the truth thoroughly. We'll see who ends up being embarrassed. Her father told her that from now on, he would personally give her living expenses. Gao Xia wouldn't need to handle it anymore. The girl told her father that her classmate would bring her social practice homework home later, so she wouldn't be coming back. Her father asked when she would return home. The girl's attitude was firm. She would return when her stepmother apologized to her. Then she hung up the phone. The girl then began to feel sad. After her reincarnation, she wanted to prevent her stepmother from framing her father. Yet her father would rather believe a stepmother than his own daughter. After the call with her father, the girl felt very lost. But considering her father had just sent her 200,000 yuan for living expenses, the girl's mood instantly improved. She wouldn't keep this 200,000 for herself, but use it to hire private investigators. Right now, her most important task was to track stepmother Gao Suya. but Gao Suya was very vigilant, making it difficult to catch her. The girl suddenly thought of a suitable target. That would be the Lin family's eldest son, who was having an affair with Gao Suya. Lin Yin liked to cast his net wide. Gao Suya surely wasn't the only woman he was seducing. If they watched him, they might find unexpected discoveries. That would surely infuriate Gao Suya. The girl was excited just imagining it. At this time, young Master Fu had arrived at the hospital entrance. Just standing at the entrance, he had already attracted many fangirls' attention. He was waiting for his subordinate Shinchinga to bring the girl's phone. When Shinchinga wanted to go in together to see his legendary future sister-in-law, Fu Jingchen directly refused, saying she was sick and shouldn't see visitors. Moreover, Shinchinga was too noisy and would disturb her rest. Poor Shinchinga could only return empty-handed. But after getting the phone, Fu discovered the screen was cracked. Worried it would hurt the girl's eyes, he asked Shinchinga to get it repaired. I must say, getting this phone to the girl was quite troublesome. The girl fell asleep in the hospital. She dreamed of her previous life. It turned out Lin Yin used to be her boyfriend, but he was actually in cahoots with stepmother Gao Suya. This despicable couple, for her father's fortune, eventually killed her father, and the girl was burned alive in her apartment. The girl woke up from the nightmare. Her face was pale, looking helpless. Just then, young Master Fu arrived and noticed her unusual complexion. Not knowing if her condition had worsened, he asked if she needed a doctor. The girl said she just had a nightmare. Hearing this, Fu said he would put down what he was holding. Then he grabbed the girl's hand and placed it on his chest. The girl woke up from the nightmare. After waking up, young Master Fu happened to visit her in the hospital room. After learning about the girl's nightmare, Fu Chun grabbed the girl's hand and placed it on his chest. Like this video, type Happy New Year in the comments. There will be unexpected New Year surprises. Fu Jingchen's action left the girl at a loss. Being the caring person he was, Fu Jingchen told her that placing her hand on his chest could relieve anxiety. With her hand on Fu Jingchen's chest, feeling his heartbeat, they were very close. After a while, the girl's anxiety did decrease significantly, and she felt very secure. This reminded her of her first meeting with Fu Jingchen. The feeling of being held in his arms felt familiar. It seemed that with him around, she didn't need to worry about anything. Just feeling his heartbeat was enough to make one feel at ease. She was grateful to have met such a person after her rebirth. The girl showed an adorable smile, saying she felt alive again. Fu Jingchen saw the girl smile at him for the first time. Instinctively, he grabbed her hair and kissed her. Young Master Fu must have been enchanted by the girl again, secretly wanting to see all her expressions. As expected of young Master Fu, his thoughts were different from others. The girl suddenly noticed the bag Fu brought. She was curious about what was inside. Fu took it out and told her that her phone had been fixed. Not only that, someone had helped write her social practice assignment, and tomorrow he would take her directly to school for registration. The girl was very happy to hear this. If it were any of you, you'd be overjoyed if someone helped with your homework. But the girl noticed something wrong. If young Master Fu meant to take her to school for registration, wouldn't that be trouble? Fu Jingchen stated that not only would he take her to school for registration, but he would go as her boyfriend. The girl was shocked upon hearing this. If the whole school knew Fu Jingchen was her boyfriend, wouldn't that make her untouchable? She immediately begged young Master Fu not to joke around. But Fu Jingchen firmly told her he wasn't joking. Moreover, his purpose was to prevent others from bullying her in the future. He had another reason. His mother had been pressuring him about marriage lately, and he wanted the girl to help deal with it. The girl was curious. Someone as excellent as young Master Fu couldn't possibly lack girlfriends, and there was no need to pressure him about marriage. At this moment, Fu's phone suddenly rang. Unexpectedly, it was young Master Fu's mother calling. What happened next was embarrassing for Fu Jingchen. As one of the top businessmen, he was being pressured about marriage by his parents daily. Fu said to get closer to the girl. He requested to be her boyfriend under the pretext of protecting her, and would fulfill 3 of her wishes. Just as they were talking about this, Fu Jingchen's mother called, saying Fu Jingchen had been spending all day with a girl. She wanted to know what the girl looked like and told him to bring her home quickly. Fu Jingchen stubbornly explained that they were just friends, but his mother thought otherwise and insisted he bring the girl home. The girl couldn't help but giggle, thinking she might as well help young Master Fu. But she made her first request. She could pretend to be his girlfriend, but tomorrow he didn't need to accompany her to school, as other girls would be jealous, and she needed to focus on her studies. Fu Jingchen finally compromised. Then the girl immediately opened her newly repaired old phone. The first thing she checked was the photo with her mother. Thankfully, it was still there. Seeing this, Fu Jingchen felt completely relieved. What the girl cared about was her mother, not a love interest. Then Fu Jingchen seriously said he would rely on her to help with his mother's marriage pressure. Unexpectedly, the next moment, Fu Jingchen took out many clothes from the bag. They were specially prepared for the girl. Surprisingly, there were even couple pendants. Not only that, he also wanted to set up couple link phones with her. Indeed, young Master Fu was quick to get into his role. Given the situation, the girl also brought up her second and third requests. She suspected Gao Suya had poisoned her father's tea, and the antidote was hard to find. She had only heard of a miracle doctor called Xinming Xiao who could help, but this person was hard to find. However, for young Master Fu, this wasn't a problem. Coincidentally, this person was the brother of Fu Jingchen's subordinate Xin Qingji, and they were childhood friends. It seemed nothing was too difficult for young Master Fu. The girl was overjoyed and promised Fu Jingchen she would play her role as his girlfriend well, showing him what a good actress she could be. Then, Fu Jingchen suggested they practice what couples usually do. Then he sat down close to the girl. The girl was still wondering what couples should do. The next second, Fu Jingchen directly held her chin. Their noses touched, almost kissing. The atmosphere between them became intense. They had agreed to be fake couples to deal with his mother's demands. But unexpectedly, the next moment he suggested they start practical training. The girl was caught off guard. Fu Jingchen kept getting closer to the girl. Their lips were less than a centimeter apart when Fu Jingchen suddenly stopped. Seeing young Master Fu stop, the girl, who had never kissed anyone in her previous life, wondered if she should be more proactive. She puckered her lips and tried frantically to kiss Fu Jingchen. But Fu Jingchen didn't let her kiss him, instead finding her very cute. Then he told the girl this was just acting. She did well, and that was enough. In Fu Jingchen's mind, before she truly fell in love with him, he didn't want to give her any bad memories. Only when she truly wanted it would he do such things. Then Fu Jingchen patted her head, telling her to sleep early as she had school tomorrow. After the girl lay down, Fu Jingchen sat beside her reading a book, making the girl feel uncomfortable. Fu Jingchen told the girl he wasn't leaving. He wanted to stay and watch over her. The girl had no choice but to force herself to sleep. Fu Jingchen also fell asleep sitting beside her. In the middle of the night, the girl started having nightmares again, constantly calling out for her father and gripping Fu Jingchen's hand tightly. This frightened Fu Jingchen, who quickly held the girl's hand. He wondered how such a frail body could endure such hardships. After calming the girl down, he gently kissed her forehead and promised that in the future, he wouldn't let her face anything alone. When dawn came, the girl woke up. She saw Fu Jingchen sleeping while sitting beside her. He had watched over her all night. The girl seemed to realize why she slept so soundly last night. Perhaps it was because of him. After a while, Fu Jingchen drove the girl to school and gave her the social practice assignment. After politely thanking young Master Fu, the girl happily went to register wearing the new dress he gave her. Fu Jingchen watched from the car as the girl looked so happy. He found this girl increasingly interesting. The girl arrived at the teacher's office to register. Unexpectedly, she encountered difficulties. Her stepmother, to divide the property, had actually bribed the school teachers to harm the girl. That day, young Master Fu sent the girl to school for registration. The girl brought the homework Fu Jingchen had helped her with. She arrived at the teacher's office. The director opened her work and found the Fujisha Group's seal. He looked at the girl with new respect, but the assistant interrupted, saying the girl hadn't worked during summer vacation, so the seal must be fake. The director found this reasonable and directly questioned where she got the seal. The girl firmly stated the seal was real, saying even if she wanted to fake one, she wouldn't choose Fujisha Group seal. The assistant tried to interrupt again, clearly being someone bought by stepmother Gao Suya. The director thought the girl had a point, so to weigh the pros and cons, he deliberately caused trouble. He punished the girl to run 3 laps around the field. To avoid troubling Fu Jingchen, she had to agree. Though she had just left the hospital and hadn't fully recovered, she had to endure it. The girl was running on the field. Halfway through, 3 girls appeared in front calling her names. They mocked her, wondering what bad thing she had done to be punished with running. The girl knew they were Chu Yinin's group of friends who often bullied her in her previous life. Because Lin Yin was her boyfriend then, and since Chu Yinin couldn't have him, she bullied the girl to vent her anger. But the girl wasn't a pushover anymore. She was no longer the same Yin Cece from her previous life. She continued running, saying, "Good dogs don't block the way," making them angry for being called dogs. One of the girls couldn't hold back her anger and reached out to hit Yin Cece. Yin Cece showed no fear, curious to see what tricks they would pull. Others advised against violence, since there were too many people around today, so the attempt to hit her failed. Later, while Yin Cece was walking in the school park, she happened to run into Chu Yinin and her two friends. The next second, the three of them cornered Yin Cece against a tree, ready to teach her a lesson. Yin Cece boldly said, "If you want Lin Yin so badly, you can have him. Why make such a fuss about it?" Chu Yinin, unable to contain her anger, walked straight towards Yin Cece. She raised her hand again. On the girl's first day at school after her rebirth, she was bullied by everyone. First, the director suspected her seal was fake and punished her to run 3 laps. While running on the field, she encountered Chu Yinin's group of friends. They cornered her against a tree, about to hit her. Chu Yinin swung at the girl, but surprisingly, Yin Cece dodged it. Chu Yinin fell flat on her face. But unexpectedly, the next second, another girl grabbed Yin Cece's hand. She grabbed right at her wound, causing it to reopen. Then they forcefully pushed Yin Cece against the wall. She fell to the ground, with wounds on her legs and hands reopening, looking very disheveled. Seeing this, the three of them became even more arrogant and wanted to continue teaching Yin Cece a lesson. But suddenly, they noticed a large figure approaching them from behind. As the figure became clearer, Chu Yinin's group backed away in fear. Who was this man with black sunglasses and a black mask? He looked so intimidating, they thought he was from a gang. The man squatted down in front of Yin Cece, seeing her pitiful state. Yin Cece then realized it was Fu Jingchen, though his outfit was indeed scary. Fu Jingchen directly asked if these three were the ones who hurt her, then turned to stare at them. Chu Yinin and her friends immediately cowered, trying to make excuses while calling him father. Yin Cece advised Fu Jingchen to ignore these people to avoid dirtying his hands. The next second, Fu Jingchen picked up Yin Cece, then said he would use proper channels to make them pay, especially by going to the principal's office. That would be more effective. Then he disappeared from their sight. Chu Yinin's group was terrified by the man. They figured someone so tall and imposing must be someone important. They suspected Yin Cece must have seduced this mysterious person. After the girl was bullied by 3 delinquent students, fortunately, young Master Fu arrived in time. He carried the girl away and warned them they would pay for their actions. Fu Jingchen took Yin Cece to the disciplinary office, reporting the bullying and identifying himself as her guardian. The director thought Fu Jingchen looked suspicious, wondering if Yin Cece was being threatened, as they had never seen him before. But Yin Cece's injuries did look quite serious. The director asked Fu Jingchen to put Yin Cece down, saying he wasn't listed as her guardian. Yin Cece couldn't help but laugh at this. Apparently, young Master Fu was being mistaken for a bad person by the director. She explained that he was indeed her guardian, just a special kind of guardian. The director asked again if the girl was being coerced, urging her to speak up. This made Fu Jingchen angry. He took off his mask and sunglasses. "Now do you know who I am?" The director was terrified when he saw it was young Master Fu. It seemed Yin Cece's internship seal was genuine after all. He promised to severely punish those involved in campus bullying, then said he would give them some privacy and left voluntarily. After the office director left in fear, Yin Cece asked young Master Fu why he was here. Hadn't he left already? However, Fu Jingchen said he never left and had seen Yin Cece on the playground. He saw her arguing with 3 other girls, and in a moment's time, she was injured. It took him a while to find her. Then, Fu Jingchen lifted Yin Cece's skirt to check her wounds. This action startled Yin Cece, who asked what he was doing. Fu Jingchen explained he needed to treat her wounds. The girl felt uncomfortable and said she could handle such private areas herself. Fu Jingchen asked if she minded him seeing. The girl replied that wasn't the point. Fu Jingchen ignored her and continued lifting her skirt. The girl instinctively slapped his hand away, saying, "Don't touch." Unexpectedly, Fu Jingchen became angry, saying since she was pretending to be his girlfriend, he had the right to care. The girl saw that Fu Jingchen seemed angry. Realizing he was concerned about her wounds, she cooperated. The girl was injured. The domineering CEO wanted to lift her skirt to treat her wounds. But the girl disagreed, saying she could handle such areas herself, and slapped the CEO. Unexpectedly, the CEO became angry. Since she was pretending to be his girlfriend, she should listen to him. Finally, the girl had to obey the CEO's arrangements. The CEO lifted her skirt again to examine the wounds. The girl's injuries were serious, hurting at the slightest touch. Surprisingly, the CEO's face was almost touching her wound. The next second, he came to his senses to treat the wound. He asked the girl to endure it. Her frail body couldn't withstand the pain, trembling involuntarily. The CEO, feeling sympathetic, tried to be gentler with the medicine. Seeing his serious expression, the girl thought whoever marries him would be very happy, but then shook her head, telling herself not to think such thoughts. The CEO saw the girl fidgeting, thinking she was in pain. But the girl said no, and her alluring figure, along with an inadvertently fallen strap, left the CEO completely stunned. To prove he was proper, he turned his head away and told her the wound was treated. The girl noticed the CEO's hands were very hot. Wondering if he hadn't rested well last night, she tried to feel his forehead. Unexpectedly, the CEO caught her hand, stopping her immediately. He warned her not to touch him, or she'd face the consequences. The girl became scared, nodding frantically, saying, "Okay, I won't touch," and asked if he could let go of her hand. Suddenly, the table corner shifted. The girl was about to fall. The CEO quickly embraced her, and they gazed into each other's eyes. What happened next is left to imagination. You can share your thoughts in the comments. Let's see who has the wildest imagination. The CEO applying medicine to the girl. The next moment, due to their excitement, the table shifted. The girl was about to fall. The CEO instinctively caught her, pulling her into his arms. They were very close, almost something significant happening. Just as they were about to begin, they were interrupted by a knock on the door. How dare they ruin my moment? The CEO opened the door while holding the girl, finding the director kneeling outside, respectfully saying he was investigating those who bullied the girl. The CEO then carried the girl out of the office. The girl said there were students ahead and asked him to put her down, but the CEO didn't mind and continued carrying her forward. Passing students wondered who this handsome man was, thinking it might be young Master Fu. And who was the lucky girl being carried, so enviable? The girl, afraid of being recognized, could only hide her face in the CEO's chest. Seeing the girl like this, the CEO became happier, holding her even tighter the next moment. They walked through the classroom corridor, becoming the center of attention. The director was so scared he got a nosebleed, amazed at the girl's good fortune. The CEO carried the girl to his car, telling her to rest well for a few days and not worry about school. He asked her to stay at his house temporarily, where someone would take care of her. Hearing about going to the CEO's house, the girl came to her senses. She said she could stay at a classmate's house instead, no need to trouble him. But hearing this, the CEO immediately became angry. A murderous aura swept towards the girl. The girl had to agree obediently, afraid to provoke this powerful figure. The girl was so alluring, it wouldn't be good if other men became infatuated with her. The CEO was doing this not just for her, but also for himself. When the CEO brought the girl to his house, people saw their young master bringing a girl home. Everyone's reaction was dramatic. What happened next was both laughable and crying. Seeing the CEO bringing a girl home, people were even more excited than him. Some dropped plates on their feet, others fell from the stairs. Young Master Fu ignored them and carried the girl directly to the room. People were surprised that young Master Fu brought home a real girl, and such a beautiful one. It seemed young Master Fu finally had a girlfriend. Would she be the future mistress? The servants were crying tears of joy at this scene. Young Master Fu placed the girl on the bed, telling her to rest here from now on. The girl said she felt like the people in Fu's house wanted to swallow her whole. Unexpectedly, turning to the door, the servants were already there watching, admiring her beauty. They were like this mainly due to young Master Fu's mother's influence. The girl thought she seemed strange to them, but the young master thought they were overjoyed because she was too cute. The young master told her to rest here for now, saying it was safe. He would find time to fulfill her 2 requests and prepare her dress for the charity gala in a few days. Seeing the girl's obedient manner, the young master's heart raced again. He gently patted her head, saying he had business to attend to. As he left, young Master Fu fantasized about keeping her like this forever. The girl wasn't idle either, studying to make up for last life's missed lessons. A servant opened the door, asking if she needed help, as young Master Fu had ordered them to take good care of her. The servant secretly rejoiced at seeing the future mistress up close for the first time. The girl felt uncomfortable with this and asked the servant to leave. At night, being in an unfamiliar environment, the girl couldn't sleep and planned to get some air. The servant saw her come out and stopped her. Young Master Fu had instructed not to let her out to avoid any accidents. Unable to bear the servant's expression, the girl had to turn back. Unexpectedly, young Master Fu returned just then, looking very tired. The injured girl was brought to the CEO's home. Feeling uncomfortable, she wanted to get some air. By chance, she met the CEO returning home. He looked exhausted, probably tired from a long day. Young Master Fu saw the girl standing at the stairs, wondering why she wasn't asleep so late. The girl said she wasn't used to it, so she couldn't sleep, wanted to get some fresh air. The young master told the girl he was back and comforted her to go rest. Then the young master escorted her back to the room, saying he'd tell her about her father's news tomorrow. But the girl refused, insisting he tell her now or she couldn't sleep. The girl promised she would go straight to sleep if he told her. With no choice, the young master told her about his busy day. He had someone secretly obtain tea samples for testing and had people watching Gao Suya. Hearing this, the girl thought if poison was found in the tea, the truth would come out and her father could be saved. Young Master Fu told her that the teacher Gao Suya bribed had been dismissed. Though she didn't know how he discovered this person, she admired his efficiency. After telling her everything, young Master Fu urged her to sleep. The girl obediently covered herself with the blanket and lay quietly. She also told the young master to rest. The man wasn't used to seeing her so quiet. After she fell asleep, the man felt relieved seeing her sleep so peacefully by the bedside. Unexpectedly, the girl turned over gracefully, her alluring figure highlighted by the sexy nightwear. Looking particularly eye-catching, the man couldn't take his eyes off her. Any gentleman would find it hard to resist such a sight. After seeing this, the man shyly covered her, thinking bringing her home was the right choice. If she slept outside, wouldn't others take advantage? But the next moment, because of something she said in her sleep, the man pounced right in front of her. Everyone can guess in the comments what the girl said. There's a small surprise for those who guess correctly. Nice! The girl just said something in her sleep and was suddenly pounced on by the CEO. After she fell asleep, young Master Fu sat quietly watching her. Young Master Fu was already captivated by her turning over. Unexpectedly, even in sleep, she mumbled about her father being saved, then thanked young Master Fu in her dream for helping. The man felt gratified hearing her thanks. His face turned red. The next moment he pounced on her, asking how she would thank him. Watching her sleep, her chest rose and fell with her breathing. Looking at her cute cherry lips, finally the man couldn't resist. He leaned in to kiss her directly. His left hand also moved mischievously onto her body. Just as he was about to kiss her, a slap landed directly on the man's face, catching him completely off guard. The girl shouted, "Go away, mosquito!" Seems young Master Fu was mistaken for a mosquito. Through this slap, young Master Fu suddenly realized he almost made a huge mistake. Fortunately, that slap came just in time. The next morning, the girl woke up from her sleep. Surprised she slept so well last night, she yawned and stretched. After getting dressed, she went downstairs. Unexpectedly, young Master Fu immediately invited her to breakfast. Seeing such a lavish breakfast, being a foodie, she frantically thanked young Master Fu, then immediately started stuffing food into her mouth. The girl noticed young Master Fu's face was red and asked if someone had hit him. Angry that someone would dare hit her savior, she wanted to deal with whoever hit young Master Fu, but she didn't know she was the one who hit him. Young Master Fu had to make up an excuse saying he accidentally bumped into something. Unexpectedly, the girl reached out to caress his wound, asking if it hurt and why he was so careless. This gesture once again made young Master Fu's heart pound. Enduring the left ear wasn't enough. Now this early in the morning, young Master Fu seemed about to lose control, looking for a chance to escape quickly, afraid of making another mistake. The domineering CEO tried to get closer while she was asleep, but just as he made his move, he was slapped by the girl who thought he was a mosquito. The next day when the girl got up for breakfast, she found young Master Fu's face was injured. She was about to teach whoever hit him a lesson, but young Master Fu lied, saying he accidentally bumped into something. Then the girl caressed his face, gently asking if it hurt and why he was so careless. This gesture caught young Master Fu off guard. After almost making trouble last night, now this early in the morning, to avoid trouble, young Master Fu made an excuse about having business and slipped away. The girl was curious about how young Master Fu got injured. In the evening, young Master Fu brought the test results about her father. After looking at the report, the girl found the results were the same as in her previous life. Stepmother Gao Suya had killed her father with this poison. Young Master Fu told the girl he also discovered Gao Suya recently traded for new poison. Unexpectedly, Gao Suya was so heartless just to divide her father's property. The memory of her father lying helplessly in the hospital in her previous life was still fresh. With these terrible memories, the girl vowed not to repeat the same mistakes. Young Master Fu noticed something wrong with her expression. He gently stroked her head to comfort her as tears welled up in her eyes. The next moment she bravely said she was fine, telling young Master Fu she would handle this herself, because young Master Fu had helped her too much already. Young Master Fu saw the sadness in her eyes and felt heartbroken, but still agreed to let her rest early. Not knowing what the girl had been through, why wouldn't she share her troubles with him? But no matter what, he would make everyone who had bullied her pay the price. Then he left her sight. Watching young Master Fu leave, the girl thought she must stay strong. After all, he had helped her. After a while, the girl made a phone call. Tears unconsciously rolled down her eyes. The domineering CEO had been busy all day outside. He helped check her father Charlie's toxicology test results. When the girl saw the test results, remembering her father's fate in her previous life, tears unconsciously flowed. After young Master Fu left her room, the girl made a phone call, and her father's voice was on the other end. Hearing her father's voice, she couldn't help but cry again. Her father reminded her to study well at school and not stay out late. The girl wanted to warn her father not to drink tea because it was poisoned, but she knew she couldn't say it yet. So holding back tears, she said, "Dad, I miss you." Hearing this, her father said he missed her too. At this moment, the girl couldn't hold back anymore. Tears streamed down her face. The scene of stepmother Gao Suya killing her father in her previous life appeared in her mind again. Her father lying in the hospital about to pass away while she was helpless. On the phone, her father asked when she would come home. The girl replied as always, saying she'd return when Gao Suya apologized to her. But her father said they were all family and shouldn't mind such things. Hearing this, the girl could only hang up painfully. Only she knew how much she wanted to return home, back to her childhood, when her parents spoiled her like a princess. The frail young girl finally couldn't hold on and crouched in the corner, crying heavily. Unknown to her, young Master Fu had been waiting outside the door, his heart aching for her. As the girl cried alone inside, the usually capable young master felt helpless. He thought about building a home for her, as that toxic home wasn't worth returning to. Soon it was time for the charity auction. Young Master Fu prepared many evening gowns for the girl. Unexpectedly, when the girl put on the dress, it made young Master Fu make such an expression. The girl confidently wore the dress young Master Fu prepared for her. Curious how young Master Fu knew her size. Of course, it was because the dress was too revealing, making young Master Fu start to fantasize. Wait, this isn't right. Young Master Fu quickly returned to reality. He couldn't let others see the girl dressed like this, so he asked her to change immediately. The girl thought the dress was beautiful and didn't want to change. But young Master Fu angrily said she must change. Helplessly, the girl had to choose another dress that young Master Fu approved of. Then, the girl changed into an elegant pure white dress. After seeing it, young Master Fu's first consideration was that the neckline wasn't too low, and everything that should be covered was covered. The chest wasn't exposed, and the thighs were well wrapped. He nodded in satisfaction. Seeing young Master Fu's satisfaction, the girl chose this dress. The party began. Young Master Fu led the girl to appear before everyone. Others found this scene unbelievable. Young Master Fu actually had a date this time. Seems the iron tree has finally blossomed. The girls strangely felt like they were being treated like monkeys on display. The next moment, young Master Fu wrapped his arm around the girl's waist, telling her not to be too nervous. Just keep smiling, he would handle everything else. Then young Master Fu handed a glass of red wine to the girl, telling her to just pretend to take a sip if anyone toasts. The girl was touched by young Master Fu's gesture. This man was really thoughtful. Then she smiled and told him she would play her role as his girlfriend well. In this environment, the girl finally experienced the lifestyle of business tycoons and could meet many people. Unexpectedly, stepmother Gao Xia also arrived and discovered the girl, wondering how she could be here. It seemed the recent plans had failed one by one because she had seduced young Master Fu. Then Gao Xia found the girl's father, deliberately suggesting that the girl might be kept by young Master Fu, expressing concern. The girl's father couldn't believe his daughter would be kept by someone, as it wasn't her style. Moreover, the status gap between the girl and young Master Fu was too wide. He feared she might be just a plaything. Until the girl sat outside for fresh air, stepmother Gao Xia appeared before her. The girl accompanied the domineering CEO to the charity party, unexpectedly encountering her stepmother and father. When the girl was alone, getting fresh air inside, stepmother Gao Suya appeared and walked towards her, muttering, "Isn't this my good daughter? Why aren't you at school, but here instead?" The girl retorted, "What, mother? I only have one. You actually defamed me in front of Dad. You've seen what happened to those who conspired with you. Why are you still pretending?" The girl stood up and asked what else she wanted to do, planning to spread rumors about being kept by young Master Fu. Unexpectedly, Gao Xia suddenly changed her expression, acting wronged instead. The girl sensed something wrong. Her father must be watching. Indeed, her father had already arrived behind her. Then Gao Suya went to the girl's father, continuing to play victim, saying she tried to persuade the girl, but she wouldn't listen. She even suggested finding someone of equal status for the girl to marry, to keep her away from young Master Fu and continue her plan. Gao Suya played this act well, but the girl had anticipated it and wouldn't let her succeed easily. The girl said who she dates is her own freedom. Moreover, being with young Master Fu benefits the Yin family more, doesn't it? What's Gao Yi's purpose in trying to separate us so urgently? Gao Suya continued playing victim, saying the girl didn't understand her and she would have to stop caring about her daughter's affairs. Unexpectedly, hearing this, the girl's father asked her to apologize to Gao Suya. The girl said she did nothing wrong. Why should she apologize? Meanwhile, Gao Xia kept saying how the girl was usually so well-behaved, but very different today. This made the girl even angrier. It was precisely because of her past obedience that Gao Suya was able to ruin her and her father's lives. Just as they were arguing endlessly, young Master Fu appeared, asking what was lacking in his hospitality. That made both of them so unhappy. They quickly explained it was nothing, just some trivial matters disturbing young Master Fu. As they were about to leave, young Master Fu stopped them. Young Master Fu held the girl's hand, praising her as a smart and beautiful girl, thanking them for raising her. But now she was his legitimate girlfriend. This time, bringing her to the charity party was to introduce her to the entire business world. He apologized for not informing them beforehand. Unexpectedly, their tone completely changed afterward. The girl attended the charity party, but stepmother Gao Suya wanted to make things difficult for her in front of her father. One moment threatening the girl, the next moment acting innocent and pitiful, until young Master Fu appeared. Only then did Gao Suya restrain herself. Who can type this character in the comments? Over 200 people. I'll randomly select a lucky one for a New Year surprise. Young Master Fu said the girl was now his legitimate girlfriend. Hearing this, Gao Xia pretended to say young Master Fu was too kind. It was the girl's fortune. Young Master Fu asked them with a murderous look whether they were willing to entrust the girl to him. The girl beside him could feel young Master Fu's anger. They said they had no objections and quickly fled the scene. Her father indeed trusted stepmother Gao Suya more. This scene made the girl very disappointed. Young Master Fu put his coat around the girl, afraid she might catch cold. Seeing the girl's disappointment, he comforted her, saying the truth would eventually come out. No need to mind what just happened. Comforted by young Master Fu, the girl's expression became determined. She must not let Gao Suya succeed. The girl said although their relationship was fake, she still thanked young Master Fu for helping her just now. Then asked about his mother's personality so she could prepare. Hearing this, young Master Fu mumbled quietly that what he said earlier was actually true. The girl heard his mumbling and asked what he said. Young Master Fu just casually replied that his mother had a good personality and would definitely get along with her. Unexpectedly, the girl started role-playing. Scenario 1. This girl won't do. Let me introduce you to someone better. Scenario 2. Here's 5 million. I want you to leave my son. Young Master Fu watched the girl's cold expression and chuckled. Then he held the girl's hand, pulled her in front of him, with her sitting on his lap. Young Master Fu tenderly said, "Isn't 5 million too little? I want to give you more." The girl shyly said, "No, it's not too little," realizing their position was quite inappropriate. Then she stood up saying, "Quickly tell me what your mother's personality is like so I can prepare." Unexpectedly, the next moment, young Master Fu pulled her down again. Just because the girl was too cute, the domineering CEO pulled her onto his lap. They gazed at each other lovingly at close range. The girl realized their position was inappropriate, wanting to stand up to ease the awkwardness. But the next second, young Master Fu pulled her down again. Then he whispered in her ear, "If my mother likes seductive girls, can you play that role?" Hearing this, the girl suspected young Master Fu was challenging her acting skills. The next second she got into character, the girl placed both hands on young Master Fu's shoulders, gently saying, "Young Master Fu, what do you think of Cece? Want to play together tonight?" Young Master Fu appeared calm on the surface, but was delighted inside. The girl continued, "Oh my, it's so cold here, I want some warmth." Young Master Fu said, "You're indeed very suitable for playing a bad girl." Then his hands wrapped around her waist, catching her off guard. Young Master Fu's hands on her back made her feel very warm. And there was also a fresh fragrance emanating from him. Young Master Fu asked the girl what's wrong. "Feeling uncomfortable?" The girl explained, "No, just feeling a bit ticklish." These words triggered young Master Fu's masculine nature. The next second, he forcefully pulled the girl into his embrace. They were very close. The girl uncomfortably said the hug was too tight, but young Master Fu told her not to move. The girl felt young Master Fu was acting strange, but this feeling was also wonderful to her. She seemed to enjoy it a bit. This reminded her of when they first met. Although young Master Fu had grabbed her chin threateningly, she felt warm, not feeling uncomfortable at all. Because young Master Fu held her so tightly, she couldn't break free, but she didn't want to either. The next second, the girl's body started trembling uncontrollably. And for the next plot, welcome to discuss in the comments. Let me see who can guess correctly. Follow me, and we'll reveal the answer in the next episode. Nice! The domineering CEO asked the girl to be more seductive. Unexpectedly, the girl immediately got into character. Various seductive poses and movements made young Master Fu's heart surge with emotions. Quickly hugging the girl tightly, his hands restlessly placed on the girl's back. And the girl not only didn't feel uncomfortable, but actually liked this feeling. Young Master Fu hugged her tighter and tighter, until the girl couldn't breathe properly and her whole body trembled. Only then did young Master Fu come to his senses, realizing he was too hasty, and tried to comfort the girl. Although the girl felt uncomfortable in young Master Fu's tight embrace, she also enjoyed it. Never expected this man to be so passionate. Though she's just his fake girlfriend now, he cares about her so much. Whoever becomes his real girlfriend in the future must be very happy. The girl, afraid young Master Fu would blame himself, explained she didn't dislike him, just afraid she would unknowingly fall for his gentleness. Hearing these words, the man finally felt relieved, then comforted the girl to rest in his arms. The girl fell asleep happily in young Master Fu's embrace. When the girl woke up again, she opened her eyes to see young Master Fu's handsome face before her. This man had been holding her like this the whole time. The girl immediately got up, afraid of wasting the man's time. After all, it was during the banquet, and he was the host. The man said he wasn't in a hurry, as long as she had slept well. Then he took the girl back to the banquet venue, where his subordinates had been waiting for young Master Fu for a while. Seeing young Master Fu so busy, the girl thoughtfully stepped aside. To avoid disturbing young Master Fu's work, the girl took a glass of wine from the side. But then a blonde foreigner appeared in front, speaking fluent Chinese. He asked if she was alone and wanted to invite her to dance. The girl said she wasn't alone and was about to leave, but the foreigner persistently held on to her, asking her to wait. Then, with a lewd expression, asked the girl to play cards with him tonight, saying after one night they wouldn't know each other, and promised she'd be satisfied with his physique. He even tried to kiss the girl, disgusting her. The next second, the girl threw her wine at the foreigner, warning him she wasn't that kind of person, and told him to leave. But the foreigner wasn't scared at all, instead spoke rudely. "Do you know who I am? If a foreigner tried to harass your girlfriend, what would you do?" The foreigner saw the girl was beautiful and invited her to play cards tonight, but was rejected by the girl and got wine thrown at him. Fortunately, someone came, treating him like this. The foreigner immediately became unhappy. Through bystanders' discussion, this foreigner was the son of a luxury brand owner, and this might affect international business relations. At this time, young Master Fu came to the girl's side, and she told him this foreigner insulted her. Hearing this, the foreigner became more arrogant. "Playing cards with you is doing you a favor. Do you know how many women dream of this?" Young Master Fu became angry instantly. He wanted to terminate their cooperation and demanded the foreigner apologize to his girlfriend. Right now. Immediately. But the foreigner remained ignorant, not knowing this man's identity. His father hurriedly came over, gave him a hard slap, saying fooling around outside is one thing, but now you're causing trouble here. Get out now! The young foreigner looked wronged after being slapped by his father. Then the older foreigner immediately apologized to young Master Fu, hoping their cooperation could continue. If young Master Fu disagrees, they would lose the Chinese market and the cost would be enormous. Young Master Fu asked if that guy was his son. The older foreigner timidly said yes. Like father, like son. Seems the older foreigner isn't much better either. They can only terminate the cooperation. Then, young Master Fu took the girl's hand and was about to leave the banquet. Everyone watched as young Master Fu, the host, left the venue. What should they do now? It's all because of this father and son. They should be thrown out. Then everyone gave the father and son a lesson. The girl and young Master Fu got in the car and left. The girl sat silently in the car, as she could feel young Master Fu's anger radiating. Young Master Fu was still recalling the scene of the foreigner harassing the girl, vowing to make them unable to survive in the business circle. The girl noticed young Master Fu's anger growing stronger, wondering if she had embarrassed him, then apologized to young Master Fu, promising to be more careful next time. Young Master Fu angrily said to the girl, "Next time, how many more times do you want?" The girl was startled by young Master Fu's reaction. Young Master Fu had helped her so much, yet she couldn't even play the role of girlfriend well. Young Master Fu noticed the girl blaming herself. The next second, he moved closer to her. Then the girl was harassed by the foreigner. The domineering CEO terminated business with the foreigner to protect the girl, and took the girl away from the business banquet in his car. Young Master Fu didn't say a word in the car, with intense anger filling the air. The girl wanted to tell him not to be angry, but it only made young Master Fu more furious. Young Master Fu's behavior made the girl very guilty. When young Master Fu saw the girl's hurt expression, he explained he wasn't angry at her and apologized for frightening her earlier. The girl asked young Master Fu, confused, what was he angry about? The next second, young Master Fu cupped her face, saying, "Why am I angry? Don't you understand at all?" The girl suddenly realized something was different. Could young Master Fu be jealous? Then young Master Fu directly held the girl's face with both hands, looking at her lovingly. As they got closer and closer, the car suddenly braked hard the next second. The inertia made the girl fall directly onto young Master Fu, catching both off guard. Young Master Fu questioned the driver what happened. The driver told him there was an accident ahead, blocking the road. Seeing young Master Fu's big reaction, the girl couldn't help but giggle beside him. Due to the traffic jam, they had to take another route. They returned to young Master Fu's home. Young Master Fu escorted the girl inside, and she hurriedly said goodnight to him, then quickly closed the door. Actually, the girl's heart was already racing uncontrollably, her heartbeat continuing to accelerate, wondering if young Master Fu likes her, or if she's just being presumptuous. Then returning to reality, telling herself to be rational and not overthink. Unexpectedly, the next day, all trending news was about young Master Fu. The domineering CEO terminated cooperation with the foreigner at the banquet to protect the girl from being bullied. The foreigner received his deserved punishment. The next day's trending news was all about young Master Fu at the banquet. Young Master Fu hates watching videos, doesn't like or follow, and doesn't post emojis. The protected cutie Xiao Xin was dealt with along with the foreigner. Almost everyone's phone received related information. People waiting for the subway all discussed it. The most heartbroken were young Master Fu's fangirls. Not only did they not get seats on the subway, but they had to bear the pain of losing their dream lover. TV was also showing footage from the banquet of young Master Fu and the girl, with everyone speculating about their relationship. At this time, a wealthy lady was staring intently at the TV. Ching Ching put down the hot coffee in her hand. She wanted to see clearly what the girl on TV looked like. The footage was so blurry. How could anyone see? It turns out this woman was young Master Fu's mother, who became furious because she couldn't see her daughter-in-law's face clearly on TV. The next second, she called young Master Fu, ordering him to bring his wife to meet her immediately. Young Master Fu said the girl was resting, so his mother said to bring her tomorrow, saying she would prepare a big meal for them. The mother was very excited to see her daughter-in-law's true face tomorrow. If they could register their marriage tomorrow, that would be even better. She couldn't wait to have grandchildren. The butler watching from the side didn't know what to say. Madame's behavior was too exaggerated. In the evening, young Master Fu gently knocked on the girl's door, asking if she was asleep. Through the door, he could only hear rustling sounds, not knowing what the girl was tidying up inside. The next second, the girl opened the door, wearing only a thin nightgown in front of young Master Fu. Her figure was absolutely stunning. Young Master Fu's reaction didn't disappoint anyone, as he looked at the girl with a blushing face and racing heart. Then he pretended to look away, telling the girl his mother wanted to meet her tomorrow and take her home for dinner. The girl imagined the wealthy lady would be a fierce mother-in-law. What should she do? She became scared. Young Master Fu looked at the girl and noticed something was wrong. She seemed very nervous. Then he comforted the girl, saying she didn't need to be too formal tomorrow, just be casual, and he would prepare clothes for her in advance. The girl agreed with young Master Fu and promised to play her role as his girlfriend well this time, not wanting to cause him any more trouble. After their discussion, they just waited for tomorrow's meeting with young Master Fu's mother. The domineering CEO knocked on the girl's door late at night. The girl appeared before young Master Fu in a thin, alluring nightgown. So late at night, people might wonder what young Master Fu wanted to do. Young Master Fu invited the girl to his home tomorrow because his mother wanted to meet her. The girl agreed under young Master Fu's reassurance. The next morning, the servant brought the girl a big red box, telling her these were clothes prepared by young Master Fu, then gently placed it on the table. The servant was even more excited than the girl. Young Master Fu sending clothes to the girl. What else could this mean? Started imagining naughty scenes. Since he sent clothes, he would surely help take them off too. The servant was already getting excited, then bounced out of the girl's room. This strange behavior left the girl speechless. The girl took out the dress young Master Fu had prepared. After putting it on, she looked very elegant and appropriate, as expected of clothes carefully chosen by young Master Fu. She must not disappoint him. The girl wore the new clothes to the hall. Young Master Fu was sitting at the dining table waiting for her. The girl said good morning to young Master Fu, who saw how beautiful she looked in the new clothes. Young Master Fu's heart fluttered again, unable to take his eyes off her. He knew if he kept staring, something would happen, so he shifted his attention elsewhere. Seeing young Master Fu avoiding her gaze, the girl thought he didn't like how she looked. But young Master Fu told her the dress suited her very well. The girl was very happy to hear this and gave young Master Fu a sweet smile. They spent a pleasant morning together like this. The man brought the girl to his mother's residence. The environment was like a paradise, which the girl really liked. Young Master Fu noticed the girl really liked it here and was very satisfied. The girl said living in such a refreshing place must be very comfortable. Young Master Fu then showed a meaningful expression. The next second, young Master Fu's mother appeared. The domineering CEO brought the girl home to meet his mother. The mother fiercely scolded the man for making her wait so long, delaying the time to meet her daughter-in-law. The next second, her expression completely changed, warmly and enthusiastically welcoming her daughter-in-law. The girl never expected the man's mother to be so warm towards her, quite different from what she imagined. And how she called her daughter-in-law right away, it felt a bit awkward. Not only that, the man's mother insisted on cooking for them herself. Only the man knew about his mother's cooking skills and suggested letting the housekeeper cook instead. The girl cutely greeted the madam. The next second, the madam grabbed her hand, then excitedly said her son finally did well, bringing home a normal person. The girl didn't understand why she said normal person. Were there normal ones before? In his mother's memory, young Master Fu was always an excellent student since childhood. When she watched TV, the man would be reading books beside her, completely ignoring her. While other parents urged their children to read more, she was angry because her child loved reading too much. The funny thing was, the books were all in English that she couldn't understand. She could only endure her son's indifference. When the man turned 20, his mother asked when he would bring a girlfriend home. His answer was just perfunctory, showing no interest in such matters. As a mother, she really worried about young Master Fu's marriage. Fortunately, he finally brought a girlfriend home this time. It was really not easy. Then the man's mother kept pulling the girl along, eager to show off her cooking skills. It was the girl's first visit to the domineering CEO's home. The madam was very warm towards the girl, already calling her daughter-in-law. Then she pulled the girl straight to the kitchen. The madam eagerly wanted to show her daughter-in-law her cooking skills. The girl saw the madam's dishes, though they looked abundant, but they were all pitch black. It seemed to be dark cuisine, but she could only praise the madam's cooking. otherwise she would be sad. When the madam heard the girl praise her cooking, she immediately brought the food to the girl's face, asking her to taste it. As the dark cuisine was about to reach her mouth, the girl thought she was done for. But the next second, someone pulled her back. It was young Master Fu. He came just in time. Young Master Fu ordered Zhang to cook, telling the girl she didn't need to eat what his mother made. The madam was furious hearing this. She knew her cooking wasn't good, but there was no need to mock her. She said she would never cook again. The girl saw the madam's angry expression and found her very cute. Then she comforted the madam, saying, "Annie, do you like shopping? Let's go shopping. We don't need these stinky men." The madam's mood instantly improved, quickly agreeing to go shopping after the meal. After eating, the girl and madam started gossiping about how certain celebrities were funny, sitting on the sofa sharing gossip. Their mouths got dry from talking, and the madam ordered young Master Fu to pour some tea, telling him to treat his wife better. The girl quickly explained that they weren't even close to marriage yet. The madam immediately hugged the girl. "What do you mean not close? I've already decided you're my daughter-in-law." Seeing their good relationship, young Master Fu was very satisfied. This way he could marry the girl sooner. Then the madam told the girl she had something to give her. The domineering CEO's mother called the girl daughter-in-law right when they met. The girl explained they weren't at that stage yet, but the madam didn't care, because she had already decided the girl would be her daughter-in-law. Then she told the girl she had something to give her. Then she rushed into the room. She brought out a pile of treasures, gold watches, gold bracelets, gold necklaces, and more. These things were all unattainable to the girl. She was completely stunned. The madam told the girl that these treasures all had the Fu family name engraved. They were all Fu family heirlooms. Any Fu daughter-in-law must have them. Take them quickly. Looking at the pile of valuable items before her, the girl didn't dare to move, because she couldn't afford to compensate if she damaged anything. But that wasn't all. The madam pulled out some documents from an envelope. These weren't ordinary documents. They were deeds to several villas and some commercial properties. And this was just for meeting her. This made the girl even more embarrassed. Like a statue, she didn't dare to move. Then the madam asked the girl when they would get married. She had prepared wine for that day and would finally have someone to play with. The girl never expected that pretending to be young Master Fu's girlfriend would accidentally earn her such grand gifts. Then she told the madam she couldn't accept these gifts because they were too valuable. The madam thought the girl didn't like them and asked what she liked instead. She said she would definitely satisfy her wishes. She even asked what decoration style she preferred. How did they get to talking about decoration? The madam was too enthusiastic, even mentioning where to take wedding photos, saying they must find a top international wedding team. The girl had no choice but to give young Master Fu signals, hoping he would save her. Unexpectedly, young Master Fu just took a sip of tea and remained unmoved. After a while, he put down his teacup. He gave his mother a fierce look, telling her not to scare the girl. But his mother wouldn't give up. She criticized young Master Fu for glaring at her, saying he should call her honorable mother. Unexpectedly, young Master Fu gave in, making an excuse about having work to do, telling them to chat slowly. His action frightened the girl. She immediately stopped him and pulled him aside. It was the girl's first day at the domineering CEO's home, and the madam had already prepared a grand gift for her. The girl had no choice but to ask young Master Fu for help. Unexpectedly, young Master Fu was also helpless in this matter, because he knew his mother wouldn't give up if the girl didn't agree. Then she looked back at young Master Fu's mother. She was looking at them with expectant eyes. Facing such an adorable madam, the girl felt embarrassed to refuse. But she was just pretending to be his girlfriend. These were meant for young Master Fu's future wife. She couldn't accept them. What the girl didn't know was that young Master Fu already considered her his future wife. He even wanted to keep her all to himself in the future. His fantasy was interrupted by his mother the next second. Then she asked the girl to keep the items first. The girl couldn't believe it. These priceless things were given away so easily. Even TV dramas wouldn't dare to be so dramatic. The madam approached the girl, asking if she wanted some private time with young Master Fu. If so, she would give them space immediately. The girl quickly explained she just wanted to say a few words to young Master Fu. But the madam didn't believe her, saying young people nowadays are too shy. She even suggested they have a baby for her to play with. The girl was shocked that the madam wanted them to have a baby for her entertainment. Then, the madam took out a share transfer agreement and asked the girl to sign it. Once signed, the girl would become a member of the Fu Group family. The girl was startled looking at the agreement in her hands. Do people just give away company shares these days? While the rich woman thought she could entice the girl with Fu Group shares, so she would marry young Master Fu sooner, and she could have grandchildren earlier. The girl refused again, saying she couldn't sign such important documents. Plus, they were just dating. What if they broke up later? The Fu family would lose big. And having just been reborn, what if she got sued and ended up in prison for life? Then the madam seemed to understand something. The next second, she walked towards young Master Fu, the domineering CEO. Mother asked the girl to sign the share agreement to become a family member. But the girl refused. The girl declared she and young Master Fu were just dating. What if they didn't become husband and wife? The madam seemed to understand something and walked towards young Master Fu, warning him not to bully her daughter-in-law or else he'd face consequences. Young Master Fu calmly promised he wouldn't bully the girl. The madam then relayed the message to the girl that young Master Fu wouldn't bully her. If he dares to bully you in the future, I'll break his legs. Now hurry and sign it. The girl never expected the madam would make such a fuss for her sake. Young Master Fu joined in, urging the girl to sign quickly, saying his mother wouldn't give up otherwise. If they were going to act, they had to do it right or they'd be discovered easily. This mother-son duo had 800 tricks up their sleeves, putting the girl in a difficult position. If she didn't sign, this probably wouldn't end today. Having no choice, the girl finally compromised. Might as well sign it. Seeing the girl sign, the madam was as happy as a child, but the girl was terrified inside. This was equivalent to half of their assets. The plan had succeeded. The girl seemed to have fallen into the mother-son trap. After signing, the girl wanted to take the chance to leave. If she stayed longer, something big might happen. Unexpectedly, the madam caught her the next second. We agreed to go shopping together. Why are you leaving? I still want to make you look beautiful. The girl declined, saying it was already too much. Unexpectedly, young Master Fu encouraged her, saying, "Go ahead, my mom loves shopping. Keep her company." The madam didn't waste any time, immediately pulling the girl towards the door. The girl really regretted agreeing to pretend to be young Master Fu's girlfriend. She never imagined it would turn out like this. With his mother's personality, she would definitely buy crazy amounts of things for the girl. The more she bought, the more guilty the girl would feel. Then young Master Fu's goal would be further achieved. Marrying the girl would become effortless. In a blink, they arrived at the mall. The girl had kindly gone to the domineering CEO's house to pretend to be his girlfriend. Unexpectedly, the act became real. The domineering CEO's mother not only rewarded the girl with treasures, but also wanted to take her clothes shopping. The girl wanted to escape, but couldn't. The madam pulled the girl towards the mall. After they arrived at the mall, the madam pulled the girl into luxury brand stores to pick clothes. The girl had never been to such luxury brand stores since childhood. She felt uncomfortable while the madam spoke casually. Asked the girl if she wanted bags or clothes. There's a walk-in closet at home. Put the clothes in there. You can change into a new outfit every day. The girl remembered young Master Fu's words about acting the part properly. Having to do an actor's job without being an actor made the girl's headache worse. The madam suddenly became gossipy, wanting to ask the girl how she met her son, because she had never seen her son care so much about a girl. He must really like her. The girl suddenly recalled that young Master Fu had never been involved with other girls before. Based on his actions, could he have really fallen for her? No, that's too mushy. The girl stopped imagining. The madam then told the girl that to capture a man's heart, you need to make him unable to resist you. Look how I have my husband wrapped around my finger, and from now on, call me sister, not Annie. The girl said no. Let's take it slow. The madam said calling her Annie was too formal. Call me sister. We'll be sisters from now on. In a blink, they returned home. The madam bought so many clothes for the girl, she nearly bought out the entire mall. The madam told the girl that Fu Jingchen was working in the study and asked her to stay over tonight. What do you mean stay over? The domineering CEO's mother took the girl shopping at the mall, bought a huge pile of things to bring home. They nearly bought out the entire mall. Moreover, the madam insisted the girl stay tonight to keep her company. Faced with such enthusiasm from the madam, the girl couldn't resist. She could only make excuses about returning to her dorm to leave. But the madam asked for her homeroom teacher's number, saying she'd call to explain. If the madam called, her classmates would know she didn't return to the dorm, and then her father would find out. That wouldn't work. Unexpectedly, the next moment, the madam put on a pitiful face, saying she just wanted the girl's company for one night, and pretended that the girl must think she's too old, and didn't want to spend time with her. The girl had no choice but to deny this. but the madam kept acting hurt. Then she changed tactics, pushing the girl onto the sofa, forcing her to stay. After being forceful for barely a second, she switched to acting cute, begging her to stay, saying she was so lonely. Pinned to the sofa by the madam, the girl wondered how Uncle Fu had managed all these years. Unexpectedly, young Master Fu appeared, asked what they were doing, seeing the two women in such a strange position. Young Master Fu felt both angry and speechless. The madam said she was bonding with her daughter-in-law. Young Master Fu told her to get off say, immediately. Then pulled the girl to his side, telling his mother, "This trick only works on Dad, not on her." The madam scoffed at young Master Fu. I'm not fighting you for your wife. Fine, I'll go prepare your rooms. Tonight I'll have a cute girl to play with. The girl finally saw her savior. No wonder young Master Fu needed her to act. His mother was like this. The madam turned to tell them, "These gifts, when you have time, take them to your villa. I bought these specially for Say. Then the madam whispered in the girl's ear, "Make sure to sleep separately, so he doesn't take advantage of you while you're asleep. Remember to wear different clothes every day. That's how you keep him wanting more. If you have any other questions, just ask me." After his mother left, young Master Fu asked the girl, "So, you want to make me unable to resist you?" The madam not only bought the girl lots of expensive things, but also taught her how to make men unable to resist her. The domineering CEO heard the girl wanted to make him unable to resist her. The girl immediately explained that was what the madam said. She didn't mean it herself. Young Master Fu told the girl, "Actually, I don't mind if you use these tactics on me." Then he turned to leave. His words shocked the girl. "What? You just said he wouldn't mind if I did that?" No wonder. Growing up with such an enthusiastic mother, he must be immune to it. No wonder he never gets involved in private matters. Young Master Fu was working in the room when the girl knocked and entered, telling him the things his mother bought should be returned, since she was just pretending to be his girlfriend. Young Master Fu didn't know what to do, then told the girl the clothes were all in her size. If you don't want them, they can only be thrown away. The Fu family doesn't take back gifts once given, and unless you want my mother to keep buying you even more expensive things. Hearing this, the girl suddenly realized if she didn't accept them, the madam would think she didn't like them and buy other things instead. The girl could only concede, "Then I'll accept them." Young Master Fu patted her head, saying, "These things are just a drop in the ocean for the Fu family. Is this little thing enough to scare you?" The girl said she just wasn't used to it. Then young Master Fu comforted her, saying he would help her get used to it. Then suddenly wrapped his arm around her waist, saying, "If you really feel guilty, you can do something else for me." The girl said fearfully, "Wait, I sell my skills, not my body." Young Master Fu replied, "Sell your body? So that's what you're thinking about." When the girl didn't explain in time, the man continued, "So what's your imagination of selling your body like? Tell me about it." The next second, the man leaned closer to the girl, and her body unconsciously started trembling. For the following plot, everyone can use their imagination. You can write your thoughts in the comments. Let me see who has the wildest imagination. The domineering CEO just hugged the girl once. The girl said she sells skills, not her body. Oh my, so these are the things you think about. Before the girl had a chance to explain, the man leaned close to her ear again, saying, "So what's your imagination of selling your body like? Tell me about it." The man's actions made the girl uncomfortable. Why? His breath made her ears so hot. Then her body started trembling unconsciously. Seeing this, the man told the girl he wasn't interested in flat-chested girls, so she could relax. Hearing this, the girl got angry. "I'm not flat-chested." Then she said fiercely, "Look carefully. I'm not flat. I'm quite confident about this, okay?" The man continued, saying he'd seen too many girls, and her figure was definitely flat. This made the girl upset. "My figure is well above average." Young Master Fu, please educate yourself. Unexpectedly, the next second, the man grabbed her hand and pulled her into his arms again. "So you care a lot about how I view your figure." Then he thought to himself, "She's so open about discussing her figure. Would she be like this with other men?" And he became irritated by himself. The girl scoffed, "It's because you provoked me. Why are you angry?" In a man's eyes, the girl was like his little cat. Regardless of her figure, she could bewitch him completely. The girl returned to the topic. "So what exactly do you want me to do for you?" The man coughed and said, "Just serve tea, pour water, and maybe give me a back massage. The girl suddenly realized, isn't that like being a servant? Being a servant with such high pay isn't bad. I'm happy to serve young Master Fu. The next scene would be the girl giving the man a back massage, but due to time constraints, the author will watch it for everyone. See you next episode. Nice. The domineering CEO's mother bought a lot of things for the girl. The girl felt guilty and wanted to compensate the man. After all, she was just pretending to be his girlfriend. Then the man suggested the girl give him a back massage to make up for her guilt. I know you don't like watching this, so I'll watch it for you. After massaging the man, the girl took a deep breath from exhaustion. The man noticed the girl was tired from massaging him. The next second, he sat her down on the stool, wanting to massage her in return. Before the girl could resist, the man was already firmly massaging her neck and back. The man found that the girl's body was very stiff. The girl told him, "Which young person doesn't have neck problems these days? You think everyone has support like young Master Fu?" Then suddenly anxiously said, "Ouch, it hurts, be gentler." The girl's voice made the man unable to handle it. His handsome face instantly turned red. "Then I'll help you properly relax today." Then the man began his operation, and the girl kept crying out in pain. The man asked where it hurt, and the girl said everywhere hurt, asking him to be gentler. Then the man slowly pushed up from bottom to top on her back, not daring to use too much force. The man continued massaging the girl this way, and her expression seemed very painful. The next second, the man accidentally pressed on the girl's pain point, and she couldn't help but cry out. The two unintentionally ended up in this strange position. The girl lay exhausted on the table, looking pitiful. This sight stirred up strong emotions in the man. The man's hands were on the girl's waist, and she felt very hot, wondering if all men's body temperature was this high. But the warm hands were comforting and made her feel more relaxed. Suddenly going from uncomfortable to comfortable, the man noticed the girl's change. The next second, an even more embarrassing scene occurred. The domineering CEO giving the girl a massage. Unexpectedly, the girl let out an uncontrollable cry, making the atmosphere very awkward. The girl could only use the excuse of making tea to ease the awkwardness. The girl went to the hall, thinking about what just happened. It was just a simple massage. How did it turn out like this? She felt embarrassed alone at the doorway. Unexpectedly, the next second, the domineering CEO's mother opened the door, appearing before the girl. The madam saw the girl's flushed face and heavy breathing, seeming to understand something, then said, "Ah, youth is wonderful. My son has really grown up." Then comforted the girl, asking if she could stand, not to force herself, and to sit down quickly. The girl explained it wasn't what she thought, but the madam didn't believe it, saying she had experience and had prepared clothes from 1 month to 10 months for her. The girl explained she was just making tea and was breathing heavily because she walked too fast. "By the way, Annie, there are several types of tea here. Which one does young Master Fu like?" The girl tried to change the subject, but the madam didn't fall for it. "Hydrating after the fact, I understand." The girl failed to change the subject. "Serving tea should be done by the man. Watch how I deal with that boy." Unexpectedly, the man suddenly appeared, saying, "I like Bilyuakun tea." After seeing the man, the girl immediately went to find Bilyuakun tea. The madam told the girl to make any tea, since he's rarely home anyway. No one at home likes his tea. Just as the girl was about to pour hot water, the man walked to her side and said he would do it. "Be careful, it's hot." Their hands accidentally touched. The man's other hand touched the girl's shoulder, making her even more shy. The atmosphere between them became intimate yet awkward. The madam watched them from the side, thinking their relationship was developing well. "This means I'll be a grandmother soon," she laughed heartily. Then, she eagerly took them to see the prepared room. Surprisingly, the madam had only prepared one room for both of them. The domineering CEO gave the girl a massage. Unexpectedly, the girl let out an uncontrollable cry, making the atmosphere very awkward. The girl could only use the excuse of making tea to ease the awkwardness. The girl went to the hall, thinking about what just happened. It was just a simple massage. How did it turn out like this? She felt embarrassed alone at the doorway. Unexpectedly, the next second, the domineering CEO's mother opened the door, appearing before the girl. The madam saw the girl's flushed face and heavy breathing, seeming to understand something, then said, "Ah, youth is wonderful. My son has really grown up." Then comforted the girl, asking if she could stand, not to force herself, and to sit down quickly. The girl explained it wasn't what she thought, but the madam didn't believe it, saying she had experience and had prepared clothes from 1 month to 10 months for her. The girl explained she was just making tea and was breathing heavily because she walked too fast. By the way, Annie, there are several types of tea here. Which one does young Master Fu like? The girl tried to change the subject, but the madam didn't fall for it. Hydrating after the fact, I understand. The girl failed to change the subject. Serving tea should be done by the man. Watch how I deal with that boy. Unexpectedly, the man suddenly appeared, saying, I like Bilyuakun tea. After seeing the man, the girl immediately went to find Bilyuakun tea. The madam told the girl to make any tea, since he's rarely home anyway, and no one at home likes his tea. Just as the girl was about to pour hot water, the man walked to her side and said he would do it. Be careful, it's hot. Their hands accidentally touched. The man's other hand touched the girl's shoulder, making her even more shy. The atmosphere between them became intimate yet awkward. The madam watched them from the side, thinking their relationship was developing well. This means I'll be a grandmother soon, she laughed heartily. Then, she eagerly took them to see the prepared room. Surprisingly, the madam had only prepared one room for both of them. The girl was originally here to pretend to be the domineering CEO's girlfriend. Unexpectedly, the CEO's mother directly treated her as a daughter-in-law and prepared only one room for both of them. The girl suggested she could share a room with the madam. The madam told her that would be fine, but if the old master comes back at night, she wouldn't know what to do, but temporarily sharing a room would be fine. The man didn't give any chance. He directly pulled the girl into his room, slammed the door shut, leaving his mother outside. This brat's got guts, daring to slam the door on me. But for my daughter-in-law's sake, I'll let it slide. Hurry up and make me a grandchild. After the girl and man entered the room, they sat calmly on the bed, keeping a large distance between them. The situation was quite awkward. Both were thinking that it wouldn't be appropriate for two people to sleep in one bed, and one of them couldn't sleep on the floor either. The girl volunteered and said, I'll go sleep in the living room. But the man grabbed her hand and said, wait, my mother is still outside. The girl finally realized why the madam only prepared one room. It was all planned. If she went out now, she would definitely be forced back in. The man said if they made some noise in the room, his mother might be satisfied and leave. The girl didn't understand what young Master Fu meant. The man told the girl he meant exercise sounds. We could do some exercise on the bed. Exercise on the bed? This shocked the girl. Could it be? We agreed this was just pretending. The man didn't waste time and pulled the girl onto the bed, then pounced on her, his legs slowly adjusting position. Moving upward, the girl said she had no experience in this. The man told her it's okay, I can teach you, then said it's hot in the room, let's loosen our clothes. You should too. The girl's eyes widened. No way, you're really, then shouted, please, not my first time. I don't want it like this. The man's heart pounded. Your first time? Then pounced on the girl again. The domineering CEO and girl were forced to share one room. The CEO's mother waited outside. There was no escape. To make the CEO's mother leave sooner, the CEO suggested doing exercise with the girl. Before the girl could react, she was pushed down on the bed by the man. Not only that, the man said it's too hot inside. Let's take off our clothes. The girl said she didn't want to lose her first time like this. Hearing this, the man swallowed hard, then pounced on the girl again on the bed. You little mind, what are you thinking about all day? I meant sit-ups when I said exercise. The girl was shocked. Are you sure that's what you meant? Why did you say it so ambiguously? What kind of bed exercise is this? The man said this was the only way to satisfy his mother. It was actually literal meaning. The girl wanted to dig a hole and hide, but now she knew the man had no experience in that area either. Stop talking and hold my feet down. He pressed the girl down on the bed, then counted 1, 2, 3, 4, up to 66, 67. The girl did over 60 sit-ups right in front of the man. The man couldn't help but praise her. Of course, being reborn made me understand the importance of exercise. Then the man looked at another part of the girl. You're quite flexible here. That's actually good. Let me test you. The next second, the girl was tickled by the man until she couldn't straighten up, laughing uncontrollably. Indeed, the girl was very sensitive. This seemed interesting. Then the man increased his efforts. The girl was forced to laugh on the bed, unable to get up. After a while, the girl surrendered. No more, I can't take it. Please spare me. Spare you? I'd like to, but this isn't enough. We can't stop now. The domineering CEO and the girl were forced to spend a night in the same room. The CEO's mother was guarding outside, not letting them out, to make the madam lower her guard sooner. The man suggested doing exercise with the girl on the bed. The exercise he meant, you're not wrong. was sit-ups, but that effect wasn't enough, so the man thought of something else. He started tickling the girl directly. The girl was tickled until she couldn't straighten up, constantly begging the man to stop. The girl really couldn't hold on anymore. Something big would happen if he continued. But the man was still unsatisfied, refusing the girl's request, saying this wasn't enough. How could he let her off so easily? The girl noticed the man suddenly spacing out and found a chance to counterattack. The next second, she pounced back, shouting, "If the tiger doesn't show its might, you think I'm Hello Kitty?" Unexpectedly, when the girl frantically tickled the man, he didn't move at all. The situation became awkward. The man said he'd never been ticklish since childhood. It had no effect on him. The girl said she didn't believe it and pounced on him. Unexpectedly, she overshot, and they almost fell to the floor together. The girl complained that the bed didn't seem very sturdy. It became unstable. The girl suggested trying another way, but the next second she froze. She had accidentally pulled half of the man's clothes off, revealing his muscular body. The girl shouted in surprise, then backed away, frantically explaining it wasn't intentional. The man asked why she ran so far. "Didn't you want to try another way?" "It's fine, continue. I don't mind you looking." The girl shyly covered her face, then tried to change the subject. "Oh right, we haven't drunk the tea we poured earlier. It'll get cold if we don't drink it. I'll get it for you." The girl's impressive figure was displayed before the man, as her chest came closer and closer, almost touching the man's face. Unexpectedly, an accident happened next. The domineering CEO and the girl were required by the madam to spend the night in the same room, to create noise and make his mother leave earlier. The man actually started tickling the girl, making her beg for mercy. The girl found a chance to counterattack, but unexpectedly, the man felt nothing. His clothes fell off halfway, revealing his muscular body before the girl's eyes. The girl instinctively took a big step back. "Is this something I should be seeing?" Then she found an excuse to change the subject. "Oh right, you haven't drunk the tea I poured earlier. Drink it quickly, it'll get cold. I'll bring it to you." Unexpectedly, with this movement, her chest almost touched the man's face. Faced with this huge temptation, the man naturally wanted to take advantage of the moment. The girl noticed something off about the man's expression. At this careless moment, the girl lost her grip on the teacup. It tilted, and the hot tea spilled onto her chest. This was trouble. The man quickly picked up the girl and rushed to the bathroom, then quickly turned on the faucet. He turned the knob to release cold water. The man leaned the girl against the wall. The atmosphere shifted from tense to intimate. The girl said she could handle it herself, but the man told her not to move. The tea was hot, and if not treated promptly, it could become infected and leave scars. This is no joke. Then he found scissors and was about to cut open the girl's clothes. The girl was very troubled. Although the man was treating her wound, this was too embarrassing. The man stood up and approached her, telling her to remove her clothes as they would cause inflammation if stuck to the wound. But the girl refused. The man continued persuading, "Just listen and remove it. Just like this, slowly, okay?" What will the girl choose in the end? Welcome everyone to guess in the comments. When the girl was holding the teacup, she accidentally burned her chest. The domineering so didn't hesitate to carry her to the bathroom and rinse the wound with cold water. The man asked the girl to take off her clothes, worried they would stick to the wound. But the girl refused. Even though the man meant well, it was too awkward. Finally, after his persuasion, the girl gradually lowered her guard. The man slowly lowered her hands and used scissors to cut open the clothes around the wound. In this urgent moment, her chest was boldly displayed before the man's eyes. The girl said she could handle the rest herself. She asked the man to wait outside, but he refused. The wound needs to be rinsed for 30 minutes. You'll catch a cold if you're alone. The girl stubbornly said she wouldn't catch cold. Don't worry. But unexpectedly, she sneezed the next second with her nose running. The girl could only shyly cover herself while letting the water rinse it away. The man seemed to understand something. "You're really helpless." Then the next second, he hugged her tightly. The two were pressed together. The man told the girl this way she wouldn't catch a cold. The girl finally realized he was helping her stay warm. But this method was too embarrassing. The cold water flowed from their heads to their feet. What would happen between them in this situation? It's hard to tell from their expressions. Does anyone understand? Let's discuss in the comments. As the domineering CEO helped clean the girl's wound, her chest could only openly face the man. Because it needed 30 minutes of rinsing, the man worried she'd catch cold. So he used his body heat to keep her warm. The two painfully kept each other warm in the bathroom. How painful it was, I'm not sure either. Several hours later, the girl hazily woke up in bed. The girl rubbed her eyes, recalling the scenes in the bathroom. Then being taken back to the room by the man, the two alone together. She didn't know what happened next. This was too embarrassing. The girl didn't know how to face the man afterward. She screamed madly under the covers, then got up and found her clothes had been changed. How could she face anyone after this? After she calmed down, she sneaked to the hall wearing pajamas. Afraid of running into the man, unfortunately, someone suddenly called out to her. It was the CEO's mother. The madam invited her to eat, and specially had Zhang Yi make soup. The girl asked where young Master Fu was. The madam told her he left early for work. The girl felt relieved, but looking at the lavish dishes on the table, most of which were nourishing foods. The girl thought all these dishes were for her and the madam, but the madam said they were all for her. You woke up so late today, must have been exhausting last night. We need to properly nourish you. Oh my God, the madam must have misunderstood. Did we really? The girl was speechless next second, unable to explain. The madam saw the girl's expression, seemed like something really happened. Eat up quickly. Last night, I could hear their commotion through the door. Seems my wish for grandchildren isn't far away. Eat more to stay healthy. The madam was definitely experienced in these matters. The next second, the girl's phone rang. It was her father calling. After the girl and the CEO's exhausting night, she woke up wearing new pajamas. Sneaking into the hall, she was called by the madam to eat, with a table full of nourishing dishes prepared for her. The madam said after such an exhausting night, she needed nourishment. The girl wanted to explain, but didn't know where to start. The next second, her phone rang. It was her father calling. Her father told her he had always felt guilty and wanted to talk with her. The girl never blamed her father. She blamed Gao Suya. Her father was just kept in the dark. Father suggested meeting at a tea house to clear things up. The girl turned to tell the madam she needed to meet her father, escaping the situation. The madam saw the girl leaving, having barely eaten, and expressed concern about her stamina. The butler joined in, saying even he was intimidated by so much food, but the madam just wanted the best for her daughter-in-law. Soon the girl met her father at the tea house. Her father told her that her relationship with young Master Fu was widely known, but the Fu family was out of their league, and the situation was complicated. The girl explained that she and young Master Fu had a mutually beneficial relationship, and if it weren't for Gao Suya, she wouldn't have had any connection with the Fu family. But then again, Mrs. Fu was very kind to her. If she had such a mother, she would be very lucky. After hearing that his daughter and young Master Fu were just in a business relationship, her father wasn't so worried anymore. He invited her to come home, suggesting they forgive Aunt Gao. Unexpectedly, father still considered Gao Suya family, which was infuriating. The girl told her father that as long as Gao Suya was there, she wouldn't return. Then she asked her father to look at these two documents carefully. Father asked what they were. The girl told him these were test results showing the poison Gao Suya put in his tea. Father was shocked. How could his tea be poisoned? And where did these test results come from? The girl told her father she had her ways, and these results were from an authoritative institution. If you don't believe it, I can take you to get samples tested to see the truth. The girl placed both documents in front of her father. These are the test results showing Gao Suya poisoned your tea. Father was shocked, wondering how he could be poisoned and where these came from. The girl told her father she had her methods, and these test results were from an authoritative institution. If you don't believe it, I can take you to get gland samples tested to see the truth. Father told the girl it wasn't that he didn't believe her, just that Aunt Gao had taken care of the family for years. The girl stood up, saying he didn't have to believe her. She would have plenty of chances to make tea for him anyway. He could verify it himself. Besides, he had been poisoned for a long time and shouldn't delay. She had to go. After leaving the tea house, she immediately called young Master Fu, asking him to help find Dr. Shun Mingxiao quickly to treat her father. Young Master Fu heard her request and agreed without hesitation. Hearing this, the girl asked if he wasn't curious why she suddenly changed her schedule. The man replied it wasn't necessary because everything she said was right. The girl was stunned by his answer for a moment. The next second, tears started flowing. She never expected young Master Fu would be the one to trust her unconditionally. Earlier, when her father didn't trust her, she could only pretend not to care. But hearing the man's voice made her want to cry. The man heard something wrong in her voice and asked if she was hungry, suggesting she come home to eat. The girl secretly wiped her tears and agreed. The girl returned to the Fu house. She wanted to cook herself. Young Master Fu said to let the chef do it, but she said she wanted to repay his kindness. The man had no choice but offered to help her in the kitchen. As they washed vegetables, they unconsciously got closer. The warmth from his shoulder and the continuous sound of running water reminded the girl of last night's events, making her shy immediately. The man stayed silent beside her, making the atmosphere awkward. Did he not care about what happened last night? The scenes from last night flashed through the girl's mind. Suddenly, the man called to the girl from behind. To repay the CEO for all his help, she had decided to cook herself. The man helped beside her, and unknowingly, they got closer and closer. The girl suddenly remembered the embarrassing events from last night. Before she could process it, the man appeared behind her, saying she'd been washing this vegetable for too long, and touched her hand. Still thinking about last night's events, the girl shyly moved away. Unexpectedly, her feet slipped. The girl was about to fall. The next second, she fell heavily to the ground, with a thud, but somehow, it didn't hurt. It turned out the man had stepped forward first, holding her in his arms, using his body to protect her. The man sighed and said the floor was slippery, asking why she was so careless. The girl explained it wasn't intentional. It was because last night The man then realized, "You mean last night? You finally remembered last night. Is this a natural reaction? Would you react this way to anyone's touch?" The girl explained that was impossible. She wasn't that kind of person. He moved closer, lips to lips, asking, "Really? So it's because of me?" The girl's heart pounded as the man pressed her against the floor. The next moment, water continuously flowed from the faucet. Like last night, it soaked them both. The girl immediately sat up, knowing she was in trouble. She was wearing a semi-transparent dress, but it was too late. Her secret was exposed to the man again. Seeing this, the man showed an expression of reunion, then placed his coat over her head. He turned away seriously and told her to take a shower, saying he'd handle things here. The girl went to the bathroom and turned on the tap. Looking at herself in the mirror, she felt both sexy and awkward. The way she looked just now, how similar it was to last night's scene. The girl shyly covered her burning cheeks, not knowing what to do. The girl lost her balance and fell directly in the kitchen. The CEO used his body as a shield to protect her. The faucet water was too strong and overflowed. The girl's clothes got completely wet, and it was a semi-transparent dress. When the girl sat up, the man caught a full glimpse of her secret. The girl returned to the bathroom to shower. The sound of the faucet reminded her of last night. Not only did they play in the bathroom last night, but they also stayed in the same room, which made the girl feel shy. Her friend unexpectedly started crying. After the girl finished showering, the man was still focused on cooking. The girl told him to let her do it, as she had planned to cook for him. Unexpectedly, the man grabbed her hand, stopping her. "You were tired last night. Let me do each." But the girl thought the man wouldn't know how to cook. The man said he'd never learned before, but he'd learn now. This completely surprised the girl. After half an hour, the man had prepared a full table of dishes. This table of dishes truly had a 5-star hotel quality to it. The girl picked up a piece of meat, very curious if this guy was really cooking for the first time. Unexpectedly, after putting the food in her mouth, the girl made such an expression. What do you think? Was it delicious or terrible? The domineering CEO's first time cooking surprisingly produced 5-star hotel quality taste. It was absolutely delicious. The girl had never eaten such good food in her life. The girl asked the man again, "Are you really cooking for the first time? How could you learn all this in such a short time?" The man took out a book and pointed, saying he learned from it. The girl realized she was outmatched. She started frantically eating, wolfing down food like she hadn't eaten in days. The next second, the man told her to slow down. "That dish is a bit." Before he could finish, the girl had already eaten it. The next moment, her mouth felt like it was on fire, unbearably spicy. She frantically grabbed a nearby drink and started drinking. Unexpectedly, it was alcohol, though not very strong. The girl was completely caught in the man's trap. In less than a minute, she was drunk before him. The man caught her and held her in his arms. The girl mumbled, "Why aren't you drinking? Are you not giving me face?" "Drink quickly," the man replied. "I can drink, but what's in it for me?" The drunk girl said, "What benefit could there be, silly?" Then she asked, "Do you like me?" The man replied without hesitation, "I do like you." Hearing the man say he liked her, the girl immediately hugged him, saying, "You smell so nice and warm. It feels so comfortable hugging you." The man knew she was talking nonsense while drunk, but he couldn't help asking, "Do you really like it? Then can I kiss you here?" The girl dazedly said, "Here?" Unexpectedly, the next second, the girl took charge, finally getting his wish. Taking advantage of her drunkenness, he shared the food in her mouth. Despite having prepared a whole table of delicious food, the man insisted on eating from the girl's mouth. The drunk girl fell for the CEO's scheme. However, eating with the CEO wasn't enough for the girl. She showed a greedy expression, saying it tasted sweet and asking him to do it again. The girl's behavior made the CEO so weak in the knees he could barely stand. The next second he pushed her down, trying to steal the divine water from her mouth when thirsty. They tugged at each other, neither giving in, both wanting the last bite of food. The man took this chance to confess to the girl. They gazed at each other lovingly, then continued fighting for food. But shortly after, the girl suddenly grabbed the man's clothes, then said she couldn't breathe. Unexpectedly, the next second, she threw up everything she had eaten, right onto the man, turning his white clothes into colorful ones. Seeing this, the man carried her to the bedroom to rest. He would wait to see her response when she woke up tomorrow. The next day, the girl woke up in bed, feeling dizzy. She found a note on the bed. The man requested that when she woke up, they continue discussing yesterday's events. The girl only remembered throwing up on the man last night, then quickly packed her things to go to school, hoping to live another day. At school, the girl strangely noticed everyone looking at her differently. Last night, the girl and the domineering CEO had some indescribable moments. They fought over food, neither giving in. Finally, drunk, the girl threw up the food she'd grabbed onto the man. The next day, the girl woke up in bed, found a note from the man asking to discuss last night's events when she woke up. This was bad. Seems like the man wanted to settle accounts with her. She immediately got up, packed, and hurriedly dressed to rush to school. At school, everyone on the way looked at her strangely. The next moment, she accidentally bumped into a passing student. The student kept bowing and apologizing to her. "What's going on? She used to be the one being bullied. What happened today?" Then, her good friend Xiao Xiao suddenly appeared behind her and grabbed her hand. The girl immediately told Xiao Xiao about the strange occurrences, and Xiao Xiao told her that Chu Yinin's 3 sisters, who used to bully her, had been expelled. The girl was shocked to hear this. Even Chu Yinin's family, the school's top sponsor, couldn't prevent this. Then Xiao Xiao praised the girl, asking how she managed it and wanting to learn. The girl suddenly remembered young Master Fu had called to have his people handle this. Unexpectedly, they handled it so thoroughly. Simply amazing. While they were chatting enthusiastically, Chu Yinin stood behind them angrily. "Damn Yen Cece, what methods did you use to ruin me so badly? Just you wait, I won't let you off." The girl had stayed at the CEO's house for several days, finally returned to school, but she found it strange. Everyone at school treated her with respect. From her friend Xiao Xiao, she learned that Chu Yinin's 3 sisters, who used to bully her, had been expelled. The girl was surprised to hear this. Young Master Fu was so capable. Unexpectedly, Chu Yinin was angrily hiding behind them, vowing not to let the girl off easily. After school, when the day was almost over, the girl thought young Master Fu must have forgotten about last night. But as she was thinking this, young Master Fu had already appeared before her, scaring her so much her mouth twisted. He actually came to school to settle accounts. While the man wasn't paying attention, the girl planned to slip away first. The next second, the man called out to her. No choice, the girl could only run away. But young Master Fu wasn't easy to escape from. He caught her from behind. Escaping once this morning was enough. Now you want to try a second time? Let me help you remember what happened last night. In an instant, they arrived at the grove. The girl hid under the tree begging the man to let her go, saying she didn't mean to throw up on him last night. The man thought it wasn't that scary, wondering why the girl was overreacting. Then he cornered her under the tree, saying, "You only remember that? What else?" The girl explained she was really drunk last night, and if she did anything offensive, she hoped young Master Fu wouldn't mind. Hearing this, the man wondered if the girl's confession of liking him last night was just drunk talk. But the man didn't care about that, insisting she take responsibility, then leaned in closer to her face. The domineering so suddenly took her to the grove, demanding to know if what she said last night was true. The girl only knew she was drunk last night, but didn't know what she had said. Since she couldn't remember, the CEO had to take matters into his own hands. The next moment, the man directly kissed her. The girl instantly remembered last night's events. She was shocked. She wanted to explain, but it seemed too late. The man kissed her again, his domineering actions leaving her unable to move. The girl's body began to tremble. After they separated, the man confessed to her on the spot. The girl couldn't react for a moment. Weren't we just business partners? Young Master Fu actually says he likes me. This reminded her of her past life, when her stepmother and young Master Lin conspired to kill her. The girl no longer dared to believe in love. It would cost her life. The man noticed the girl had something on her mind, like she was guarding against something. He changed the subject, pretending to ask for compensation because she threw up on him last night. The girl thought about giving him a massage. Cooking didn't feel right either, so she could only suggest treating him to a meal. But fearing she might run away again, the man invited her to dinner at his home tonight, then told her, "You just need to remember that I like you. That's enough. No need to rush your response. One day I'll make you fall in love with me. Love me so much you won't want to leave." The man's actions made the girl feel warm inside. But the next second, her phone rang. The CEO confessed to the girl for the first time, but didn't get a clear response. To avoid making the girl uncomfortable, the CEO suggested she come to his house for dinner. Unexpectedly, her father called the next moment, inviting her home for dinner, saying stepmother Gao Suya wanted to apologize to her. The girl told her father not to worry, she'd come home tonight. The man heard she was going home tonight. Not only wasn't he upset, but he wanted to go with her. The girl said she'd be fine alone, but the man suddenly picked her up princess style, insisting on going together. The girl explained her family situation was too messy and didn't want to trouble him. The man told her, "Your business is my business." These words made the girl blush. In the evening, the girl returned to her old home. When her father saw her return, he immediately invited her to dinner. All dishes were prepared by Aunt Gao. The first thing on the girl's mind was to hear Gao Suya's apology. Gao Suya became tense when she heard the girl embarrassing her right after arriving. Gao Suya had no choice but to apologize to the girl. At this moment, young Master Fu appeared behind them. He brought a gift, fine tea that the girl's father liked. Seeing young Master Fu, the girl's father timidly thanked him. The man graciously said if Cece hadn't stopped him, there would have been more gifts, especially since Cece was hospitalized for 2 days. The girl's father realized something was wrong. Could it be that Gao Suya's claim about Cece fooling around was false? The girl took this chance to say, "So Aunt Gao always thought my relationship with young Master Fu was just fooling around?" The man heard this and became very angry, saying if Aunt Gao had issues with him, she could say it to his face. As Gao Suya's precious son, he naturally couldn't stand outsiders bullying her. His mother pretended to offer young Master Fu water, but actually wanted to humiliate him, believing his strength was great, thinking normal people couldn't easily catch it. But young Master Fu wasn't ordinary. He easily caught the water bottle with his left hand. He even opened the cap for the girl to drink. This infuriated Gao Suya's precious son. Unexpectedly, soon after, Gao Suya actively begged the girl for forgiveness. With the CEO accompanying, stepmother Gao Suya had to bow her head and apologize to the girl. Surprisingly, while apologizing, she still tried to scheme against the girl. She offered to introduce a good man, the same one who helped her harm the girl in her previous life. The girl realized Gao Suya's past life plot. She was about to play along, but young Master Fu appeared, trying to steal away his woman. This scared both of them. The girl quickly pulled young Master Fu aside, not wanting him to ruin her revenge plan. Gao Suya still followed behind. In an instant, the two arrived at the room and closed the door. The man suddenly pushed the girl against the wall, demanding why she didn't reject other men. But the girl told him this was Yin family business, none of his concern, and it was just playing around with Lin Yin. How could the CEO accept this? Was she rejecting him? If she wanted to play, why don't you play with me for a while? In a second, the man pushed the girl onto the bed, angrily wanting to teach her a lesson to show her his capability. The girl had no time to refuse. Without warning, the man started kissing her. His action frightened the girl, but her weak body couldn't resist. Unexpectedly, the man became serious the next moment. He directly removed the girl's protective clothing. The domineering CEO, without warning, removed the girl's protective cover. Just because the girl said she would casually play with other men, the CEO pinned the girl on the bed, immobilizing her, frantically stealing food from her mouth. The girl's weak body couldn't break free at all. She could only try another way to calm the man down. The next second, the girl actively followed the man's lead. The man noticed something unusual and suddenly calmed down. The girl took the chance to tell him that she agreed to Gao Suya's matchmaking because Lin Yin had hurt her before. Have you heard of reincarnation? Though it sounds ridiculous. After their intense moment, they began analyzing calmly. The man asked, "So our first meeting was your first day after reincarnation?" The girl thought he would think she was crazy for talking about reincarnation. But the man was surprisingly happy that she only told him about this. Now they had their own little secret. He immediately embraced her, saying he wanted to be part of this plan because he wouldn't let anyone hurt her. He possessively said, "Don't let your beautiful hands be stained red. Leave the dirty work to me." The girl could only express her deep gratitude for his actions. But the man wouldn't accept just that. "If you want to thank me, let's do something more practical. Like just now." The girl's face instantly turned red as she tried to explain, "I was just asking." But the next second, the man sealed her lips, interrupting her. He took her hand and started kissing it. The following scene was quite intense. Just from the girl's expression and posture, you could tell the domineering CEO had pushed her onto the bed without warning, not only helping her cool down, but also sharing food with her. From her expression, you could see she was very uncomfortable. They struggled with each other for several hours. Finally, the girl gave in first. She pushed the man away and told him she needed to return to the dormitory tomorrow. Because school was starting, she needed to prepare. Hearing she wanted to stay at school, the man immediately objected, threatening that if she dared stay at school, he wouldn't let her off. The girl had no choice but to say she'd just get some materials and wouldn't stay at school. The mighty So instantly showed a silly grin. When evening came, the girl finally escaped from Fu Shaoying and returned to her dorm. Unexpectedly, her good friend Xiao Xiao suddenly appeared from somewhere. She begged the girl to keep the door open for her, as her father was sick and needed to go to the hospital. The girl remembered that in her previous life, Xiao Xiao had dropped out because of this. This time she couldn't ignore it. She offered to go with Xiao Xiao. Xiao Xiao pinched the girl's cheek and happily agreed, saying after her father recovered, she would treat her to bubble tea. After arriving at the hospital, Xiao Xiao's father sat in the hospital corridor, while her mother was nowhere to be seen. Suddenly, arguing voices came from afar. It was Xiao Xiao's mother arguing with second uncle about medical expenses. This second uncle wasn't a good person. He had pocketed the money for Xiao Xiao's grandmother's illness and now wanted compensation from Xiao Xiao's parents. Cece listened to their conversation and realized how greedy this second uncle was. Need to find a way to deal with them. Unexpectedly, second uncle had impure thoughts when he saw Cece. He wanted the girl to let him touch her. But Cece wasn't easy to fool. She even teased that if he begged her, she might consider it. The girl's words made the perverted second uncle drool. But when he realized he'd been tricked, he reached out to punish the girl. Unexpectedly, the next second, someone threw a vase hard at the perverted second uncle's back. The perverted second uncle not only wanted to extort money from Xiao Xiao's parents, he also had impure thoughts about Cece. Just as second uncle was about to get handsy, unexpectedly, someone behind him smashed a vase on the perverted second uncle's back. "How dare you bully my woman?" the domineering CEO shouted. The CEO immediately went to check on her. The girl asked why he didn't tell her about this. Unexpectedly, the perverted second uncle got up from the ground. Seeing this, the CEO instantly became furious. "Who were you trying to teach a lesson to? How dare you touch my woman? You must be tired of living." Second uncle backed away in fear and tried to defend himself, saying the girl provoked him. The next second, the police arrived and arrested the perverted second uncle in front of everyone. The man told Cece that he would handle the rest and they should go home now. The girl invited Xiao Xiao to come along, but the CEO's glare scared Xiao Xiao away. Finally, the CEO arranged for his subordinates to safely send Xiao Xiao's family home. Before leaving, Xiao Xiao reminded Cece, "I won't disturb your private time together." The girl and the CEO sat in the car. Thinking about Xiao Xiao's words about private time made her feel very awkward. The man asked the girl to come with him to meet his future mother-in-law. Today was her birthday celebration. The girl didn't know it was the CEO's mother's birthday and hadn't prepared a gift. This was really too sudden. She immediately called out to the driver to stop at the mall ahead, as she wanted to buy some gifts. Unexpectedly, the man suddenly embraced the girl. He told her no gifts were needed, just her presence was enough. But the girl refused, saying that since the madam had been so kind to her, she must bring a gift. Seeing her insistence, the man proposed that if she kissed him once, he'd let the driver stop. But how could a proper young lady do such a thing in front of the driver? Seeing the girl's hesitation, the man directly ordered the driver to speed up towards home. The girl had no choice but to pucker her lips. She lightly pecked the man's lips, then shyly turned her head aside, asking, Are you satisfied now? But this was far from enough for the man. Unexpectedly, the next second he pounced on the girl. Never seen such a perverted CEO. It was the CEO's mother's birthday, and Cece hadn't prepared a gift yet. She planned to have the driver stop at the mall ahead, but the CEO told the driver to go faster. Unless the girl kissed him, he wouldn't stop the car. The girl had no choice. She could only pucker her lips, lightly touch the man's lips. But the next second, the man pushed her down onto the car seat, frantically stealing the delicious food from the girl's mouth. The two passionately communicated in the car. After eating too much delicious food, they took a break. The next second, the man went crazy again, even more intense than before. If I were the driver, I would have felt sick in the car already. These two are treating the driver like thin air. After their intense moment, they finally arrived at the mall to pick out Jade. The man had just kissed the girl until her face was flushed. The girl took out her QR code, but the man forcefully paid with his gold card instead. He naturally embraced the girl, saying, "Once you're in my family, you'll have to get used to this eventually." Looks like his previous gentleman act was all fake. This guy's showing his true colors now. The two returned to the man's home. Unexpectedly, a group of people were having a pool party. Madam was overjoyed seeing Cece, saying, "Finally, we've been waiting for you." The next second, she grabbed the girl's hand. "I've prepared clothes for you. Come with me quickly." The bags piled like mountains before her were all swimsuits Madam had prepared for the girl. Madam rushed off to receive guests, urging the girl to quickly pick one and change. The girl immediately pulled one out. The next second, she was shocked. It was a bikini. How could this cover anything? At this time, the man had already changed into his swimwear and came looking for her. The girl quickly hid the swimsuit behind her back, saying she'd be ready soon. But the man saw through it and snatched it away. The perverted CEO started examining it, immediately imagining how the girl would look in this swimsuit. He almost got a nosebleed. Mom's move was really clever. The girl said she wouldn't wear this. The man left the room the next second to find a more modest swimsuit for the girl. A few minutes later, the man found a suitable swimsuit. The girl indicated she could accept this one. The man waited outside the hall while the girl changed. The girl shyly appeared before the man, making the man drool at the sight. This domineering CEO is really perverted. The girl just held a bikini in her hand, and he snatched it to examine it, still imagining how the girl would look wearing it. After finishing his fantasy, he brought another swimsuit that the girl approved of. After the girl changed and appeared before the man, the girl was all shy and coy. His excitement was obvious. Never mind the bikini, the girl in any swimsuit could make the man get a nosebleed. Oh, the man covered the girl with his coat. Only he could look, others couldn't. It was the first time a man treasured her so much. The girl felt very gratified. In a blink, they arrived at the pool party venue, but found no one there. The two stood there dumbfounded. The man still couldn't help but acknowledge his excitement. Just as they were about to return, the girl accidentally bumped into the table and dropped the meteorite. The man tightly held the girl's hand. Unexpectedly, they both fell into the water. Since the girl couldn't swim, she instinctively struggled frantically in the water. To calm the girl down, the man directly kissed her to stop her from drinking water. The girl calmed down because of this. After their efforts, the two safely surfaced. The man comforted the girl, telling her she should learn to swim. Otherwise, it would be dangerous if she fell into water alone. The girl also realized the danger and asked the man to teach her swimming. The man took this opportunity to embrace her, saying they could start now. The next second, they began swimming practice. The girl swimming in front, the man supporting from behind. Unexpectedly, an embarrassing moment occurred for the man. Does anyone know what happened? Welcome to leave comments below. Those who guess correctly will be rewarded with a CEO's kiss. The perverted CEO offered to teach the girl swimming. His hands didn't forget to rest on the girl's fair and slender waist. They began practicing in the pool, the girl swimming in front, the man pushing from behind. Unexpectedly, an embarrassing moment occurred. The man's little friend decided to wake up. After several collisions with the girl, his little friend couldn't sleep. This made the man very embarrassed. Finally, the girl got tired. They rested by the pool edge. The girl noticed something unusual about the man, thinking she was too clumsy and troubling the man. The girl offered to practice by herself, but the man refused, insisting on continuing. To avoid tiring the man, the girl suggested finding a private instructor. She could practice swimming while admiring the instructor's physique. The girl splashed water excitedly. The CEO wasn't pleased and angrily scolded her, saying she could only exercise with him. The girl explained she was worried about tiring him and wanted to admire the instructor's physique. "How dare you? I'm a CEO. and you want to admire others instead of me. As they got closer, the man's little friend seemed to be discovered. The girl quickly explained it wasn't intentional and begged him to let go. In such a heated moment, how could the man let go? His lips were about to touch the girl. The next second, he rewarded her with a domineering kiss. This is what you get for provoking me. The girl struggled with all her might. Didn't you say you'd wait for my response? The man could wait, but his little friend couldn't. Plus, he wouldn't allow other men to teach her swimming. The man's breath lingered by the girl's ear. His hands in the water held her tightly. Her whole body was soaked, leaving no strength to resist. But that wasn't the end. The man unconsciously really, what a handsome yet perverted CEO. He was supposed to teach swimming. How did he end up waking his little friend? After the girl discovered the man's little friend, she apologized frantically, saying it wasn't intentional. Even if the man accepted the apology, his little friend wouldn't. The next second, the man gripped the girl's waist tightly. You think this is over? The girl suddenly screamed. No one knows what happened, only that the man was mischievous behind her. The girl could only beg him to stop. Unexpectedly, the man got more excited. The next second, the girl had an expression like winning a lottery. They stood like that in the pool. The girl shyly covered her mouth, blaming herself for overreacting earlier. This was too embarrassing. While the man was like on fire, his face red and hot like a microwave. The girl turned to look at the man, feeling inexplicably superior. Then she hugged the man, pretending to be scared while feeling very excited inside. The man immediately kissed her oily forehead. Although her head was a bit oily, he had promised himself to keep his word. Before the girl agreed, the man wouldn't do anything to hurt her. The girl knew he was holding back, still thinking about protecting her feelings at such a moment. But continuing like this would harm his body. The girl was very worried about this. Unexpectedly, the next second, the man looked at the girl with a twisted expression. The girl told the man this was reciprocation. She would do to him what he did to her. You naughty girl, aren't you afraid I'll eat you up? The girl teased again. Didn't you say you would wait for me? At this point, the man had no choice. He decided to teach this little minx a lesson. The perverted CEO and the girl had a private party in the pool. After swimming practice, they didn't forget to start another exercise. After their passionate moment, they embraced in the pool, reminiscing about what just happened. After a while, the man victoriously carried the girl out of the pool. By then it was dark, and they planned to enjoy the night view by the pool. The scenery stirred memories in the girl, reminding her of watching the night view in her previous life. She reminded the man, if he ever changed his mind, just say it directly to prevent her from falling too deep. The man was shocked to hear this. How could this girl say such things? The next second, the man disciplined her by stealing the food from her mouth, then told the girl he would never experience such things in this life. He would never betray her, including his heart. The girl was comforted hearing this, never expecting someone would care for her so much in this life. Soon, the girl fell asleep under the man's comfort. While she slept, the man couldn't resist stealing another kiss. He carefully carried the girl back to her room, then carefully left. Walking out to the hall, he found his mother on the phone while wearing a face mask. She was complaining to her husband about their useless son, who couldn't seize so many opportunities. The man told his mother not to worry needlessly. He knew his limits and didn't want to scare Cece away. His mother continued nagging in his ear, but the man couldn't take his eyes off his phone. On the screen was the sleeping girl's image, deeply captivating him. The perverted CEO and the girl had fun in the pool, making the girl so tired she fell right asleep. He could only secretly take photos while she slept to satisfy his happiness. The next day, the girl went to find her good friend Xiao Xiao, who was Xiao Xiao in her previous life. She had taken a break from school due to family issues. The girl wanted to help her. From Xiao Xiao, the girl learned that her second uncle not only kept all her grandparents' money, but was now exploiting her parents too. Xiao Xiao couldn't help but cry in the girl's arms. As a good friend, the girl couldn't swallow this anger. She had to deal with this second uncle no matter what. Then she took out her phone and earned 200,000 for Xiao Xiao. Xiao Xiao didn't even have a chance to refuse, as Cece forcibly clicked the payment acceptance. Unexpectedly, the girl's phone rang the next second. Gao Xia told her that Lin Yin wanted to meet her. The girl decided to use this opportunity to her advantage. Soon after, Cece met Lin Yin at the coffee shop. Upon seeing the girl, Lin Yin immediately expressed his interest in her. The girl knew that this hypocritical man opposite her was just sweet-talking, trying to harm her. For every sweet word Lin Yin said, the girl countered with a retort. The situation became tense. Lin Yin played his trump card, presenting 99 roses right before the girl's eyes. In the past, she might have agreed, but now, Yin Cece was no longer that naive, silly girl. Unexpectedly, young Master Fu appeared behind the girl the next moment. "How dare you try to steal my woman?" How dare he openly try to steal the CEO's woman? Lin Yin met Cece at the coffee shop, first declaring his love, then presenting 99 roses before her. But to Cece, this was just a scheme to trap her. The CEO arrived upon hearing the commotion. How dare someone try to steal young Master Fu's woman? The girl was thrilled to see the CEO arrive just in time. He was so handsome. She stared at him intensely with admiring eyes. Seeing young Master Fu was the girl's pursuer, Lin Yin became nervous but wouldn't give up. He told the girl that young Master Fu was just playing with her feelings. The girl could tolerate him insulting her, but absolutely wouldn't allow him to speak ill of young Master Fu. She mocked Lin Yin, saying he couldn't compare to her husband at all, and she wouldn't even look at him. Then the couple started showing their affection in front of Lin Yin. Seeing the situation, Lin Yin turned to leave, reluctantly telling the girl to wait and see. This behavior clearly angered Fu. If it weren't for cooperating with Cece's revenge plan, he would have made sure Lin Yin wouldn't see tomorrow's sun. Let him be arrogant for now. There would be plenty of chances to deal with him later. The girl was touched seeing how the CEO protected her. She fell even more in love with this man and gazed at him affectionately. She didn't forget to thank him for his kindness. Unexpectedly, the CEO suddenly kissed her, catching her off guard. The CEO suddenly stole food from the girl's mouth without warning, just because the girl had looked at him lovingly. The man was focused on eating from her mouth, which made the girl unhappy. She pushed him away. How could young Master Fu do such things in public? The man seemed to understand her meaning. Then let's go somewhere else. Shortly after, they left in the car. The man and girl frantically fought over food in the car. The girl shyly asked why he was in such a hurry. The man told her he was jealous. Lin Yin was the man she loved in her previous life. Seeing them sitting face to face earlier made him jealous. "You can only be mine." The man grew more excited as he spoke, holding the girl tightly. The girl tried to break free, but couldn't move at all. The girl managed to create a small space and explained it wasn't what he thought. Her goal was revenge, and she had no feelings for Lin Yin anymore. Only after meeting him did she feel what it was like to be loved. Then she directly expressed her feelings. "Fu Jingchen, I like you." The man froze, staring at the girl, hardly believing what he had just heard. The girl shyly covered her blushing face. "I have class later. I need to go." But the man stopped her. "Wait, don't leave yet." After gazing at each other lovingly, they tried to change the subject. The man told the girl he had leads on the divine Dr. Shinming Xiao he was looking for. The girl was excited hearing this news. "There's a lead? Where is he?" "Only he can solve the mystery of my father's condition." The man told her, "The divine doctor is still abroad. I'll contact him to return." But back to our topic, you'll be young Master Fu's future wife. The next moment, he started stealing food from her mouth again. This guy just says whatever he wants. The girl only said she liked him, not that she'd be his wife. After their passionate moment, the girl said she really had to go to class. The man offered to drive her. No need to rush, but he wanted a reward. The girl had no choice but to promise to treat him to dinner tonight. The man wouldn't be satisfied with just that, but the girl said it was from her hard-earned savings from work. The man told her she should just work for him instead. The girl was about to ask what kind of work. The man showed her directly through his actions. After dropping her off at school, he reminded her about dinner tonight. The girl agreed with a smile. She happily hummed a tune walking to class, unaware that someone would grab her from the side the next moment. They forcefully pushed her against the wall. The domineering CEO had dropped the girl off at school. One moment she was humming happily to class. The next she was pushed against a wall. It was Chu Yinin's group, just because the girl met Lin Yin at the coffee shop. Chu Yinin wanted revenge. Angry, she tried to hit the girl but was easily dodged. The sidekicks weren't idle either, threatening the girl from the side. Chu Yinin, furious, tried to hit the girl again. This time the girl responded directly, firmly grabbing Chu Yinin's hand. The commotion was seen by a nearby director who came to stop it. Unknown to them, young Master Fu was witnessing everything behind them. If he hadn't followed, he wouldn't have known about all these troubles. Soon they were all taken to the director's office for a talk. The girl went into full acting mode, pointing out how the three bullied her. Chu Yinin, angry, threatened the girl right in front of the director, telling her to stop being sarcastic. The director had been warned by young Master Fu and wouldn't dare offend him. He directly punished the three with 2,000-word self-criticism essays and deducted all their semester credits. Chu Yinyin protested, saying she was from the Chu family, but it couldn't compare to young Master Fu's influence. Fortunately, he received young Master Fu's call and arrived in time. Otherwise, the school's reputation would have been at risk. The director politely told the girl to call him directly if something like this happened again. After school, she saw young Master Fu waiting at the gate. The CEO was picking up the girl from school, looking energetic because the girl had promised to treat him to dinner tonight. For this meal, he had already made restaurant reservations in advance. In a blink, they arrived at the restaurant entrance. Just looking at the building's design, you could tell it was extraordinary. This was a world-renowned top-tier restaurant. This scared the girl speechless. She was just a part-time worker. How could she afford to treat him here? She couldn't afford this place and anxiously tried to slip away. But the man caught her and took her inside, telling her he would pay today. Besides, the restaurant belonged to his friend, so it was practically free. The girl said confused, "He's your friend, not mine. Looks like I'll keep owing favors." But the man didn't need those things, saying she could repay with her lips. Then he leaned closer to take advantage of her. As expected, before dinner, he wanted to taste the sweetness from her lips first. While they were lost in their own world, many people had gathered around watching, envying how they could taste each other's sweetness. The girl shyly pushed him away, wondering what to do now. The man showed no embarrassment and directly led her upstairs. Changing the subject, he asked if she was bullied at school today. To avoid worrying him, she casually said it was nothing serious. Seems it didn't affect her much. Now that school's over, let's celebrate. The girl could tell he was trying to comfort her. He was so sweet, making her secretly blush. They sat down in the restaurant ready to order. Unexpectedly, someone's appearance interrupted their sweet date. Never seen such a shameless CEO. Stealing kisses from the girl in broad daylight, then immediately taking her upstairs to escape the awkward situation. Just as they started ordering, Chu Yinyin appeared before them, mocking the girl, wanting to see who she had seduced to be able to eat here. But the next moment, Chu Yinyin was shocked. This man was so handsome and looked familiar, like she'd seen him somewhere. The girl saw Chu Yinyin's shocked face, her eyes almost popping out, then said, "Why are your eyes glued to my boyfriend? Are you jealous already?" These words secretly delighted the man, but he maintained his image in front of others. The girl winked at him, hinting that her performance was good. This made the man laugh, while Chu Yinyin felt he was mocking her. But she still couldn't help staring at him. Such a handsome man was seduced by Yen Cece. It was infuriating. Jealousy took over, and she labeled the girl as flirtatious, trying to make the man think Yen Cece was a bad girl, so he would leave her. Unexpectedly, the man held Cece's hand right in front of Chu Yinyin. He said he was the one pursuing Cece and would willingly accept whatever she did to him. He even unusually begged Cece to give him a chance to continue pursuing her. The man's performance made Chu Yinyin extremely uncomfortable, almost bursting with anger. The mighty CEO put aside his pride to beg the girl for a chance. Chu Yinyin doubted from the side, thinking this man must have mental issues. But she didn't know this was all an act between them, meant to embarrass her. Then the waiter came to remind Chu Yinyin not to disturb the VIP guests. The girl played along, standing up and telling the man there were flies here, suggesting they go somewhere else. The man indulgently agreed. Chu Yinyin could only fume behind them, wanted to make more trouble, but was handled by the waiter, forced to watch them leave. The CEO and the girl left in their car. The girl was curious why a Chu family young lady liked causing trouble. The man explained it was due to competition among young ladies. Genuine people like her were rare nowadays. She suddenly realized she got carried away arguing earlier and explained that wasn't her usual self. But the CEO found her argumentative side cute and pulled her into his arms. To like even her arguing, the girl thought the CEO had unique tastes indeed. The girl asked how she was cute, and he said it was when she called him darling. Though it was just acting, he begged to hear it once more. They gazed at each other lovingly, surprised that the mighty CEO could be like this. Just as the girl was about to resist, the CEO beat her to it, stealing another kiss. The girl was tired and wanted to catch her breath, asking him to let her go. But after just 2 seconds, he continued his advances. She had to choose between calling him darling again or getting kissed more. Unable to resist, she gave in, asking if not calling him was okay. Then, shyly looking at him, she said those 3 words. But he became even more demanding. Once wasn't enough, he wanted to hear it again. Then he kissed her more intensely, making the girl's expression change completely. Pervert. The CEO acted cute, asking for one more time, which the girl couldn't handle. He asked her to call him darling, and after she said it once, he wanted to hear it again. But before she could say it, her stomach growled. They had to stop and decided to go get dinner first. At the girl's suggestion, they decided to eat at a roadside barbecue stall. As soon as they sat down, the girl ordered 10 chicken wings and 100 lamb skewers from the owner. The man could only wipe his chopsticks, his down-to-earth behavior confusing the girl. Though he'd never eaten here before, he understood the process. The girl told him she often snuck out with Xiao Xiao at night to eat here. The man interjected that while others sneak out for dates, she sneaks out for midnight snacks. She casually replied that dating wasn't anything special. Hearing this, the man immediately asked what she meant. The girl quickly changed her tune, saying sweetly that she also likes dating her boyfriend. Soon after, all the food arrived. The man picked up a piece of meat to feed her, making her grin from ear to ear. She ate it with a happy face. Having eaten something delicious, she acted cute in front of him. Then she picked up a piece of meat to feed him too. No one had ever fed him like this since childhood, leaving him momentarily at a loss. People behind them saw their display of affection. The girl thought he was shy and was about to withdraw her hand, but he quickly grabbed it. He ate it directly from her hand, then showed a shadowy smile, feeling delightfully wicked. They continued feeding each other back and forth until the plates were empty. The man told her that tomorrow she needed to accompany him to pick up his father at the airport, who wanted to meet her. This scared her so much she almost spat out her water. She wondered if Uncle Fu came back specifically to see her, feeling she couldn't handle such pressure. The man explained he was just coming back for a visit and would meet her along the way. The girl looked at him suspiciously. The man said his father was rather reserved, but in her imagination, he seemed quite fierce. She was already scared before even meeting him. This CEO was quite spoiled. He needed someone to feed him while eating. If fed one bite less, he wouldn't finish the food on his plate. After eating, the girl suggested going home to check on her father's condition. When she got home, she acted suspiciously sneaky. She thought the man had left, not knowing he'd been watching her from behind. Being so sneaky just to go home, what was she up to? Actually, she was used to climbing walls to get home, because in her previous life, she didn't want to see Gao Suya, so she climbed directly to her room. Since she was so reluctant to go back, the man immediately invited her to play at his house. As he spoke, he started making flirtatious gestures. If it weren't so late at night at her doorstep, she would have made him bedridden. To avoid delay, the girl pushed open the door. Before the man could make his move, she slipped away. The man felt proud seeing her run so fast. When the girl got home, she saw her father. Upon seeing his daughter, he wanted to heat up some food, but she told him she'd already eaten. Knowing she'd eaten, her father felt relieved and lovingly patted her head. This long-lost fatherly love instantly overwhelmed her, bringing tears to her eyes. She couldn't help but hug her father. Acting like a little girl, she asked her father if he had been drinking Gao Suya's tea lately. He said he hadn't, but secretly poured it away. The girl quietly told her father she had found a doctor who could cure his illness. Before she could finish, Gao Suya appeared, hypocritically asking if she had eaten and warning her not to eat dirty food from outside. The girl knew that while Gao Suya appeared caring, she was actually trying to cause discord. Her father had noticed this as well. To avoid conflict, the girl suggested going upstairs. Fortunately, things went smoothly this time. Her father believed her, and Gao Suya hadn't noticed anything. As soon as the girl left, Gao Suya offered to pour tea for her father. Young Master Tu observed the Yin family's house for a long time, but noticed nothing unusual. It seemed Cece hadn't met with any accidents, but they couldn't let Gao Suya off easily. They must help Cece deal with Gao Suya. The CEO suddenly cornered the girl in the car, then went on a passionate spree, not stopping despite her pleas for mercy. The girl hadn't seen her good friend Xiao Xiao for days and planned to visit Xiao Xiao's father in the hospital. Unexpectedly, upon reaching the hospital room, she saw the scumbag's second uncle demanding money from Xiao Xiao's father, threatening to beat him if he didn't pay. The girl couldn't stand it anymore. They wouldn't even spare a sick person. She directly told second uncle to stop. Unexpectedly, she was caught by two henchmen at the door. Second uncle grabbed her neck, saying she was meddling in others' affairs and wouldn't escape today no matter what. In desperation, she secretly dialed young Master Fu's number. In this situation, only young Master Fu could save her. To buy time, the girl said she could give Second Uncle money. Second Uncle wasn't a fool. He demanded the money immediately in exchange for her life. If you don't give me the money, I'll have to use your body for entertainment. The perverted Second Uncle's saliva was almost dripping onto the girl's face. It was truly disgusting. With a bang, the door opened. Doctors and police arrived. Second Uncle tried to argue, but was still handcuffed. The girl never expected young Master Fu to be so efficient. Finally, the hospital was peaceful again. The police called the girl and Xiao Xiao to make statements, but someone called out to her from behind. Turning around, she saw young Master Fu looking furious. He grabbed the girl and started leaving, not even bothering with the statement. The girl wanted to finish the statement first, but seeing the man's frightening eyes, she dared not resist. The man roughly threw her against the car. This is the second time. Don't you understand? Please think things through before acting next time. The girl didn't know what he meant and just kept apologizing, promising to be careful next time. Seeing that she didn't understand his words, he decided to make her fully understand. The man used the simplest method to explain, directly stealing the food from her mouth no matter what. No matter how the girl refused or pushed away. The man wore a terrifying expression, as if he wanted to devour her right away. Looking at the man before her, he wasn't the Fu Jingxian she knew. The domineering CEO wanted to play with the girl outside the car, without any discussion, not caring if anyone was around. Just because the girl acted rashly on her own, she almost got violated by that scum. To teach her a lesson, the man angrily pressed her against the car. The next second, he grabbed her leg and was about to lift her skirt. The girl was clearly frightened by the man's behavior. This was outside. People would see. The man ignored her feelings and grabbed both her wrists with one hand. The girl felt very uncomfortable from his actions. She screamed in pain. Now you're afraid of people seeing? Why weren't you afraid earlier? Or do you like being treated that way by others? The man pressed tightly against the girl, preventing her from moving. You want me to let you go now? Would others let you go? You must pay for your actions. The girl broke down crying, afraid she would be done for today. The man saw the scratch marks on her neck, then looked up at her face and saw her before him, looking so pitiful. Unexpectedly, this sight pierced the man's heart with pain. He hated himself for almost doing the same thing as that scum. Then he wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes. He immediately apologized to her, telling her to never be so impulsive again and to seek his help first. The girl clearly felt the man's body trembling. She had never seen him like this before. The girl hugged him tightly and apologized too, promising not to worry him again. Unexpectedly, she sneezed the next moment. The girl had been made to cry by the man outside the car, all because she took it upon herself to be a good person. If the man hadn't appeared in time, the consequences would have been unthinkable. To teach her a lesson, the man gave her a stern lecture. Under his intense scolding, the girl admitted her mistake. Only then did they reconcile. To help Xiao Xiao's father recover soon, the girl asked for the man's help. Seeing how sincere she was, the man decided to arrange for Xiao Xiao's father to be treated at his company's hospital. He would also arrange for bodyguards. Seeing how kind the man was, the girl was overjoyed. She looked so cute when happy. The man rewarded her with a kiss on her forehead. Soon they arrived at the hospital. The man ordered his subordinates to protect Xiao Xiao's father well. The girl said with relief that now Xiao Xiao's family would be safe. With Xiao Xiao's family matters resolved, the man brought up what she should wear to meet his father tomorrow. If he hadn't mentioned it, she would have almost forgotten about it. Without another word, the man took her directly to the mall. Sitting in the car, the girl was very worried about what clothes to buy and what if Uncle Fu didn't like them. After all, Uncle Fu was one of the top figures in the business world. But the man told her not to overthink it. His father would definitely approve. They soon arrived at a high-end clothing store. Surprisingly, the clothes she tried on cost hundreds of thousands. Although the sales lady said she had a good figure and looked great in them, it was still too expensive. The girl could only make an excuse that she didn't like the color. The man was reading nearby. He suddenly raised his finger. Unexpectedly, the sales lady immediately mentioned a discount. The girl had never seen luxury stores offering discounts before. Since it was on sale, after much consideration, she decided to buy it after all, as it was her first time meeting Uncle Fu. Then she went to the changing room to change and have it packed. While she was changing, the sales lady asked the man if he was satisfied with her performance. The man expressed his satisfaction. Then he took out his black card to pay. The sales lady praised him for being caring towards his girlfriend. But the man corrected her, saying fiancé. This almost scared the sales lady to death. When the girl came out after changing, she saw them chatting so happily and felt an uncomfortable feeling in her heart. The girl changed in the fitting room and prepared to pay, but she found the boss chatting and laughing with the shop assistant. The girl instantly became jealous, feeling something indescribable in her heart. In anger, she rushed between them to interrupt and pay. But the man put his arm around her shoulder and said he had already paid. The man directly pulled her out of the mall. The girl hesitantly glanced at the man. She couldn't help but ask what he was chatting about with the shop assistant. The man thought she had overheard his conversation with the shop assistant. Had he been found out? Seeing his reaction, the girl felt even more conflicted. She pouted and looked away, saying, "Chat with whoever you like, just pretend I didn't ask." Hearing her words, the man seemed to understand something. Indeed, she was jealous. The man caught her right there. He happily pinched her cheeks, asking why her little head was always thinking such things. But the girl wouldn't let it go. Putting aside her pride, she pretended to be angry and walked ahead, muttering, "Go be with whoever you want." The man didn't miss his chance and grabbed her hand. Then he pulled her into his arms, saying he was just thanking the assistant for helping pick out such beautiful clothes for her. "Silly girl, I told you I'll never betray you." Then, the man wanted to kiss her. The girl shyly dodged and ran forward in small steps. They soon passed by an amusement park. A family of 3 walked by, with their little girl skipping along, deeply loved by her parents. This made the girl envious, thinking how blessed children with loving parents are. Recalling how she was bullied by Gao Suya since childhood, having to clean the living room herself, getting scolded if she didn't do it well enough. When TV showed new exciting attractions at the amusement park, she could only watch as Gao Suya took her brother there. If she said she wanted to go, Gao Suya would scold her. Both sister and brother wanted to go to the amusement park, but the stepmother made the sister stay home to do chores, only taking the brother. Moreover, the stepmother lied to father, saying the sister didn't like going. The girl could only watch as her father and stepmother took her half-brother to the amusement park, watching the whole family, only doting on her brother, holding balloons that caught her eye. At that moment, there was nothing but envy in her eyes. Unexpectedly, the boss broke her reminiscence. Holding a balloon, he invited her to the amusement park. The girl hadn't recovered, wondering when he bought the balloon. She was pulled along by the man. The girl stared blankly at the man before her. His gentleness seemed effortless. She felt all her worries disappear when she was with him. Now she had her own special balloon too. They rode the pirate ship, then went on the carousel, then the roller coaster. Finally, they shared sweet moments at the bubble tea shop. After all these activities, the girl collapsed exhausted on a roadside bench. Then she suddenly noticed the long-dreamed-of Ferris wheel before her. They say if you kiss your loved one at the top of the Ferris wheel, you'll stay together forever. The man seemed to have overheard what the girl said. He directly reached out his hand, inviting her to ride the Ferris wheel. The girl shyly turned her head and said, "That's just a fairy tale. It must be fake." The next second, the man grabbed her hand, then held her close and said, "How would we know it's fake if we don't try?" They say kissing your loved one at the top of the Ferris wheel means staying together forever. The boss wanted to take the girl there without hesitation to show his sincerity. Though the girl wanted it in her heart, she acted shy and said it was just a fairy tale. The man pulled her into his arms, saying, "How would we know if we don't try?" After a moment, they arrived at the Ferris wheel. The girl was too embarrassed to sit next to the man, insisting on sitting opposite. The girl looked out the window. They were almost at the top. Unexpectedly, fireworks suddenly started outside, perfectly timed. The girl excitedly stood up and went to the window. Due to her large movements in the Ferris wheel, she couldn't keep her balance and almost fell. The man steadily caught her, whispering, "Silly girl, you're like a child." Hearing him call her silly, she immediately became upset, saying she was just riding a Ferris wheel for the first time. The man didn't waste the chance and directly kissed her. At that moment, they reached the top of the Ferris wheel, with fireworks bursting behind them. The girl's heart skipped a beat. At this moment, she felt very happy. After a while, the man caressed her face and gently said, "Whether it's true or false, all your firsts will be mine and can only be mine." Firsts? The girl eagerly asked which aspects he meant. The man didn't answer, just moved closer and said every aspect. The girl helplessly endured his teasing in the Ferris wheel. After they were tired from playing, they drove back. The girl fell asleep in the car, clearly exhausted from playing. The man's hand somehow ended up on her face. In her drowsy state, she suddenly sucked on one of his fingers, mumbling, "Mama, I'm hungry." This completely stunned the man. This action made his whole body tremble. The girl and the boss played on the Ferris wheel. After a while, the girl became tired. She lay directly in the man's arms. At this time, the man's hand somehow ended up near her mouth. Unexpectedly, the girl directly bit one of his fingers. The man could only cover his face in embarrassment, though he was actually overjoyed inside. After a while, they arrived home. The girl drowsily opened her eyes. The girl wondered where the driver went, and the man said it was too late, so he let the driver go home. Seeing how late it was, the girl said she should go home too, but the man said he had forgotten something. The girl looked at the man with a drowsy expression. Unexpectedly, she gave him a kiss, then proudly tried to leave. But the man was stirred by her action. After doing something naughty, she tried to run away. The man immediately grabbed the girl, pulling her into his arms uncontrollably, intending to wake her up. He then buried his face in her neck. The girl cried out in pain repeatedly. As it turned out, the man had left a bite mark on her neck. The man held his finger in front of the girl's eyes. Only then did she notice she had left a bite mark on his finger. The girl explained she had dreamed of a fairy tale world with lots of cakes and couldn't remember what happened after. The man teasingly replied from behind her, saying that what followed was the adult world, which comes with responsibilities. Then he bit her ear. Though it hurt a bit, the girl felt somewhat awakened by the sensation. The next second, she suddenly cried out. Just because she nibbled the boss's finger, the boss pulled her into the car to teach her a lesson. The man bit her ear from behind. He was satisfied seeing her reaction. Then he slowly explored downward along her hair. The girl sensed trouble and said she hadn't met Uncle Fu yet. This wasn't right. Hearing this, the man took it to mean that it would be okay after meeting his father. Before she could react, he stole a kiss. Their expressions said it all. After a while, the girl shyly turned away, saying it was late and she needed to go home. Then she hurriedly got out of the car and ran home. After she left, the man sat alone savoring what had just happened. When the girl got home and opened the door, she saw Gao Suya and Lin Yin in the hall watching her. Gao Suya made excuses, saying Lin Yin had been waiting for her for a long time. But the girl saw through their scheme. These two were definitely having an affair. Then she stirred up trouble by saying Lin Yin's girlfriend had often targeted her at school. Hearing about Lin Yin having a girlfriend, Gao Suya looked at him questioningly. Lin Yin claimed they were just obsessed fans. Gao Suya had thought she was Lin Yan's only one. The girl took this chance to create conflict between them. She added that them being alone together so late would cause gossip. Hearing her words, Gao Suya's guilt was clearly visible. The girl gave Gao Suya a strange smile, telling her not to be nervous. She just didn't want misunderstandings. Then she took the chance to slip away to her room and close the door. She must find a chance to tell her father about Gao Suya's affair. After the girl returned home, she discovered her stepmother and Lin Yin having an affair. Seeing her, they guiltily made excuses, saying they were waiting for her return. The girl's reaction made Gao Suya more afraid. She told them to be careful to avoid gossip. The girl found a chance to return to her room. She must tell her father about Gao Suya's affair. The next day, the girl went to meet Uncle Fu as planned. Mrs. Fu called out to her from afar when she saw her. She immediately changed her words, saying father-in-law would be very happy to see her at the airport. Then she grabbed both the girls and the man's hands, telling them to act intimate. Soon after, Uncle Fu emerged handsomely from the airport. Unexpectedly, his wife rushed into his arms and acted coquettishly right there. Despite Uncle Fu's cold exterior, he called his wife baby. The girl felt like she was going to be sick watching this. The wife's coquettish skills were quite impressive. She made Uncle Fu take her hand and squeeze it right there. The two young ones could only watch as spectators. After recovering from the shock, the girl greeted Uncle Fu. Unexpectedly, Uncle Fu stared at her menacingly, saying, "So you're Yin Cece." His gaze almost scared her to death. But the next moment, there was a plot twist. Uncle Fu hugged his wife and said Yin Cece wasn't as pretty as his baby. The father and son then started arguing, each claiming their own partner was the prettiest. To ease the awkwardness, the wife called the girl to ignore them and go eat first. Uncle Fu immediately objected, saying they hadn't seen each other for so long and should have some private time. But his wife warned him that Cece was the priority now. If Cece couldn't become a wealthy daughter-in-law, he wouldn't be allowed to touch her anymore. Uncle Fu changed his attitude instantly and asked Cece what she wanted to eat. For someone in their 40s, they were still acting like young lovers. Then the father and son started competing again, each claiming their wife was more beautiful. To ease the awkwardness, the wife changed the subject to getting food. Soon the four arrived at an upscale restaurant. The old man said his wife often mentioned Cece, so it was good to finally meet her. He kept looking at Cece, saying she seemed quite nice. Unexpectedly, the wife jumped in, suggesting they all travel abroad together since it was their anniversary. The girl was so shocked she spat out her food. Father Chun-Yi said they shouldn't interfere with his parents' plans. Hearing this, the wife immediately acted cute with her husband, saying their son had grown up and didn't need them anymore. The old man then sweet-talked his wife, making her feel much better. They showed their affection in front of the young couple. Young Master Fu wouldn't be outdone. He picked up his bowl to feed the girl. Seeing this, Fu Jing called this brat out for flaunting his romance, his face darkening. Despite all the bickering, the girl really liked this kind of family. It seemed like the family she had always wanted. After the four finished dinner, it was getting late. The old couple, probably having waited long enough, said they'd head back first after picking them up, letting Cece and young Master Fu spend more time together. Then they quickly drove away. After the parents left, the man kissed the girl's forehead, saying he had already planned a week-long trip to Japan and they would leave tomorrow. After all, now that they'd met the parents, she was officially his fiancée. Fiancé? This was so sudden. The girl was completely shocked. She'd never seen father and son showing off their romance to each other. The mother acting cute in father's arms. The son publicly feeding his girlfriend. After they finally finished dinner, the old couple rushed home to catch up and strengthen their relationship, not even leaving the car for their son and daughter-in-law. The father, with his competitive nature, refused to lose, planning to take the girl to Japan tomorrow for a romantic trip. That evening, wrapped in her blanket, the girl shyly called Xiao Xiao, telling her she would be going to Japan with young Master Fu tomorrow. Unexpectedly, Xiao Xiao turned out to be quite experienced, picking out a Yamada dress for Cece to make young Master Fu excited. This made Cece too embarrassed to speak, her face instantly turning red. After hearing Xiao Xiao's words, Cece didn't know how to face young Master Fu for the next week. The next day arrived, and the two boarded their flight to Japan. Shortly after sitting down, the girl started yawning. Seeing this, the man asked if she hadn't slept well last night. The girl certainly couldn't tell him about her conversation with Xiao Xiao. The man didn't press further and pulled her to rest on his shoulder. Leaning on his shoulder, she could clearly hear his heartbeat. With this rhythm, she quickly fell asleep in his arms. The man looked at her lovingly, examining her from head to toe. Unexpectedly, he noticed her monthly visitor had arrived. The girl had fallen asleep in the CEO's embrace. Her monthly visitor was accidentally discovered by the man. The man couldn't help but swallow when he saw it. Though he wanted to look more, he thought about how they'd be together for the next week, so this small matter wasn't important. He'd make sure to seize the opportunity later. They soon arrived in Japan. After several hours on the plane, they were ready for a hearty meal. The man picked up a piece of meat and fed it to the girl. The girl's expression showed pure happiness after eating it, clearly enjoying the food. The next moment, she was distracted by sounds from nearby. Indescribable sounds came from the next room. These Japanese people were quite open. They both seemed to hear those irresistible sounds, sitting awkwardly in place. They quietly listened to the continuous activity next door. The girl awkwardly glanced at the man, only to find him stealing glances at her too. The girl was so embarrassed her toes could dig out a 3-room apartment. She hurriedly escaped, making an excuse to find the waiter for dessert, but accidentally bumped the table, splashing tea all over the man. The girl froze in shock when she saw her mistake. She hurriedly grabbed a towel to dry him off, while the exercise sounds from next door continued. Somehow the wiping made things more awkward. The girl's face was hot enough to cook instant noodles. The atmosphere grew intimate with the background sounds. The man pushed the girl against the table, looking at her passionately. The girl showed no sign of wanting to refuse his advance. The girl and the CEO came to Cherry Blossom Valley for vacation. Exercise sounds came from the next room. It instantly made both of them awkward. Just as the girl tried to ease the awkwardness, she accidentally spilled the tea on the table, splashing it all over the man. The girl hurriedly tried to dry him off, but it only got more awkward. The sounds from next door kept surrounding them. The atmosphere gradually became intimate. The man couldn't hold back anymore and pushed the girl against the table. Whispering in the girl's ear, he said, "I told you after meeting my father, but the girl shyly said she wasn't ready yet. How much longer do we need to wait? Their lips were almost touching. The man showed an eager expression, looking at this passionate man before her. The girl seemed quite moved. Then her body started trembling uncontrollably. The girl whispered that she was scared. Seeing the girl like this, the man seemed hesitant to continue. Tonight was just supposed to be a kiss. Why wasn't he following the script? The girl stared at him like a wooden chicken. Before she could respond, the man suddenly kissed her, recklessly stealing the food from her mouth. Not wanting to miss a single crumb, it was completely airtight. Finally, like releasing tension, they ended their tussle. It was just a simple kiss, but it made the girl's whole body go weak. Indeed, men's words are deceptive. The CEO changed his mind the next second, directly pulling at the girl's clothes, making her whole body tingle. The next moment, things escalated and more exciting scenes unfolded. The CEO said he only wanted a kiss from the girl, but his hands weren't behaving, pulling at her clothes, looking like he wanted to devour her. This couldn't possibly excite her. The man's face was almost touching her sensitive areas. Next second, with a thud, he laid her down on the dining table. With a spirited expression, he said he wanted to kiss everything. The girl looked at him with confusion and anticipation. Without many words, the man told her to relax and not be nervous. Then he frantically disciplined her. Wait, does this count as kissing? The girl screamed as if stimulated. At this moment, silence spoke volumes. Those who understand, understand. Those who don't should reflect. The girl seemed unwilling, but inside she was delighted. The man proudly lifted his head to look at the girl. With food still at the corner of his mouth, he told her, "That's better. You don't even know how sensitive you are." The girl shyly replied it was only because it was food Jinxin. No other man could possibly do this. Hearing this, the man became more excited. So it's because of me? Just because it's me you're like this? Then he continued educating her, more focused than before. The girl clearly felt something was different. Fu Jingxin's body temperature was notably hotter than before. If this continues, today would see peach blossoms bloom. Unexpectedly, they were interrupted by the waiter's arrival. The CEO pounced on the girl without warning, making the girl completely fall for him. Today, whether brother or sister, none could escape his grasp. The girl's expression changed completely from the man's actions. What happened to just kissing? The man looked proudly at the girl, food residue still at his mouth's corner. Then he continued sharing food with the girl. She clearly felt the man's strength, his body temperature stronger than before. She could only submit to his will. After all, she couldn't be too obvious about it. She could only pretend to be unwilling. The next second, their interaction was interrupted by the waiter. A series of knocks startled them both. They tidied up the scene at godlike speed. The waiter didn't notice anything unusual. After the waiter left, they finally breathed a sigh of relief. Then they shyly looked at each other, their eyes saying everything. Neither wanted to acknowledge what they had just done. The girl changed the subject, saying she would take a bath. She heard there was a hot spring here. The man mentioned it was mixed bathing for men and women. Mixed bathing, just hearing it was exciting. The girl instantly imagined the scene. Could it be that she would be naked with Fu Jingxin? A moment later, she came to her senses. Never mind, why was she having such thoughts? While the girl was bathing, the man booked a hot spring room. Then he let her go first. The girl went to the hot spring room alone. She played in the water by herself, feeling the hot spring relieved much of her fatigue. Looking up, she could see many stars. It was absolutely beautiful. The girl wanted to immerse herself in the hot spring under this beautiful scenery, trying to submerge her entire body. But the moment she submerged, countless images floated through her mind. She recalled what had happened with the man earlier. Each scene made her whole body tingle. She could still feel it even now. Come to think of it, although it was unfamiliar, the girl didn't dislike it. That feeling was actually quite intoxicating. Unexpectedly, the next moment, the man appeared beside her out of nowhere. The girl was just enjoying the hot spring, yet she kept thinking about what happened with the CEO earlier. Her body still had that tingling sensation, but she seemed to like that feeling, didn't find it unpleasant. Lost in these thoughts, she fell asleep in the hot spring. When she woke up, the man had somehow appeared beside her. If he had come any later, the consequences would have been unthinkable. The girl explained that the hot spring was so comfortable, she fell asleep without realizing it. That being the case, the man immediately took off his shirt. To prevent the girl from falling asleep again, he had to join her in the hot spring. On the surface, it was for safety, but who knows what he was really thinking. Unexpectedly, he just kept staring at the girl, not moving at all. The girl was curious. "Young Master Fu, are you just going to stare at me like this all day?" And somehow the temperature seemed higher, especially with him staring like that. Young Master Fu's charm was indeed powerful. Just staring at the girl made her feel shy, her heart racing. If this continued, she'd be cooked. The girl took the chance to escape. After the girl left, the man was lost in his own thoughts. The steam was filled with the girl's fragrance. How could anyone handle this? The girl was so alluring even in just a towel. He shouldn't have brought her here. Everything was irresistible. The CEO suddenly took off his shirt in front of the girl, just to prevent her from having an accident alone in the hot spring. Seeing his physique made the girl blush. To avoid him noticing her reaction, she hurriedly fled the scene the next second. The girl returned to her room to rest. Thinking back, this was just the first day, and so much had happened. What would happen in the coming days? While she was still worrying about the days ahead, a server brought her a gift, explaining that today was their chairman's birthday, and all customers at the hotel would receive a gift. Surprisingly, the gift box had an additional seal. Could the chairman be Fu Jingchen? The girl had just spent her first day with the CEO in the cherry blossom country, and so many embarrassing things had happened. She didn't know what to do about the coming days. She learned from the server that their chairman was Fu Jingchen, and today was his birthday. Thinking back on today's events, was she really here for revenge after her rebirth? Since meeting Fu Jingchen, revenge seemed less important. This time was completely different. She had been constantly pampered by Fu Jingchen. He was just on the other side of the wall. Did she deserve to bring him happiness? What did Fu Jingchen really like? What did he want most? Could it really be just herself? But all she could give him was, unexpectedly, she accidentally pushed open the door the next second. The scene before them stunned both people. The girl had just accidentally pushed open the door. She ended up seeing the CEO completely exposed. Today was the CEO's birthday. The girl had just learned this from the server, but she didn't know what he needed, though it seemed he only needed her. While she was lost in thought, she accidentally pushed open the opposite door. The man was about to change clothes when the girl nervously opened his door. The girl's eyes were sharp, and she immediately saw the man's private parts. She closed the door the next second, frantically shouting, "It's over, it's over." What'd she just seen? How did this door even open? Trying to run after seeing everything, the man opened the door the next second. The man cornered her, saying, "Opening my doors so late. Did you miss me?" The girl was curious. Shouldn't this door be locked? Why was it connected? The man gave her no chance, directly telling her that opening this door meant they were now sharing a room. The girl looked bewildered, as if trapped by the man's scheme, and tried to escape. But he caught her, saying, "You'll have to take responsibility for seeing me naked." The next second, he stole the food from her mouth, but the girl felt his kiss was very gentle. The man seemed to be gradually melting the ice in the girl's heart, carefully holding her softest part in his hands, making the girl unable to resist becoming attached to this feeling, even wanting more. The girl accidentally opened the door and saw the man's private parts. She had to take responsibility for looking. The man immediately came to find her, to make her take responsibility. The man didn't hesitate to teach the girl a lesson, frantically stealing the food from her mouth. The girl cooperated unusually well, even enjoying how the man treated her. This made her unable to resist falling deeper, holding the man tighter. The man teasingly whispered in the girl's ear, "Aren't you going to push me away?" The girl told the man that since it was his birthday, he could do whatever he wanted. "Birthday? How did you know about my birthday?" Before the girl could finish, the man seemed to understand. "Must be that old man's doing. I'm grown up now, but he still treats me like a child." The girl gently caressed the man's face, saying this was parental love, and he should be happy about it. "Uncle Fu really loves you. If it were me, I would also give you birthday gifts. Today, I can fulfill whatever you want." The man seemed stunned by her words. "Anything you want," the girl replied, and the man said, "Although I don't know how to express love, but I just want you to be happy, that's enough." The man's heart started beating faster. "Then you better be prepared. I can't guarantee I'll control myself. To always be gentle with you." Today was the CEO's birthday. To make him happy, the girl was willing to let him do anything. Hearing this request, the man's heart raced faster. He reminded the girl to be prepared, as he might not be able to control himself. The CEO couldn't wait anymore. He frantically kissed her while his left hand mischievously pulled at her clothes. Before the girl could react, things intensified quickly. Her expression showed she was in pain. The man wanted more excitement, wanting to get closer. Even if it wasn't his birthday, the girl didn't want to refuse. The man said he could do whatever he wanted. Hearing this, the man instantly felt energized, ready to push his limits. The next second, the girl showed a shocked expression. She had never experienced this feeling before. It felt so strange. The man's intense dominance seemed to consume all reason, unable to control himself. They seemed to release a year's worth of energy. They were evenly matched, neither willing to give up. The girl tried to surrender, but the man wouldn't give up, trying even harder. Only after the girl completely gave up did their interaction end. Finally, they made peace. The CEO and the girl were competing, neither willing to lose. The man would advance once. The girl would defend once. Even though her expression showed discomfort, she persisted until the end. Finally, the girl collapsed from exhaustion. After all, friendship comes first, competition second. They finally made peace. After getting tired, they rested together on the bed. The girl had fallen asleep from exhaustion, while the man seemed very satisfied. He proudly stared at the girl. Moments later, the girl hazily opened her eyes, instinctively rubbing her eyes. She found the man in front of her and recalled last night's events. She had been so bold. It was so embarrassing. She covered her face and turned away. This made the man laugh. He embraced her, saying, "Now you're shy? You were so bold last night." The girl defended herself. "That doesn't count. It was your birthday. I was..." Before finishing her sentence, she realized her body was weak, especially her waist. She was about to collapse uncontrollably. The man caught her the next second. They gazed at each other lovingly again. The man teased, "Lie still. Your waist can't handle it now." Then leaning close to her face, he said, "I told you to be prepared, to be ready." The man also said, "That was your first time seeing that side of me, right?" The next moment he continued kissing her, leaving her immobile. Early in the morning, the girl was left breathless by the man. She used all her strength to break free. Unexpectedly, the man slipped under the covers. The CEO crawling into her blanket early in the morning left her flustered. The man watched her intently from under the covers. The next second, he unreasonably kissed her again. The girl hadn't brushed her teeth yet that morning and could only catch her breath. Her expression made it obvious. Just taking a breath. The man had been mischievous under the covers for so long. Thinking back to the man in the hot spring yesterday, he was still so gentle. He wanted the girl to call him brother, showing an innocent smile. Actually, his mind was full of naughty thoughts, with 800 schemes between his two eyes. The next evening, they went out wearing Japanese clothing. The man saw a music box the girl liked and took her hand to buy it. Unexpectedly, the girl pulled her hand back. After noticing this, they awkwardly looked at each other. The girl made an excuse about wanting to look elsewhere, then hurriedly walked ahead, because after last night's events, the girl's body had become unusually sensitive. Whenever she got close to the man, she felt uncomfortable everywhere. After they got tired of shopping, they returned to the inn. The girl rushed to her room, reminding the man to rest in his room as it was getting late, then quickly closed the door, leaving him outside. The next moment, she lay in bed lost in thought. The girl didn't want to make things so awkward, but thinking about last night's scenes was too vivid. How could she face Fu Jingchen now? It was so embarrassing. What the girl didn't know was that the man had secretly bought the music box for her. But looking at the music box in his hand, he had no chance to give it to her. Was it because he was too hasty last night? But he looked so cute last night. Couldn't help but have several more intimate moments. The girl, because of last night's unspeakable secret with the man, was too shy even to hold hands the next evening, afraid that getting close to him would cause strange reactions in her. Barely explored the street before quickly returning to her room to overthink. In his room, the man blamed himself for being too hasty last night, having several more intimate moments. The next second, the girl's phone rang. It was her father calling. Her father told her that his brother Xingyao had gone missing in Japan. He was supposedly visiting a friend, but had been unreachable lately. Since they were both in Japan, he wanted her to track Xingyao's location. After tracking the location, the girl found that Xingyao wasn't far from where she was, so she decided to check it out. Without telling Fu Chun, she went to the location alone. One moment it was bustling with traffic. The next she found herself in a rundown street. As she wondered why Xingyao would come to such a place, two hands suddenly reached from behind and covered her mouth. Oh no, it's chloroform. Fu Jinchun was the last person she thought of before losing consciousness. When she hazily woke up, she found herself tied up with rope. Looking up, she saw her brother Yin Xingyao, also tied up in front of her. But Yin Xingyao showed no remorse, instead looking at her with disdain while mocking them. The girl unhesitatingly kicked Yin Xingyao. I was having a good time. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't be in this mess. How dare you give me attitude? The two started arguing right there, without any hesitation. After calming down, the girl realized their priority should be finding a way to escape. She hadn't expected the bald guy to be after both money and women. He leered at the girl with a lecherous expression. The girl was searching for her half-brother in Japan, but ended up being taken hostage together. As the bald man put a knife to her throat, preparing to make his move, the girl saw an opportunity. She kicked the bald man in his private parts, resulting in a faint groan of pain. Yin Xingyao, watching from the side, instinctively crossed his legs. Just as they were about to escape, the bald man had somehow gotten up and swung his club at Yin Xingyao. The next second there was a thud. The girl had rushed to save Yin Xingyao in time. He stood frozen, unable to understand why Say would save him. The girl shouted, "You think anyone wants to deal with a stupid brother like you?" Yin Xingyao's heart inexplicably started racing, as if experiencing an epiphany. While they were still arguing, the bald man's gang arrived. They were eventually caught by the criminal gang. The girl was drugged unconscious again. When she woke up again, she found the lights above particularly harsh. Before her sat a sleazy man wearing sunglasses with a full beard, watching her. From him, the girl learned that Yin Xian owed their casino a lot of money. The sister will pay for the brother's debt today. They wanted the girl to shoot some free films to clear her brother's debt. The bald man took the opportunity for revenge, ripping her clothes. The sleazy man added fuel to the fire. This figure will definitely earn a lot. The sister will pay for what the brother owes today. The bald man tore the girl's clothes with one pull. Perfect chance to get revenge for his private parts too. The sleazy man cheered from the side, encouraging the bald man to put more effort. At this moment, many memories flashed through the girl's mind. Her past life experiences, the romantic moment with her father on the Ferris wheel. She felt deeply sorry for her recent behavior. Her mind could only think of one person. Now being forced by others, she realized how vulnerable she was. The next second, there was a bang. The room was instantly filled with thick smoke. Someone had released smoke bombs. Fu Jinchun emerged from the smoke, holding a dart. "Hand over my woman now." This scene unfolded before their eyes. Young Master Fu couldn't tolerate anyone touching Say, his anger exploding. Seeing young Master Fu arrive, tears welled up in the girl's eyes. "How dare you touch my woman?" Young Master Fu fired several shots at the bald man without hesitation. Seeing their second brother fall, the subordinates prepared to deal with Fu Jinchun. But their boss had already been taken hostage by Fu Jinchun. "Anyone who dares come closer, I'll finish him." The subordinates immediately stopped in their tracks. To avoid alarming young Master Fu, Yulinen tried every way to get on Fu Jinchun's good side. He explained that the girl's brother owed them a lot of money, and they needed to shoot some films to recover the capital. This seemed like a delaying tactic, but Fu Jinchun wanted to use this opportunity. Fu Jinchun offered to help clear the brother's debt, but the sleazy man said the rules couldn't be changed so easily. The contract was already set, and money couldn't solve this. Moreover, he wanted to see young Master Fu's reaction when his beloved woman performed in public. Fu Jinchun seemed stumped, standing silently for a moment. "If that's the case, I'll be the male actor." The CEO, to rescue the girl himself, voluntarily became the male actor. This shocked everyone present. He was young Master Fu after all. Louis Nan didn't hesitate, ordering his subordinates to prepare the lighting and cameras immediately. Once ready, the man and woman began acting. They gazed at each other lovingly under the covers. The man whispered in the girl's ear, "Don't worry, I'm just pretending for them. Once help arrives, everything will be fine." The man's actions made the girl's body tremble. This was completely different. Even though it was pretend, she felt her body tingling, completely unable to bear it. She couldn't control herself. Moreover, with so many people watching, it was mortifying. The man saw the girl's troubled expression. Thinking she really didn't want his touch, he kissed her forehead to comfort her. The man apologized to the girl. "Sorry for frightening you last night. You must hate being touched by me now. You left just a note this morning and left." But the girl explained, "I don't hate you. I'm the one who became too strange. Like being possessed, I couldn't control myself. That was too weird. It feels so embarrassing. The girl's words made the man blush, looking at her lovingly. Kissing her forehead again, he said, "Silly girl. I'm the same way." That was just an expression of being lost in passion. "I'm sorry for making you feel confused. Please forgive me." Hearing the man's words, the girl's heart softened and she almost cried. The man asked which parts of her body those people had touched. Was it here or here? The man kept kissing the girl's hands, then mischievously moved under the covers. The girl screamed in surprise. The man tied the girl up with rope and continued performing more passionately under the covers. The onlookers became embarrassed watching. Yin Xingyao also watched with burning passion. Just as things were getting intense, suddenly there was a boom as the wall was blown open. The CEO and the girl were acting under the covers in public, just to buy time waiting for backup. This scene made Yin Xingyao feel uncomfortable, just as everyone was immersed in their performance. Bang! The wall was blown open. The criminal gang tried to escape, but they were arrested on the spot by police who arrived just in time. The CEO ordered the police to clean up all the recorded content afterward. He didn't want others to see his wife's appearance just now. The girl listened, wondering how she became his wife. The man held her tight and said, "Haven't you been my wife since last night?" The police brought Yin Xingyao before them. The girl said he was her brother. Then, grabbing Yin Xingyao's arm, she said, "To avoid worrying Dad, I'll keep watching you from now on to prevent trouble." Yin Xingyao remembered the girl's appearance from earlier. His face turned red, and he shyly shook off the girl's hand. "Who asked you to care?" The CEO saw this scene from behind. His expression changed in the next moment. After they returned home, the girl was pushed onto the bed by the man. Then he began a wild feast. After the feast ended, the man said the inspection wasn't over. The confused girl had her clothes removed by the man. The next second, the man pressed her on the bed saying, "I told you I need to inspect everywhere they touched." Just returned home, the CEO eagerly conducted a routine inspection of the girl. "I need to check everywhere those bastards touched. There's one place I haven't checked yet, and only I can check it." The girl wondered where he meant. The man whispered in her ear softly, "It's..." The girl was stunned after hearing it, but before she could resist, the man was ready to perform. The girl was clearly attracted by the man's hot lips. The man used the excuse of teaching her a lesson, saying this was the only way she'd remember. Then the next second, they began their exchange. The girl could only lie helplessly on the bed. Their exchange made the whole room very lively. Working out late at night, it was enviable. After their exchange, meanwhile, the father also learned about Yin Xian's rescue and told Yin Xian to thank his sister. Meanwhile, Gao Suya took the opportunity to act nice behind the scenes, showing concern for Yin Cece. Yin Hamlin knew Gao Suya was being fake and became alert immediately. Gao Suya also noticed Yin Hamlin was guarding against her. It seemed she needed to quickly find a way to deal with him. This time, she had managed to put on quite a show with Xingyao's father. After Yin Xingyao hung up with his father, he found the sleazy man behind him. He wondered why he wasn't arrested by the police. Why was he here? The man said this was his territory, and it wouldn't be so easy to arrest him. He also claimed to be Yin Xingyao's biological father. This kidnapping was planned by him and his mother Gao Suya. Yin Xingyao's biological father turned out to be the sleazy man who kidnapped him. From the sleazy man's words, he learned that the kidnapping was planned by him and Gao Suya together. He was Yin Xingyao's real father. And Yin Xingyao's expression, when looking at Cece earlier, seemed very strange. That perverted look was exactly like his own. Yin Xingyao couldn't believe the truth before him. He turned and ran away quickly. As he ran, he recalled the past. He had treated Yin Cece like a servant since childhood, but just now she risked everything to save him, and her shy expression under the covers earlier. It was all Yin Cece's fault for making those sounds and showing those expressions that made his heart race. Fast forward to the next day, the CEO and the girl went to see Japan's famous red clouds. But strangely, Yin Xingyao followed them, because Cece said to let him come along to keep him out of trouble. Yin Xingyao said he wouldn't have come if he wasn't worried about the escaped sleazy man causing trouble for her. Hearing their conversation, the CEO's eyes filled with killing intent. Then he assigned 3 bodyguards to watch Yin Xingyao 24 hours a day. Now no one would disturb them watching the red leaves together. The girl wondered why there was no one around. It turned out the man had reserved the entire place. Even with great wealth, there should be limits. Before the girl could finish speaking, her waist gave out. She was about to fall uncontrollably. The man caught her just in time. They became intimate in the red leaf forest. To avoid hurting her waist, the man carried her through the red leaf forest. Then he put her down on the bridge, and the beautiful scenery came into view. The man took out his phone and took a selfie. Moreover, he wanted the girl to set his phone number as her emergency contact. The girl was touched by his actions. The next second she hugged him, expressing her gratitude. The atmosphere gradually became intimate. The CEO took the girl to see Japan's red leaf forest. To show her gratitude, the girl threw herself into his arms. Against the beautiful backdrop, their intimacy reached its peak. The man pressed the girl against a tree. The entire red leaf forest was reserved. No one would see them. The girl tried to act reserved, but was knocked down by the man. The man told her if she wanted to show gratitude, do it in his favorite way. The man's familiar lustful gaze appeared again. The girl knew if this continued, she would become helpless again. With no choice, she could only act cute to make the man spare her. Given the special circumstances today, the man let the girl off. He asked for a kiss as compensation. Then they continued their tour. A temple appeared before them. An abbot stood at the entrance, suggesting they draw fortune lots. The girl felt very awkward being carried by the man. The CEO noticed something was wrong. Someone had been following them. They had to let the girl draw lots first while he pretended to go to the bathroom. Unexpectedly, their follower was the sleazy man. He wanted to blackmail the man for $100 million. If he didn't agree, he'd release the video of him and the girl. With a bang, the man kicked the sleazy man under a tree. I haven't settled scores with you yet, and you dare show up. You dare threaten me with my wife? Are you ready to go to hell? The sleazy man still laughed. Kill me if you want. I have backups. My men will release the video immediately. The man smirked. Are you sure? The next second, the sleazy man's phone rang. His men said their hideout was raided by police and all videos were deleted. Then police appeared all around. Lou Ninen was officially arrested. The man told him, I knew you'd have a backup plan, so I worked with the police. We let you go to find your hideout. You fell for it too easily. Remember, if you ever threaten my wife again, I'll make you wish you were dead. The CEO was blackmailed by the sleazy man for money, threatening to release his video with the girl. But the CEO was still more powerful. The sleazy man was not only subdued by the CEO, he would also be arrested for rehabilitation. The man returned to the girl's side, acting as if nothing happened. Outside, they heard the abbot say her first half of life's marriage troubles were over, and her latter half would be colorful and prosperous. The man embraced the girl from behind, agreeing with the abbot's words. After checking their fortunes, the girl prepared to bid farewell to the abbot and leave. The man gazed at her lovingly from behind. The girl was confused about what he was planning. The man held the girl's hand, saying he would never let anyone hurt her. Then he lovingly kissed her hand. They displayed their affection right in front of the abbot. Night fell, and they returned to their room. The girl just finished her shower and came out, sighing about how tired she was from today's activities. But she saw the man intently watching TV. Wait, isn't this the video they were forced to make before? The girl immediately panicked, asking him to turn it off and wondering where it came from. Before she could finish, the man pulled her close. He hugged her, saying, perfect timing. You should see your reactions then. Looking at herself on screen, the girl was completely embarrassed. The girl on TV was really, she couldn't believe she made such expressions. It was too strange. The man teased from behind. See? Your expression says you like it. You like my touch, don't you? Did you hear that? Your voice sounds so nice. The girl shyly begged him to turn off the TV. But the man thought her expression was seducing him. The next second, he pushed her down onto the bed. The CEO was secretly watching their intimate video with the girl, but she caught him in the act. The man wasn't nervous at all. Instead, he pulled her into his arms to watch together. He asked her to listen to her voice back then. How lovely it was. The girl begged him to turn off the TV, but this only excited him more. He said her expression was seducing him. The next second, he pushed her down onto the bed, frantically stealing kisses from her lips. The girl said she hadn't rested well last night and had no energy now. But the man didn't care and continued kissing her. The man's actions stirred strange feelings in the girl, her body beyond her control. As if floating on clouds at life's peak, her whole being felt light. The girl begged him to stop, saying she felt like she would die if this continued. The man persuaded her not to make such seductive expressions. He wanted to control himself but couldn't, his hands already on her waist. He muttered that this was all for today. The next moment, whoosh, the girl's expression changed. The CEO was caught watching their intimate video by the girl. He wasn't scared at all. Instead, he pushed her onto the bed. The man tried to resist, but his body wouldn't listen, his hands already mischievously on her waist. Whoosh! The next moment the girl's expression turned joyful. The man's face was almost touching her cheeks. Sweat appeared on his face with no one to wipe it. After their persistent efforts, they both successfully fell asleep. The next morning, the man was still full of energy. If they weren't returning home today, the girl would probably suffer again. For now, he just had to wake her up. Moments later, they successfully boarded their flight home. Several hours later, they finally arrived at Shanghai Pudong Airport. It felt good to be home. They both seemed in good spirits, as if ready for 800 more rounds. Yin Xingyao was also brought back by bodyguards. The caring CEO explained that due to the late schedule, he couldn't take her sightseeing properly. The girl only knew someone had harmed her, forcing her to stay in the hotel. The man told the girl about their arranged marriage. Though young, she was very worried about her father's worsening condition. Hearing this, the man immediately called the miracle doctor Shin Mingxiao. They arranged a time to meet at the hospital. The man also arranged for his subordinates to take the girl's father for treatment. At the airport, the CEO kissed the girl's forehead publicly, ignoring onlookers. He insisted on nibbling her ear, making her expression turn honeyed. Right now, the most important thing was her father's condition. The man not only contacted Dr. Shin Mingxiao, but also arranged for her father's treatment. Soon they arrived at the hospital. The girl entered the ward to see her father with Dr. Shin. Her father couldn't stop praising the doctor's treatment plan. Dr. Shin Mingxiao assured the girl that her father could detox in 3 months and fully recover in about half a year. Shin Mingxiao appeared as cultured as her father, truly worthy of being a childhood friend. But the next moment, Shin Mingxiao made a suggestion to the girl. A girl like her wasn't suitable to stay by Fu Jingchun's side, advising her to stay away from him early. Just then, Fu Jingchun arrived at the ward. Shin Mingxiao put his hand on Fu Jingchun's shoulder. He said he canceled important appointments for this and asked how he would be rewarded. Fu Jingchun replied he could do whatever he wanted. The girl, hearing their conversation, was stunned, wondering if she heard wrong. The next moment, she imagined strange scenes, suspecting Fu Jingchun and Shin Lingxiao's relationship wasn't normal. But as an observer, such scenes seemed to the girl. The man noticed the girl's distraction and was curious about her thoughts. The girl didn't know how to explain. To make her tell him, the man suddenly grabbed her, pulling her onto his lap. This position looked domineering. He always pulled her onto his lap without warning in strange positions. Just because she had something on her mind, but wouldn't tell him. He had to use such rough methods to make her speak. Then he started stealing kisses, not just from her lips, but even the traces on her neck. Seeing him getting more invested, the girl was forced to say she was thinking about. Before she could finish mentioning Shin Lingxiao, the CEO's misunderstanding deepened. You dare think about another man in front of me? Haven't I satisfied you enough? Looks like I need to give you extra attention today. In urgency, the girl told him, I just thought you two had good CP chemistry. Damn, what is this woman thinking all day, shipping me with Shin Mingxiao? The girl continued explaining, saying she was just wondering who between him and Shin Mingxiao was 0 or 1. The man, being completely straight, didn't understand what she meant. The girl further explained it meant male and female, offense and defense. The man suddenly understood. Since you're so curious, I'll prove it to you. Let you see today whether I'm 0 or 1. The girl begged for mercy, promising never to ship CPs again. The next moment she was rendered speechless by his actions, only able to cry out. The man was also working hard to prove himself to her. Today I'll show you if I'm offense or defense. Today I'll show you if I'm attack or defense. The girl questioned whether the CEO was 0 or 1. Without further words, he wanted to prove it to her. The girl frantically begged him to spare her, but she had to take responsibility for her words. The man wouldn't let her off so easily. Then he disciplined her in his familiar way. The whole room was filled with their running sounds. The man wanted to continue exercising, but suddenly the doorbell rang. He didn't care about such things, as no one ever dared disturb his work. As the doorbell kept ringing, the man grew increasingly irritated. Let's see who's so bold. Unexpectedly, it was Shin Mingxiao at the door. He wondered what this guy was doing at his house. Without any hesitation, Shin Mingxiao intended to stay at the man's house, having brought his suitcase in advance. He made excuses about the old house being inconvenient for treating the girl's father, being too far, and that he would return abroad in a few days. He had only returned to the country for treatment at the man's request. The man reluctantly let Shen Mingxiao stay. To show gratitude, Shen Mingxiao wanted to give him a hug. Unexpectedly, Fu Jingchen stopped him, saying he already had a fiancée. The girl wasn't angry at all, instead finding Shen Mingxiao amusing, wondering if his earlier threats were just her imagination. The CEO and the girl were exercising hard in the room. Their breathing filled the entire room. Just as they were immersed in their private world, an unexpected visitor kept ringing the doorbell. The man was forced to stop. Opening the door, he found his childhood friend Shen Mingxiao, and he wanted to stay at their house for 2 days, having brought his suitcase. When the girl and man went to the kitchen to cook, they discussed having to put up with it for 2 days. The girl didn't mind, saying they should focus on treating her father first. Hearing the girl wasn't bothered, the man showed a disappointed expression. The girl noticed something wrong and asked if he wanted her to mind. The man quietly said he sometimes wished she would be more spoiled. The girl wondered if she was being too understanding. In her original family, she could only survive by hiding her true feelings. But now, even without speaking, someone could understand her feelings. The girl comforted the man, saying they would have plenty of time together after her father recovered. The man seemed moved by her words. The next moment, he couldn't resist tasting the food from her mouth. The meal wasn't ready yet, but he took the chance to satisfy his hunger. The girl felt warm, feeling very happy in the moment. The girl wanted to stop after eating, but the man wouldn't let go. Seeing the man still unsatisfied, the girl had no choice but to continue eating together. Unexpectedly, Shen Mingxiao arrived at the perfect timing again. They had to hurriedly separate, pretending nothing happened. The CEO couldn't behave even while cooking, getting hungry when the meal was only half done. He immediately stole food from the girl's mouth, just as they were immersed in feeding each other. Shen Mingxiao appeared again, interrupting their mutual feeding. They quickly separated, pretending nothing happened. To avoid awkwardness, the girl made an excuse about needing more soy sauce and went out to buy some. At this time, Fu Jingchen was glaring angrily at Shen Mingxiao, who offered to help, afraid of being punished. The girl and Shen Mingxiao went shopping together. To avoid awkwardness, the girl brought up Fu Jingchen, asking him to be the best man. Unexpectedly, hearing this, Shen Mingxiao muttered quietly, "You really think you can marry Fu Jingchen?" The girl didn't hear clearly and asked what he said. Unexpectedly, Shen Mingxiao reacted more intensely. His gaze was drawn to the hickey on the girl's neck. The next moment, he abnormally shouted that he had told her to leave Fu Jingchen before, but she hadn't listened. Shen Mingxiao's unusual behavior instantly frightened the girl. Shen Mingxiao seemed like a different person, pushing the girl aside, saying he was the one who knew Fu Jingchen best. Then he reached out to touch the girl's neck, saying Fu Jingchen's feelings for her were just for entertainment. The next second, there was a slap. The girl directly slapped Shen Mingxiao's hand away and warned him to show some respect. "You're Fu Jingchen's most trusted friend, yet you're secretly trying to drive us apart. Is this really right? And most importantly, I believe in Fu Jingchen." Hearing this, Shen Mingxiao seemed intrigued. "Let's see how long you can hold on." Then he walked away in the opposite direction, not forgetting to provoke Yuhan, saying don't come crying and begging later. Shen Mingxiao's strange behavior made Yuhan suspect there was some secret. What exactly was his relationship with Fu Jingchen? Could Shen Mingxiao really be from Moonbei? Was her love rival actually a man? The girl went grocery shopping with the CEO's childhood friend Shen Mingxiao, but was threatened by Shen Mingxiao, who urged her to leave Fu Jingchen. But the girl wasn't weak, directly expressing her love for Fu Jingchen. Seeing the girl's determination, Shen Mingxiao could only tell her to wait and see. At this time, Fu Jingchen had been waiting for a while. The next moment, he saw Shen Mingxiao rushing towards him with an affectionate expression. But he was pushed away by the man, who didn't forget to carry bags for the girl. Then the couple acted like they hadn't seen each other for years, displaying their affection. Shen Mingxiao could only watch them silently from behind. He wanted to see if Fu Jingchen truly loved her that much. Soon the three were sitting at the dining table. Shen Mingxiao shamelessly reached for the food, but the couple ignored this, immersed in their own world, chatting and laughing. This left Shen Mingxiao speechless. Then he started making conversation, suggesting taking the girl to his island tomorrow to get medicine that could help her father recover sooner. Fu Jingchen insisted that his fiancée could only stay with him. Shen Mingxiao immediately became whiny, saying this was overprotective and asking if the man didn't trust him. The girl could see that Shen Mingxiao was two-faced and decided she needed to be careful of him in the future. At night, the girl tossed and turned in bed. Her mind kept replaying the day's events and what Shen Mingxiao had said to her. He spoke as if Fu Jingchen was terrifying. Is that how you talk about your childhood friend? Fu Jingchen was actually like the sun, always warming her, unconditionally accepting everything about her. No matter what, she would always believe in Fu Jingchen. Just as she was about to fall asleep, someone was trying to break in through the door. The girl tossed and turned in bed, unable to sleep. Just when she was finally about to fall asleep, someone quietly opened her door. By then, she was already sound asleep. The next second, she suddenly woke up wondering who it was. Turning around, she found Fu Jingchen, who told her to keep quiet to avoid disturbing Shen Mingxiao. The girl was curious. The man had said they would sleep separately while Shen Mingxiao was here. So why did he come in the middle of the night? The man said he never said he couldn't visit, and since they didn't lock the door, weren't they hoping for him to sneak in? Then the man started making excuses. You said Shen Mingxiao is still in the house. This isn't appropriate. The man said the house has good soundproofing. It won't affect Shen Mingxiao's sleep. The girl seemed to fall for the man's affection again, deciding to give him one chance to avoid affecting tomorrow's schedule. The man never expected that what started as teasing the girl would turn into an opportunity. Since it's happening, he wouldn't hold back. Just as they were getting ready, someone outside called him Little Chun Chun. Opening the door, they saw Shen Mingxiao making a fuss, saying there was a spider in his room. He was scared and threw himself at the man, saying he wanted to stay in his room tonight. Seeing their intimacy, the girl could only slip away to sleep. Watching his exercise plan fall apart, the man glared angrily at Shen Yunxiao, then proceeded to give him a beating. The CEO sneaked into the girl's room at night, catching her off guard. They had agreed to sleep separately, but the man broke the rules. The girl had no choice but to give him one chance to perform. Just as they were about to exercise, Shen Mingxiao interrupted them again. Seeing his plan fail, the man gave Shen Mingxiao a good lesson. The next day, the three took a private plane to Shen Mingxiao's private island. Unexpectedly, the girl started yawning as soon as she got on the plane. The man told her to sleep first. Shen Mingxiao chimed in from behind, saying he wanted to sleep too. Since the man wouldn't let him sleep, he could only start a conversation from behind, saying his island had developed many new medicines. Soon the two were chatting away, while the girl could only listen. The man noticed the girl's silence and asked if she was feeling unwell. The girl just said she envied them, then looked out the window, saying childhood friends who grew up together have such a good relationship. Hearing the girl say this, the man sensed a hint of jealousy, then said, when you risked everything for Xiao Xiao back then, I was quite jealous too. The girl deliberately said friends are one of a kind, but boyfriends can be replaced, which really upset Fu Jingchen. The next second, the girl pinched the man's face, saying, but now, you're the most important person in my life. I've already decided to give myself to you. The man held the girl's hand and expressed his love for her too. Kissing her hand, he said, you're also the most important person in my life. Just as they were immersed in the intimate moment, the plane encountered turbulence. The girl and CEO were expressing their love on the plane, saying they were each other's most important person. This made Shen Mingxiao cry in the back seat, saying they were supposed to be lifelong brothers, but now he's been abandoned. The next second, the plane started experiencing abnormalities, shaking violently. Bad news, we've hit a small area of strong air currents. We'll lose control at this rate. The man suggested they make an emergency landing on the sea surface and reminded the girl and Shen Mingxiao to put on life jackets quickly. The next second, there was a loud bang on the sea surface, water splashing everywhere. The plane gradually sank into the sea. The three could only watch helplessly from ashore. Shen Mingxiao was being weird, discovering his phone was missing with important documents inside. The man told him to stop being dramatic. Instead of worrying about the phone, he should think about how to find rescue. The girl told them to stop arguing, as they were now essentially cut off from communication. They could only write a rescue symbol on the beach and pray someone would find them. The man thought this wasn't enough and planned to create some smoke. Meanwhile, Shen Mingxiao was cooling off in the shade. The man couldn't stand him being idle and ordered him to help the girl find firewood. By now, the girl was sweating profusely. Shen Mingxiao disdainfully asked what she was doing. She replied she was building a shelter so they'd have somewhere to rest at night. Then she handed the grass pile to Shen Mingxiao, asking him to make the bed. She said they needed to encourage each other to get through this difficult time, so everyone should help. The three took a plane to the island to collect herbs. Unexpectedly, they encountered strong air currents and could only watch helplessly as the plane sank into the sea. The three were left with nothing. They could only try various ways to send rescue signals. The girl was sweating profusely as she built a small hut to avoid having nowhere to rest at night. Shin Mingxiao wanted to slack off, but was ordered around by the girl to bring grass for bedding. He felt she was getting revenge on him and went to her side saying, "You have such an excellent man like Fu Jingxin. Why do you need to do things yourself?" The girl sincerely replied that she loved him and wanted to be someone he could rely on when he needed support. Shin Mingxiao couldn't understand, saying that as expected of Fu Jingxin, even his girlfriend was strange. He asked why she stopped him and Fu Jingxin from being together. Shin Mingxiao said it was because they weren't suitable, but the girl remained unmoved, wanting to tell Shin Mingxiao once again, "Whether we're suitable or not is for me and Fu Jingxin to decide. My feelings for Fu Jingxin will always be genuine." The girl's words left Shin Mingxiao speechless. The next second, Fu Jingxin appeared before them. Shin Mingxiao was groundlessly preventing the girl and the CEO from being together. The girl firmly declared her love for Fu Jingxin. Just as the two were arguing, Fu Jingxin appeared before them. The girl took the chance to say Shin Mingxiao was causing trouble. Shin Mingxiao immediately tried to prove he wasn't causing trouble, but accidentally made things worse, leaving the three standing there in silence. The next moment, the man dragged Shin Mingxiao away to fish to avoid causing more trouble for the girl. The man insisted on removing Shin Mingxiao's shirt for better swimming, but Shin Mingxiao feared getting sunburned and refused. As the two were arguing, the girl interrupted them. She was crouching down, pretending her hands were a camera to take their photo. In her mind, she thought about beach hunks and the sea, saying such beautiful scenery shouldn't be wasted. This made the man's face cringe with embarrassment. The next second, he grabbed the girl's chin, then said, "I'm your fiancé. Your photo album can only have me in it." The man kept biting the girl's ear without warning, then wanted to teach her a lesson. In broad daylight, the girl felt it was inappropriate and frantically refused the man. Unexpectedly, a jellyfish appeared behind the girl. Seeing this, the man immediately told the girl to move away. Then he used his hand to block the jellyfish, but instead of leaving, it wrapped around the man's hand. At this point, the man realized something was wrong, feeling stinging and burning all over his body. The next second, he fainted onto the girl. The CEO, in broad daylight, wanted to have an intimate moment with the girl. Although the girl wanted to, she had to maintain her image in front of others and kept dodging backward. Unexpectedly, a jellyfish suddenly appeared behind the girl. Seeing this, the man immediately protected the girl, using his hand to block it. The next second, he felt a burning sensation all over his body from the jellyfish. He fainted right there in the girl's arms. The girl suddenly realized this was a poisonous jellyfish, but they were on a deserted island. With the efforts of the girl and Shin Mingxiao, they collected some herbs to dilute the toxin. The girl was afraid the man might lose his life. As a skilled doctor, Shin Mingxiao was naturally unhappy hearing this. How could he die with me here? But with limited conditions, his recovery would depend on himself. The man lay unconscious on the leaves, breathing heavily, his complexion looking slightly better. The next second, the girl seemed to have an epiphany, as if understanding something. Then she told Shin Mingxiao to take care of Fu Jingxin and not leave until she returned. The next second, she climbed up a tree like a skilled climber. This action startled Shin Mingxiao. Soon, countless fruits fell from above. Before Shin Mingxiao could understand what was happening, the girl instructed him to pick up the fruits, saying they would help with recovery. Little did the girl know, in Shin Mingxiao's eyes, she had become a tree-climbing chimpanzee. He even called her a professional monkey. In response, the girl retorted that at least she was better than a useless chicken. Hearing this, Shin Mingxiao could only fume in place. The girl's unusual tree climbing appeared monkey-like to Shin Mingxiao. But then again, at least it was better than being a useless chicken who couldn't do anything. Shin Mingxiao couldn't take such insults. He immediately started grilling fish by himself. When it was almost done, he planned to taste his cooking skills to impress the girl. The next second, he spat out the grilled fish as soon as he tasted it. The process was correct, so why? Was it so terrible? Meanwhile, the girl also cooked something delicious, preparing to feed her father. Fish soup cooked with coconut juice, hoping to provide some nutrition for the man. But when fed to his mouth, he couldn't swallow and the soup leaked from the corners of his mouth. With no choice left, the girl had to feed him personally. She took the soup into her own mouth. Then, using the man's favorite method, she transferred the soup from her mouth to his. True to being the man's favorite way of eating, he swallowed the soup without missing a drop. The girl clearly felt that the man's lips were drier than usual. Looking at his exhausted appearance, she felt really sorry for him. She hoped he would get better soon. Fortunately, he could eat. The girl planned to get more soup for the man. Just as she was about to get up, a hand suddenly reached out from behind. The CEO had fainted after being stung by the jellyfish while protecting the girl. After much effort, the girl made fish soup, but the unconscious man couldn't eat normally. The girl could only use the simplest method to feed it into the man's mouth. To help the man recover quickly, the girl planned to get up and make more fish soup. Unexpectedly, a hand appeared behind her. It directly grabbed the girl's arm, mumbling for her not to leave. The girl was overjoyed as if she'd won the lottery. She was extremely happy, but when she turned around, she found the man was just sleep-talking, probably having a nightmare. His expression looked quite pitiful. Seeing this, the girl gently stroked the man's forehead, planning to stay by his side a while longer to comfort him. Shortly after, Shun Mingxiao was contentedly stealing the girl's food nearby. When the girl returned, she caught him red-handed. Since he had already eaten it, the girl didn't mind and planned to make more fish soup for Father Chun. The next second, the girl seemed to see an indescribable scene. A giant monitor lizard was approaching her father. Shun Mingxiao realized the man was being targeted. Hearing this, the girl's face completely changed. She grabbed a wooden stick and lit it on fire. She whooshed past Shun Mingxiao. Like Wu Song fighting the tiger, she struck the monitor lizard with one blow. Unexpectedly, she even mounted the lizard's head and beat it frantically. Finally, the lizard howled in pain from the girl's beating. The girl was suddenly thrown off and fell heavily to the ground. Shun Mingxiao watched as the lizard slowly approached her. In his mind, he recalled Fu Jingchen's sad childhood memories. He couldn't let history repeat itself, couldn't let Fu Jingchen fall into the valley again. Then he grabbed a coconut and threw it at the lizard. Seeing the lizard's attention diverted, the girl picked up the stick ready to counterattack. The CEO was unconscious from the jellyfish sting and almost became the lizard's dinner. Fortunately, the girl discovered it in time. She grabbed the burning stick and struck the lizard. But how could a weak girl subdue a giant lizard? Afraid the girl would get hurt, Shun Mingxiao finally acted like a man. He grabbed a coconut and threw it at the lizard. Seeing her chance, the girl quickly grabbed the burning stick, then forcefully stabbed the burning stick into the lizard's eye. Finally, with their joint efforts, the lizard was scared away. Shun Mingxiao was curious how the girl could be so fierce, almost getting eaten, yet still smiling so happily. The girl explained that she didn't think much at the time, just instinctively wanted to protect Fu Jingchen. She also thanked him for helping her. After hearing the girl's words, Shun Mingxiao stood there stunned. It was as if he saw that person's shadow in the girl. Thankfully, the tragedy didn't repeat this time. Shun Mingxiao decided to tell the girl a secret. He actually had an older brother named Shun Ling, but he left at age 7 because of saving Father Jingchen. The girl was shocked. Father Jingchen had never mentioned this before. Shun Mingxiao told the girl, because Fu Jingchen had forgotten about this incident. The girl thought Shun Mingxiao opposed their relationship because he hated Fu Jingchen, but Shun Mingxiao said it wasn't hate, but guilt. Back then, they were both kidnapped. While escaping, his older brother was shot while saving him and died right before his eyes. When the police arrived, Fu Jingchen was holding his brother tightly and couldn't be pulled away. Until after the incident, when they first met again, he kept repeating one sentence. Why wasn't it me who died? It should have been me. Finally, with his parents' efforts, they used hypnosis to erase it from his memory. After the girl and Shun Mingxiao drove away the beast together, Shun Mingxiao decided to tell the girl a secret. He actually had an older brother named Shin Ning. When they were young, he and Fu Jingchen were kidnapped and escaped together. During their escape, he took a bullet for Fu Jingchen. Since then, Fu Jingchen has blamed himself, wondering why he wasn't the one who died. Until Fu Jingchen's parents found someone to use hypnosis to erase this memory from his mind. If he loses another important person again, he would fall into the abyss. The girl seemed to understand something. Now she understood why he was so scared when rescuing Xiao Xiao. Looking back now, she realized how cruel she had been to Fu Jingchen. Shin Mingxiao told the girl that he was like a time bomb for Fu Jingchen, and she was the first girl Fu Jingchen had ever loved. Although you escaped danger just now, what about the future? If you truly love him, I hope you'll leave him. The girl didn't know what to do after hearing Shin Mingxiao's words, but she decided to follow her heart. Though Shin Mingxiao was right, she firmly stated she wouldn't leave Fu Jingchen. Making decisions without him would make Fu Jingchen more miserable. Since Fu Jingchen dares to protect her, she would also become stronger and protect him in return. Leaving him alone would be irresponsible. The girl's words seemed to enlighten Shin Mingxiao. He suddenly realized he was the only one running away. The girl comforted him, saying, "You've also been protecting him in your own way. We both love him, so you haven't done anything wrong." Then she thanked Shin Mingxiao for caring about her father and curing the poison in his body. After hearing the girl's words, everything seemed to get better. Then they started playfully mocking each other. Just then, the girl heard Fu Jingchen calling. While the CEO was unconscious, the girl and Shin Mingxiao had an open-hearted conversation. After their communication, they both changed their original views about each other. Shin Mingxiao stopped trying to prevent the girl from being with Fu Jingchen. The girl truly understood Shin Mingxiao's character and decided to properly protect Fu Jingchen. At this moment, the girl also heard Fu Jingchen calling for her. Shin Mingxiao said he had emerged from deep coma, and his body was now fighting the final battle against the toxins. But this was also the most painful stage. The girl stroked Fu Jingchen's hand, her face full of concern. Shin Mingxiao didn't want to disturb them. Understanding the situation, he prepared to keep watch outside, hoping this girl could truly become Fu Jingchen's salvation. As night fell, the sound of waves accompanied them to sleep. Fu Jingchen's body began to heat up while he kept mumbling about being cold. The girl decided to make him sweat more to achieve a cooling effect. She lay down next to him on the bed. Fu Jingchen would occasionally have nightmares, holding the girl and telling her not to go there. It's dangerous. This guy was caring for her even in his dreams. The girl felt warmth in her heart and held him tightly. Like comforting a baby, she soothed him. The man seemed to feel the girl's comfort, and his body gradually relaxed. Such a good baby, falling asleep with just a little comfort. The girl made a firm decision in her heart that she would never leave him in this lifetime. Several hours later, when dawn came, the girl hazily opened her eyes in the sunlight, only to find Fu Jingchen gone. Oh no, could he have been carried away by wild animals again? The CEO had fever and nightmares in the middle of the night. The girl could only comfort him in a rough way. Then she held the man tightly, fearing his condition might worsen. The next day, the girl woke up to find the man wasn't beside her and worried if he had been carried away by wild animals. She immediately pulled open the curtains to investigate. The scene before her was quite shocking. The man was grilling fish, looking completely normal as if nothing had happened. Then he turned around and noticed the girl was awake. He asked if she was hungry and invited her to eat grilled fish together. Before the man could react, the girl excitedly threw herself at him, crying and saying, "Thank goodness. You're finally okay. Do you know you were unconscious for a day and night and almost got carried away by wild animals?" Seeing how worried the girl was, the man quickly apologized. The man told her not to cry and was about to comfort her. Then the next second he stole food from her mouth. Not having stolen food for several days, the girl felt a bit unaccustomed. After the man stopped, he seemed to want more. Unexpectedly, the girl's big friend was also eager, rushing to crawl out from under the blanket. Starting this so early in the morning, the man's newly recovered energy seemed about to be depleted again. Seeing this, the girl immediately adjusted her clothes, but the man was delighted, thinking an opportunity had come early in the morning. The girl fearfully mentioned that Shin Lingxiao was here, but the man said he wanted to pick fruits and wouldn't be back anytime soon. And even if he were here, I wouldn't stop. Early in the morning, the girl opened up to his big friend. The newly recovered CEO couldn't resist such sights. He planned to reminisce with the girl on the deserted island. Though the girl wanted to, she was afraid Shin Mingxiao might suddenly return. Clearly her worry was unnecessary. Whether he returned or not, nothing could stop the man from exercising with her today. This was a deserted island with no safety measures, but the man said he had his ways. The girl could only obey, and the next second showed a familiar expression. The man held the girl tightly, ready to let her relive some happy moments. The girl seemed resistant on the surface, but was happy inside. The man seemed to understand her meaning. Since you like playing mind games, I'll let you experience some real action today. Without hesitation, the man sealed the girl's cherry lips to prevent any mishaps. After some interaction, the girl worried about the man's condition and told him not to overexert himself. But the man said, "I know my own body well. You should worry about your own condition instead." The girl made an excuse about Shin Lingxiao not returning, suggesting they should look for him. The man was angry hearing this. "You're actually thinking about another man. It seems I've been too gentle, giving you time to think about others." The girl helplessly tried to explain, but it was useless. She could only submit to the man's discipline. The girl noticed something was wrong. Hadn't he mentioned there would be safety measures? The man didn't care about such things now, desperately trying to break through the final defense. The girl's big friend was eager to meet the CEO. Only children make choices. The man wanted not just the big friend, he also wanted to meet the girl's sisters. Though the girl was young, she still tried to act reserved, fearing Shun Mingxiao might discover them. That's what you get when the man is Fu Jinshin. He mercilessly pounced on the girl. Since he wasn't carried away by beasts, he became a beast himself. The man's beastly side frightened the girl. After all, being a beast wasn't easy, so the man had to use all his strength to break through. The whole island was filled with commotion. Unexpectedly, Shun Mingxiao suddenly returned with wild fruits. Seeing this, the man immediately went out to deal with him, roasting wild fruits together. Shun Mingxiao suddenly asked where the girl was and why she hadn't gotten up yet. Just as he was about to wake her up, the man stopped him, glaring menacingly at Shun Mingxiao, saying she didn't get enough rest last night and needed more sleep. In Shun Mingxiao's eyes, the man was like a wild wolf, and he dared not step forward. Meanwhile, the girl was hiding under the blanket inside, her whole body aching from the man's beastly side. Soon the man came inside. He brought freshly roasted fruits to share with the girl. Unexpectedly, the girl's expression changed instantly after tasting them. They were too awful. It was obviously roasted by Shun Mingxiao, and she asked the man to get her different ones. Hearing the girl mention Shun Mingxiao again, the man wondered if something happened between them behind his back last night. The next second, the man pounced on the girl. The girl exercised with the CEO on the deserted island. They only stopped when Shun Mingxiao returned, but the girl was already exhausted and sore inside the house. It was clear that exercising wasn't an easy task. The man specially roasted wild fruits to replenish her nutrition, but the girl found them unpalatable. She instinctively thought Shun Ming had roasted them. Hearing this, the man began to feel jealous. The next second, he demanded an explanation from the girl. But instead of saying it directly, he told her to eat more, or he'd turn her into his food. The girl didn't seem to think the man was savage. She even acted coquettishly in his arms. Her big friend was so squeezed she could barely breathe. Seeing the man being so cute, the girl suddenly became interested and held the man tightly, letting him act cute and spoiled. The next moment, she suggested going on a date with him, imagining him as a husky. She fantasized about walking a dog on the beach. She only returned to reality when the man called out to her. He knew she was daydreaming again. The girl told the man she planned to walk along the coastline with him, since they had enough food and water. She even dramatically said that even if they encountered monsters, she could fight them with her physique. The girl's cute behavior made the man laugh. The next second, he grabbed her and said, "No matter how strong you are, you're still scared of me like noodles being defeated. And as long as I grab your weak spot, you can't resist and can only submit to my will." The girl was clearly intimidated by the man's power, feeling like even Wang Laoji was scared out. The girl claimed she was invincible in front of fierce beasts. But the man didn't think so. No matter how strong she would still be scared like noodles by him. And he knew all her weak spots clearly. She could only submit to his will. The girl was clearly frightened by the man's behavior, enough to make her break out in a cold sweat like an iced tea. Whether there were monsters or not was unknown, but there was definitely an abandoned single dog outside. As night fell, the two began exploring the deserted island. The man decided to take the girl to a magical place. Soon they walked into the jungle. They saw fireflies filling the sky, captivating the girl's attention. The man told the girl he discovered this place while picking wild fruits during the day, and the fireflies here were quite large. Then he asked if she liked it. From her expression, It was clear she loved it. The man always thought of her first no matter where he went, making the girl feel very happy. Seeing how much she liked it, the man offered to buy this island for her when they returned. He would make this island their engagement gift. The next second, the man unhesitatingly stole food from the girl's mouth. Their eyes were filled with ambiguous feelings. Then they tacitly continued stealing food from each other, taking breaks when tired. They decided to hold their wedding once they returned. The man noticed the girl wanted to hurry back to camp. He directly controlled her, saying they must have a proper meal together tonight. Since becoming intimate, the man's domineering side gradually emerged. From the girl's eyes, it was clear she wasn't satisfied yet. The man noticed the girl's expression. He planned to offer her more delicious food to taste. The girl wasn't full from dinner. The CEO planned to give his only ham to fill the girl's stomach, but the girl inadvertently avoided it. As a proud CEO, not wanting to force the girl, he prepared to leave. But the girl was playing hard to get, pretending on the surface while her mouth was already hungry. She ran back to hug the man, pretending to be wronged, then stammered that if it's food from you, I can accept it, but I'm worried you'll go hungry. I also want you to taste the food I prepared for you. The man instantly understood. The girl was being considerate. He told her he would savor it slowly, not wasting any. The next second, he directly stole food from the girl's mouth. The girl finally shared her food with the man, and he quickly squatted down in gratitude. While eating the delicious food, he tried to distract the girl's attention. How could the girl be in the mood to chat now? She wanted the man to eat slowly, or he might choke and need water. At this moment, the man had 1,000 thanks in his heart, secretly blushing. After a while, probably when the man was almost finished, the girl showed a thrilling expression. Meanwhile, Shin Mingxiao alone ate all the grilled fish by himself, lying contentedly on the hay pile. The next second, he hazily opened one eye. He found the girl, and man had returned. The girl looked a bit shy. Who knows what she had secretly eaten? The CEO and the girl, when no one was around. Under the tree, the man ate secretly without sharing with the girl. The girl's face turned red with anger, could only nibble her fingers to satisfy her hunger. After the man was full, the girl became happily thrilled. After returning, the girl was shy, worried that Shin Mingxiao would know the man had stolen her food. Shin Mingxiao, feeling full, wanted to sleep and planned to go inside. But the man told him to sleep outside. Shin Mingxiao refused, and they started arguing. The girl seemed affected by their argument and suggested sleeping outside with the man, letting Shin Mingxiao sleep inside. Seeing this, Shin Mingxiao immediately played victim and called the girl a living Buddha. Then he secretly asked the girl if she had mentioned his childhood to the man. The girl said she wouldn't mention it, only silently protect the man. The man, seeing them chatting with Shin Mingxiao's hand on the girl's shoulder, became instantly jealous and grabbed Shin Mingxiao's hand. He demanded to know what they were whispering about. To avoid exposure, Shin Mingxiao lied, asking who she would save first if the man and her father fell into water. The man eagerly looked at the girl, anxiously seeking her answer. This stumped the girl. What a ridiculous question from Shin Mingxiao. They both quietly watched the girl hesitate for a long time. Not getting the desired answer, the man turned into Superman and threw Shin Mingxiao away. The girl and the CEO secretly ate sausages on the deserted island. After they were both full, it was nearly dawn. The sky looked especially beautiful, as if covered with a purple blanket. They sat happily on the beach, gazing at the colorful sky. Even the sea was tinted with color. The girl had never seen such scenery since childhood and couldn't resist reaching out to touch it. The man watched her with an indulgent expression. Listening to the waves, the girl closed her eyes while leaning on the man's shoulder. The girl felt peaceful, as if they were the only two people in the world. The man said if they weren't outside, he would have eaten her up already. The girl beamed when hearing the man wanted to eat her snacks, suddenly mentioning Shin Mingxiao, who seemed mysterious but was actually quite childish. Being able to become the man's best friend showed how gentle he was. The girl's praise caught the man off guard. They sat on the beach chatting freely. Soon, the girl fell asleep leaning against the man, mumbling about protecting his secret. Hearing this, the man seemed to understand. Apparently, Shin Mingxiao had told her about him. Actually, he had remembered everything during his fever last night. The two spent half a year on the beach, passing a beautiful night. The CEO and the girl on the beach spent a wonderful night. The girl fell asleep leaning on the man's shoulder. The next day, the helicopter finally found them. The girl hazily woke up to the man's call. She saw the man reaching out like light to rescue her, saying they could go home. The man's parents eagerly came down from the helicopter. They ran to the girl with their phones, saying her father missed her. Her father's concern came through the phone, moving the girl almost to tears. The man took this chance to hug the girl from behind. This moment seemed so happy to the girl, but then something happened. Shin Mingxiao was severely scolded by the madam for daring to interfere with her holding her grandchild. The man and girl watched awkwardly from the side. It seemed the madam and Shin Mingxiao had a good relationship. The man remarked that he and Shin Mingxiao had been close since childhood, sometimes feeling those two were more like mother and son. The girl suddenly realized that Shin Mingxiao acted this way to silently protect the man. Behind uncle and aunt's lovable personalities was strong protection. The next moment, the girl lovingly hugged the man, telling him not to be jealous and that his uncle and aunt loved him very much. With that, the man hugged her back. He asked how she would comfort his jealous self. The girl was at a loss, feeling this wasn't her business. Before she could react, the man suddenly stole food from her mouth in front of everyone. The CEO, ignoring his parents' presence, directly took food from the girl's mouth, but was unexpectedly interrupted by Shin Mingxiao again. The CEO blocked Shin Mingxiao with one hand, then cunningly told Shin Mingxiao that he had already rented an apartment near the hospital for him, telling him to live there from now on. His mother, hearing how well her son arranged things, gave a thumbs up. The next moment, Shin Mingxiao was sent away in a car, leaving sadly. The man's mother, with stars in her eyes, asked when they would hold the wedding, saying she couldn't wait any longer. She seemed crazy about becoming a grandmother. The girl was caught off guard. The CEO hugged the girl, telling her not to feel pressured, that he could wait for her. The girl was actually already prepared. She immediately hugged the man and couldn't resist stealing food from his mouth, deciding to get their marriage license right away. The man was stunned, not expecting things to progress so smoothly. The girl told the man she would love him by accompanying him for life. Hearing this, the man's whole demeanor became cheerful. "You must take responsibility until the end. No giving up halfway," he said. Then they started stealing food again, both showing happy expressions. After the CEO and girl's loving moment, they decided to get their marriage license. Then the girl held Mrs. Fu's hand, saying she'd arranged dinner with her father and both families tonight. The madam was overjoyed hearing this, thinking she truly hadn't misjudged the world's best daughter-in-law. Then she sniffed the girl's neck. Smelling the seawater, the madam decided to have them take a shower. She hurriedly pushed them along, eager, as if hoping for grandchildren right after their shower. The girl shyly refused, suggesting the man shower first. Unexpectedly, the madam ignored her and with a bang, locked them both in the bathroom. The next moment, the girl turned around and was shocked by what she saw. The man had already prepared himself in no time. Then he urged the girl to hurry, to avoid catching cold. Even at this point, the girl tried to act reserved, telling the man to shower first. The man gulped, his face reddening. He planned to help the girl, saying this wasn't their first intimate encounter, so why be shy? The more shy the girl acted, the more interesting the man found it, becoming more eager. The girl told the man not to be so excited, and that his body hadn't fully recovered from their time on the island. The man spread his hands, telling the girl he had already been very patient on the island. Then he quickly grabbed the shower head. He pointed the shower at the girl, planning to give his friend a waterfall experience. The CEO and girl accidentally got locked in the bathroom by his mother. Eager to have grandchildren soon, the madam was more anxious than both of them. Unexpectedly, when the girl turned around, the CEO was already prepared. This mother-son duo's coordination was impressive. The man eagerly told the girl to quickly freshen up, worried she might catch a cold otherwise. The girl wasn't casual about such things, still maintaining her reserved manner at this time. The more she acted this way, the more adorable the man found her. She made the man's legs go weak with her cuteness. "I'm such a powerful CEO, yet you make my legs weak. Your big friend will have to take responsibility." The man tried to summon the big friend with the shower head. Whether the big friend would come was uncertain, but the girl was soaked all over, still managing to make a V sign at the man. "Not only did you fail to summon the big friend, you dare make a V sign. How outrageous!" The girl fearlessly maintained her V sign, trying to melt the man's heart. Finally, her eyes grew tired. She noticed her whole body, unconsciously, starting to heat up, The man held the girl tightly, hoping to soon see her big friend, while also worried about her catching cold. But it seemed impossible for her to catch cold. The man clearly felt that. The girl's body was as hot as Sichuan hot pot, her figure as spicy as the pot base. Their body temperatures gradually rose as they entered an intense phase. The man still held the shower head towards the girl, seemingly for warmth, but actually adding fuel to the fire. But this wasn't enough. The man decided to have the girl invite his big friend and sisters over. The man turned the shower flow to maximum. The girl's heart grew hotter. If this continued, the big friend and sisters would really come out to play. The girl's figure was perfectly highlighted under the shower spray. And behind all this was the CEO who had pushed things to the extreme. To taste the girl's spicy hot pot, he went to great lengths, using the shower head with hot water to get the most authentic hot pot experience. But thinking they couldn't finish it alone, he asked the girl to call out his big friend and sisters. As the shower's flow grew stronger, the girl had no choice but to invite the big friend and sisters. She was so nervous her legs went weak. Seeing this, the man supported her from behind, saying it's just a hot pot meal, no need to act so dramatic. Plus, the big friend and sisters haven't come out yet. Should I personally intervene? Since they hadn't gotten to the hot pot yet, he'd prepare some dipping sauce first. The girl clearly felt the man was doing this intentionally, using any means for a hot pot meal. The big friend and sisters decided to let the man personally invite them out. They indicated it wasn't convenient to come out as they were almost cooked through, constantly sweating. How outrageous! We might skip the hot pot today, but the big friend and sisters must come out. The man directly stole food from the girl's mouth, finding it more fragrant than hot pot. By now, hot pot couldn't satisfy the man anymore. The present moment was best, and the bath was immediately forgotten. The man couldn't help but reminisce, saying this scene was like their first meeting, also in a bathroom, though without hot pot. The girl remembered too shy to look directly at the man, perhaps because of the added hot pot this time. Seeing her so shy, the man decided to help her recall their first meeting scene, to show her that eating hot pot in the bathroom was the perfect combination. Before they even got their marriage certificate, the mother pushed them into the bathroom to play pulling radishes. She insisted that 2 people go in, but 3 must come out. The man took the lead, as he'd been good at this laborious task of pulling radishes since childhood. The girl had never played the radish pulling game before and looked helpless. But the man wouldn't leave her alone, determined to teach her personally. First, she needed to use her leg strength. Spraying some water with the shower head would achieve the best effect. The man patiently taught the girl, showing no signs of fatigue. Instead, he became increasingly enthusiastic. Seeing the girl's lack of strength, he helped by pushing from behind. After several rounds, they had turned the radishes into shredded radish. The next morning, the girl woke up to find herself in bed. Just as she tried to get up to check the situation, she felt her whole body was powerless. It was because they had pulled too many radishes yesterday. From the bathroom to the hall to the balcony, nearby people acknowledged his impressive radish-pulling ability. The next moment, the man came to the room carrying breakfast. He urged the girl to get up and taste his cooking. Although they finished pulling radishes yesterday, the girl still felt awkward and stared blankly at the man. The man told the girl he had slept too deeply last night and missed dinner, so now it was time to make up for it. As he spoke, he asked the girl to open her mouth. He fed her personally. Yesterday, he was a beast. Today, he's acting innocent. The girl was scared by the man's behavior. He pinched her cheeks, clearly lost in his thoughts again. Then he whispered in her ear, asking if she noticed her improved endurance. Usually, you couldn't have pulled so many radishes. The girl felt extremely awkward, wondering since when did radish pulling have after-action reviews. The man persisted, joking that this time the strawberry marks were left in places no one could see. Then he wanted to take the chance to plant more strawberries. Without further words, they started pulling radishes in the bathroom again. As the girl's technique wasn't skilled enough, the man helped her from behind. Not only did it require skill, but also proper irrigation. They ended up completely soaked. After multiple rounds of effort, they finally achieved their goal. The next day, the man reminded the girl he had planted a big strawberry where others couldn't see. They agreed on pulling radishes, yet he planted strawberries too. If she weren't so tired, she would have dealt with them already. In a blink, they were at the hospital room, carrying a basket full of fruits to visit the girl's father. Not having seen the girl for days, her father asked if she was hurt on the deserted island. The girl said she was still confused, and Shin Mingxiao mocked her as a wild gorilla. Shen Mingxiao knew the girl was referring to him. To avoid awkwardness, he could only praise her health, saying she wasn't afraid of living in the wild. The girl seemed to think Shen Mingxiao was being sarcastic, and they started arguing. Seeing them both so energetic, her father was overjoyed. Now there was nothing to worry about. The girl hadn't seen her father smile in a long time. She felt happy instantly, seeing that he must be recovering. Yan Xingyao watched from the side as the girl smiled sweetly. His heart was filled with mixed emotions. The next moment, he left shyly, making an excuse about having urgent business. Seeing this, Shen Mingxiao also planned to leave, letting the family have their private time. As Shen Mingxiao passed by, he patted Fu Jingxin's shoulder, saying that Yan Xingyao seemed suspicious. Looks like you've got competition. Your half-brother seems to have feelings for Cece. The CEO noticed something was off after his friend's reminder. As a wealthy heir, dare to compete with me for my woman? I'll make you regret being born. The girl had become the man's precious possession. Whoever dared to approach her would face consequences. Meanwhile, the girl prepared to tell her father about her marriage to Fu Jingxin. But her father had previously opposed their relationship due to their social status difference, making her anxious. The man noticed her thoughts and put his arm around her shoulder. Since the girl was afraid to speak, he took the initiative. He formally told Mr. Yin that they planned to marry in the next few days. He presented the complex equity documents, showing countless amounts of money. Mr. Yin had never seen such a grand gesture and was overwhelmed. The man said these were just papers, and he had already filed with the city's largest institution, so there was no worry even if documents were lost. He had also leased the deserted island that the girl loved. He planned to renovate it so they could vacation there. The island would belong only to them. The man held the girl's hand. He solemnly expressed his love before Mr. Yin, promising to protect her for life. Then he kissed her hand and asked if she would marry him. Who would have thought someone would propose in a hospital? Fu Jingxin proposed and declared his love in front of her father. Please allow me to protect you for life. Being with someone you love forever is what many girls dream of. Now this happiness had come to the girl, and in front of her father no less. The girl anxiously sought her father's opinion. As a man, her father knew what this gesture meant. Nothing was more important than his child's happiness. Her father gave his heartfelt blessing. Seeing her father's approval, the girl burst into tears. She excitedly hugged her father. Finally, this moment had arrived. From now on, we will surely be very happy. Since the girl was still a student, a wedding banquet wasn't appropriate yet. They planned to have a family dinner instead. Father and daughter agreed, but they would keep it from Gao Suya to prevent her schemes. The father reminded the man to change how he addressed him, as their relationship had changed. The usually domineering young master Fu turned into an obedient child, shyly calling him dad. The girl teased him from the side. Oh my, you're actually shy? You can be shy too. If her father hadn't been there, the man would have taught her a lesson. Her father watched them playfully bicker. He felt assured that Cece would have a good future and would surely be happy. With both parents' approval, their next stop was the Civil Affairs Bureau for marriage registration. Unexpectedly, it only took about 15 minutes to get their marriage certificate. This was quite different from what the girl had imagined. It seemed unbelievable that they became husband and wife just by getting a certificate. The man saw the girl's hesitation, clearly showing it was her first marriage. Yes, we're married now. From now on, we're husband and wife. From this moment on, we belong to each other in every way. Everything we do from now on is legal. Though they were married, the girl felt awkward about how easy it was at the Civil Affairs Bureau. Unexpectedly, looking around, there were many others like them pursuing love, even more passionate, and no one paid attention to them. After getting the certificate, everything we do is legal. They got their marriage certificate in just 15 minutes. The man stated that everything the girl owned was now his, including her best friend. Then he took out a card, saying he had already prepared his will. If anything happened to him, she would be his primary heir. He only hoped that in life or death, he could responsibly protect his wife. The girl's heart rippled, surprised that Fu Jingxin cared so much about her. She suddenly threw herself into his arms. The man was caught off guard by her behavior, thinking something had upset her. The girl nestled in his embrace, saying she had never been so happy before. The man seemed to understand and gently comforted her, calling her silly. You're my wife, the one who will spend life with me. They expressed their feelings to each other at the Civil Affairs Bureau. After getting the certificate, the girl needed to return to school. By the way, regarding her previous absence on the deserted island, the man decided to wait for her after school to have dinner together. Though they were married, The girl hadn't adjusted yet and wanted to get out at the school gate, but the man grabbed her. He directly stole food from her mouth in the car. He became more excited as he continued, not caring they were at the school entrance. Only after several minutes did he feel satisfied. The man proudly told the girl that every goodbye should be like this from now on, remember? Also, don't call my mother Annie anymore. Call her Mom, and tonight when we get home, I'll reward you properly. The girl's face turned red instantly. She hurriedly got out of the car, afraid someone would recognize her. The CEO suddenly stole the girl's food in the car. Even at the school gate, he couldn't resist his hunger. Only after being satisfied did he stop, promising to reward her with a good meal tonight. The girl left embarrassedly, afraid acquaintances would recognize her. Unexpectedly, she met her good friend Xiao Xiao in the classroom. Being a gossip girl, Xiao Xiao directly asked Cece how far a relationship with the man had progressed. Cece shyly said they were already married. Xiao Xiao became extremely excited upon hearing this. Cece hurriedly asked her to keep her voice down, saying it's better if others don't know. Xiao Xiao excitedly wanted to hug Cece, saying she would keep the secret. That's my best friend. You even managed to get Fu Jinshin. When school ended, the man standing at the school gate attracted countless fangirls, including Chu Yinin. Unexpectedly, Chu Yinin walked directly up to him and criticized him for being manipulated by Yen Cece. Obviously, the man only had eyes for Cece and couldn't care less about others. The girl directly asked who he was. After trying hard to remember, he seemed to have a slight recollection. It was Shun Jingjing whom they met during his date with Cece last time. Thinking about it now made him angry that she had bullied his Cece back then. Then he stared at her seriously. Unexpectedly, Chu Yinin persisted, continuing to badmouth Cece, saying she'd been going out and messing around lately. This left the man speechless. Was she trying to cause trouble for no reason? Chu Yinin not only spoke ill of Cece, but also tried to humiliate the man. Who are you to her? Why are you protecting her so much? Would you rather be played by her? Why don't you be with me instead? I won't string you along like she does. Not only was her mouth offensive, her hands were too. The man became furious instantly. If you have nothing else, get lost. Cece was still a university student, but she had married the CEO. He personally drove her to and from school. Unexpectedly, when school ended that afternoon, Chu Yinin saw Fu Jinshun at the school gate and took the chance to belittle Cece, trying to get the man to be with her instead. She unexpectedly angered the man. If you have nothing else to do, get lost. Chu Yinin was so scared she almost jumped. This scene was witnessed by Cece, who looked very unhappy. The man had never seen her so angry before. Cece directly pushed them apart, intending to teach Chu Yinin a lesson, to make her learn to be more respectful and not to touch other people's men. The man was delighted to hear the girl say this, but Chu Yinin still thought she had a chance. You're both single. What do you mean by your man? To make her give up hope, the girl took out their marriage certificate from her bag. She slapped it right in Chu Yinin's face. The next second, they drove away, leaving behind Chu Yinin's miserable figure. After this incident, news of their marriage spread throughout the campus. Thinking about what just happened, Xiao Xiao and the man were grinning in the car. Cece had said to keep it secret 1 second, then flashed the marriage certificate the next. To avoid embarrassment, Cece criticized the man, saying he had the nerve to laugh when he, a married man, was being hit on by someone else. If she hadn't claimed her territory, who knows what would have happened. The man smiled and promised it wouldn't happen again, adding that he was happy she made their relationship public. You want to touch me? Yen Cece took out the marriage certificate from her bag. She slapped it right in Chu Yinin's face. After teaching Chu Yinin a lesson, they drove away, leaving her standing there desolately. In the car, Cece continued to criticize the man, saying he's a married person now and shouldn't give such people any opportunities. Be smarter next time. Though the girl's words were harsh, the man knew it was because she cared about him. He was delighted inside. Then he held the girl's hand, promising such things wouldn't happen again. He told her to feel free to act spoiled with him in the future. Soon they arrived at the hotel. Tonight was dinner with both families. The girl put on the formal dress the man had prepared for her. Though she wasn't comfortable with the design, the man finally convinced her to come out. The girl before him radiated like a movie star. The man was very satisfied, worthy of being his wife. The girl hesitantly said that parents prefer virtuous daughters-in-law, wondering if she was suitable. The man replied that his parents' preferences were different from others. It's your preference that's different. The girl hadn't processed this before being pulled into his embrace. Don't forget, you're my wife now. If you don't behave, I won't let you off easily. Unexpectedly, their every move was seen by onlookers who cast envious glances. Seeing this, the girl wanted to leave immediately. The man's plan had succeeded. It was the girl's first time wearing a slit dress, and she was too shy to leave the changing room. Only after the man's persuasion did she finally come out. The man warned her that if she didn't loosen up, he couldn't guarantee what he might do here. The girl became scared of the man's words. Plus, there were so many people watching. She pushed the man to leave immediately. They arrived at the restaurant where both sets of parents were already waiting. Seeing everyone dressed formally, the girl suddenly felt less shy. Mrs. Fu quickly invited the girl over to eat. The lady's enthusiasm made the girl uncomfortable, and she instinctively called her auntie. Hearing this, the man fake coughed to hint at the girl. He had reminded her today that if she didn't call her mom, she'd be rewarded with a late-night snack when they got home. The girl seemed to realize the gravity of the situation, almost panicking. She quickly did a 180-degree turn, calling her mom while serving her food. Seeing the girl like this, the man chuckled on the side. Seeing the couple so in love, Mrs. Fu's eyes lit up with envy, wishing she could return to 18 and fall in love with grandfather again. I must say, you for showing off your love in front of the girl's father isn't right. He's already full before eating. After the meal, the girl's father formally entrusted his daughter to the Fu family. Mr. Fu promised to care for Cece like his own daughter. In that case, I can rest assured. Then the girl's father was sent home by car. It was quite awkward for Mr. Yin. At a family dinner, he became the odd one out. After dinner, the girl was entrusted to the Fu family, and he was sent home by car. Seeing it was still early, Mrs. Fu wanted to take Cece shopping, leaving behind the abandoned father and son. Soon all four arrived at the mall. The girl worried about school and wanted to return early. But the man told her, "You're married now. From today on, no more living in the dorm. I'll have someone move your belongings home." Little did they know, Mrs. Fu was watching their every move. It's weird being watched on a date. In that case, let's ditch them. The man grabbed the girl's hand and headed towards the busy arcade. Seeing them enter, Mrs. Fu suddenly insisted on going in too. Mr. Fu looked pitifully at his wife. "Didn't you forget we're on a date too?" Mrs. Fu immediately understood. "Then let's go to the cinema for our date. It's quiet there." The man's move not only satisfied himself, but also helped his father. He could tell his dad couldn't take it anymore. It was the girl's first time entering an arcade in her life. She was curious about everything inside. This was the man's expertise in entertainment. Today he would show off his skills. He caught one plush toy after another from the claw machine. The girl could barely hold all of them. His skilled operation drew a crowd of onlookers. The man explained that claw machines are designed to prevent winning, but it becomes simple once you understand the mechanics. In no time, the man had cleared out all the plush toys from the machine. Unexpectedly, a familiar face appeared behind them. The CEO wasn't just handsome, he was also great at catching dolls, showing off shamelessly in front of everyone. He quickly emptied the claw machine. Just as they were about to leave, they found a familiar face behind them. It was So Lee. "Didn't expect to see young Master Fu here. I'm here with my child, and you." The man proudly said, "I'm shopping with my wife." CEO Lee was quite tactful, immediately complimenting Cece's beauty. His daughter's eyes were drawn to the plush toys in Cece's arms. Seeing this, Cece offered to give one to the little girl, letting her choose whichever she liked. Seems Cece really likes children. The man decided to spoil her even more in the future. Several hours later, the girl collapsed exhausted against the mall railing. She wished they hadn't gone to the arcade and met Fu Jingchen's business rival. People might think she was childish. The man told her not to overthink things. Being childish with his wife made him happy. As he spoke, he tried to steal some of the girl's food. The girl sensed something was off and used fatigue as an excuse to go home. But unexpectedly, she was attracted by someone on the dance machine. The person's dancing was so cool that it captured all of the girl's attention. The man became a bit unhappy with the girl's behavior. The next moment, he took off his jacket and threw it to the girl. "Watch your husband's performance. I'll show you what real dancing is." The girl was captivated by the handsome guy's dance moves. The man noticed and became jealous, then threw his jacket to the girl. "Watch carefully. I'll show you what real coolness is." The girl was shocked, wondering what Fu Jinchen was up to. Surprisingly, the usually serious So started dancing on the spot. It was clear he had been a trainee for 2.5 years before. This different side of the man made the girl's heart race. Everyone's attention was drawn to him. Indeed, young Master Fu's showing off skills were first class. After finishing the dance, he coolly stepped down. Compared to that guy, who's cooler? The girl suddenly understood. His outstanding performance was due to jealousy, acting like a child over such a small matter. By the time the girl came to her senses, Fu Jinchen was already surrounded by fangirls who thought he was an undebuted star. Unexpectedly, Fu Jinchen showed his cold face, saying everyone except Cece should stay away. To assert her claim, Cece stepped forward towards Fu Jinchen. "Didn't you all hear? He's not some male celebrity, he's my husband. We're already married." Then she confidently pulled the man away from the scene. As the man was being pulled along by the girl, his young heart was about to burst. The CEO, who trained for 2.5 years, went crazy, showing off his dance moves on the dance machine, driving the surrounding fangirls wild. They all rushed forward wanting his autograph. But he wasn't a celebrity, just a married man, and was promptly taken away by his loving wife. The girl's actions made the man's heart flutter with joy. The girl seemed angry, probably jealous. The man got more excited and kept asking the girl how his dancing was. The girl, looking jealous, said it wasn't good at all. Dancing and attracting all those girls. How could it be good? Unexpectedly, the man hugged the girl from behind, apologizing and promising to dance only for her in the future. "But when you say other men are handsome, I get jealous too. I not only dance, I can play piano too. I'll play for you sometime." The girl was moved by the man's gentle side, her anger instantly dissipating. When they drove back home, they found strong winds upon getting out. The weather forecast mentioned a typhoon today, but they didn't expect it so late. There was not only wind, but also thunder and lightning. To protect the girl, the man's hand was scratched by falling branches. Though the injury looked serious, the man said it was just a scratch to avoid worrying the girl. They finally made it home, only to find the power was out. The circuits must be damaged. The girl anxiously asked where the medical supplies were. The man told her they were in the servant's room and was about to get them himself. The girl immediately stopped him. "You're injured, just stay put. Don't move, I'll get them. Stay seated, okay? Don't move around." The man sat obediently on the sofa like a child, agreeing. At this moment, the girl didn't know that something terrifying was about to happen. The CEO was scratched by tree branches on this stormy night while protecting his beloved wife. They returned home to find the power out. Seeing the man injured, the girl made him sit on the sofa and not move. Then she decided to get the medicine by herself. When the girl reached the room, she immediately spotted the medical kit in the drawer. Suddenly, lightning flashed. A handsome face suddenly appeared before her eyes. The girl was so scared she screamed, closed her eyes, and turned around, bumping into Fu Jinchen. But shouldn't Fu Jinchen be outside? Then who was in front of her? It turned out to be Fu Jinchen after all. The girl was so scared she jumped into his arms. The man told the girl it was just a mannequin. The servant had a habit of collecting handsome male mannequins. "Didn't expect this would make you jump into my arms." The effect was quite nice. Then, the girl used all her strength to help bandage the man's wound. She told him not to move carelessly, lest he hurt his tendons and bones. Then she made him lie down to rest. The man obediently followed his wife's arrangements. How did he become so obedient? He's quite cute. It made the girl's heart flutter and her face turn red. Just as the girl was about to get a blanket for him, the man stopped her. The man made a cute face, saying he was thirsty. Wanting water, he waited for the girl to bring it over. The man said he couldn't manage it himself and asked the girl to feed him with her mouth. Seeing his apologetic face, the girl told him not to push his luck. Unexpectedly, the man turned coy, acting coquettishly, saying his wound hurt so much. The CEO only had a minor injury, yet he wanted the girl to feed him water with her mouth. Seeing her unwillingness, he even acted coy. The girl had no choice but to compromise and agree to feed him herself. Then the girl put the water in her mouth. After filtering it for a moment, she leaned close to the man's face. The next second, she transferred the water, while the man held her waist protectively. The filtered water made the man hungry, and he couldn't resist trying to steal the delicacy from the girl's mouth. "Drink the rest yourself," the girl slowly pulled away. Unexpectedly, the man held her head. Her body moved forward uncontrollably. It seemed the man was starving. The water cup became the third wheel, sadly shattering. The man's eating pace left the girl breathless, tears involuntarily flowing. The man said it was all because the girl was too enchanting. He only meant to drink water, but accidentally ended up eating too. By now the girl was completely shy. The man occasionally pretended to be in pain, telling her not to move. The man looked very helpless. The girl felt sorry for him and decided to help ease his pain. Like last time at the pool, she decided to feed him by hand. Seeing the girl's adorable expression, the man pulled her into his arms. Now that you're married to me, are you content with just feeding me by hand? The girl seemed to understand. The man wanted her to take personal action to achieve the best satiety effect. The girl hesitated. Previously, the man always cooked. This would be her first time actively cooking for him. Considering your injury, I'll take over this time. The girl was too enchanting. Even though the CEO was injured, he still wanted to show his powerful side. Seeing how pitiful the man was, the girl decided to personally cook for him, just as he usually did for her. Seeing how pitiful you are, I'll take the initiative this time. Just wait to taste my delicious cooking. Seeing his wife suddenly understand, the man was very happy. The girl clenched her fists and began cooking, working hard alone in the dim kitchen, just to prepare a delicious dinner for the man. Several minutes passed, and the girl was already out of breath before finishing cooking. Although she hadn't finished cooking yet, this behavior made the man very satisfied. It was already great progress compared to before. In the stuffy kitchen, the girl persisted, her hair becoming messy in the process. The man watching from the side was also sweating profusely. He didn't forget to encourage the girl from the side. Unexpectedly, the girl accidentally fell onto the nearby sofa. At this moment, she decided she would never touch this profession again. The man said to her, I understand your physical condition better than you do. If you can't even cook one dish properly, you'll have to follow my arrangements from now on. Then the man held the girl's waist, planning to help her up with one hand. The girl seemed traumatized by cooking, crying uncontrollably in front of the man. But she didn't plan to give up. She wanted to impress the man and make him take responsibility for his words. Damn, this woman is still so strong, even after falling. The man tried to make the girl rest on the sofa, as he couldn't bear to see his beloved wife tire herself. He'd rather eat bandages hungry than let the girl continue to exhaust herself. The girl now saw the man's domineering side. It seemed today wasn't suitable for cooking. The man's hands had no strength, so he could only use his feet for leverage. Even injured, he wouldn't allow the girl to cook on her own. Then he held the girl's hand tightly, trying to heal his wound with love and restore his CEO's dominance. For the remaining dishes, the girl was forced to stop. The rest was left to the man to handle. The man was injured on this night of power outage. The girl could only take the initiative to cook for him, to comfort him. The girl worked hard cooking in the dim kitchen, even though it was hot and tiring. For the man's wound to heal quickly, she could only endure and continue. But the man couldn't stand watching anymore. He'd rather eat bandages than let the girl be so exhausted, so he decided to do it himself. Seeing the man so persistent, the girl could only make peace with him. The man also began chopping vegetables diligently. After a while, the girl fell asleep respectfully on the sofa. It seemed cooking would be difficult for her to accomplish in this lifetime. The man looked at the sleeping girl with happiness written all over his face. He didn't forget to put his coat over her, afraid she might catch cold. Then he carried the girl back to the room to rest. The next day, the girl opened her eyes hazily. She saw the man sleeping beside her. He looked so handsome from this angle. The girl became shy just from the man's good looks. Thinking of how the man bullied her yesterday, she took the chance to get revenge. The man's face hurt from the girl's pinching. He couldn't pretend to sleep anymore. He directly grabbed the girl's hand, giving the girl a surprise. The girl was completely immobilized by the man's control. Didn't you say you wanted to teach me a lesson? I was quite looking forward to it. Is this hand misbehaving? Looks like I need to teach it a lesson. The girl seemed to feel no pain, but rather more excitement. The man told her, this position on the fingers is a nerve ending. I'll make you feel more. I've studied human anatomy before, so I know how to make you feel good. When the girl woke up in the morning, she found the so sleeping beside her. Then remembered last night was their wedding night. The girl wanted to take revenge while the man was sleeping. She directly pinched his face hard. Unexpectedly, the man surprised her by turning the tables. The girl was caught off guard by the man's actions. Didn't you say you wanted to teach me a lesson? This hand was misbehaving just now, right? Looks like I need to teach it a lesson. The man grabbed the girl's hand and pressed it down. The girl not only felt no pain, but seemed to have no resistance to this feeling. If you weren't so tired from cooking last night, I would have gotten up to make you a midnight snack. Now it's time for breakfast. The man decided to make the girl a delicious breakfast. Next would be the boring breakfast scene. Knowing you don't like to watch that, we'll skip the advertisement. In the evening, Gao Xia learned about the girl's marriage to Fu Jingchen from Lin Yin. However, Lin Yin was just guessing. After all, it was Chu Yining who said it. What if Yin Cece was just putting on an act? The two decided to act quickly. Lin Yin planned to invite Yin Cece out tomorrow to ruin her reputation. The next day after school, Lin Yin stood at the classroom door, thinking he looked cool, trying to win Cece's favor. But he was completely ignored by Cece. Lin Yin suddenly grabbed Cece's hand, but Cece shook him off, telling him not to bother her. The next second, Lin Yin put on an innocent act. The girl knew Lin Yin was pretending and wanted to see what he would do. Lin Yin saw an opportunity to invite her for dinner. Dinner is boring. Let's go to a hotel directly. I heard popular hotels have lots of fun things. Just eating is too boring. Let's go to a hotel. It's more interesting than just eating. Gao Suya and Lin Yin planned to harm Cece and get Yan's property. But Cece was no longer the naive girl from her past life. To turn their plan against them, she used this method to make Lin Yin lower his guard. That old pervert Lin Yin. Hearing this, he originally wanted to test the waters over dinner, but felt he got lucky and became excited. After they separated, Lin Yin hid in a secluded grove and secretly reported the good news to Gao Suya. This vain woman even wants me to go to the most expensive hotel. I'll teach her a good lesson. The girl happily hummed a tune because Fu Jingchen had already installed wires in the hotel. The girl called Fu Jingchen to ask about the hotel arrangements. The man told the girl, "Your father had it tough." Gao Suya and Lin Yin already experienced it an hour ago. The girl couldn't understand Lin Yan's taste, but he definitely didn't truly love Gao Suya. He just wanted the family fortune. You see through things quite clearly. As expected of my wife, Lin Yan's taste is poor, but my taste isn't bad. I know your taste better than anyone. The man's sudden flirting left the girl flustered. She said she was almost at the hotel and quickly hung up the phone. Unexpectedly, looking up made the girl blush. The man suddenly appeared in front of her. "You hung up on me so quickly. If you don't want to talk to me, who do you want to talk to? Didn't he say he was sending someone with documents? Why did he come personally?" The man explained to the girl that he came personally because he wanted to see her and to tell her that Gao Suya had just left. The girl became angry instantly. "That despicable Gao Suya! You won't harm the Yin family. I'll make you remember this for life." It was the first time the man saw such a terrifying look in the girl's eyes, and he was startled. The girl noticed the man's stunned expression. "What? Realizing now that you didn't marry a good woman? It's not too late to regret it." The man couldn't help but laugh. "Do you have some misunderstanding about bad women? Evil deeds deserve punishment. They deserve it. I support you." The girl's heart melted at his words. "It's getting late. I'll go now," she said and fled with a red face. She suddenly stopped the next second. "All right, this is your hotel. You'll be watching over me." "Of course," the man answered affirmatively. "Then there's no problem. Even if you're not by my side, I know you'll always protect me." The girl said dinner was boring and suggested going to the hotel with Lin Yin. It would be more fun there. Lin Yin thought he struck gold, but he actually fell into the girl's trap. The popular hotel was under the Fu family's enterprise. Lin Yin couldn't escape this time. "Even if you're not by my side, I know you'll always protect me." "Of course," the man answered firmly. With that, the girl felt at ease. It was time to meet Lin Yin at the hotel. The girl arrived at the room, and without a key card, she could only knock. Lin Yin opened the door with a greasy smile. "Beautiful, you're finally here. I've been waiting forever." The girl played along. "Then hurry up and let me in." Lin Yin led the girl inside, saying he specially prepared a candlelight dinner. The girl pretended to like it, but was disgusted inside. "Oh, I like cleanliness. You should take a shower first. I'll wait here." Lin Yin was overjoyed, wondering why he never noticed how playful the girl was before. Today she would fall into his hands. After Lin Yin went to shower, the girl showed a disgusted expression. The 2 glasses of wine before her clearly looked suspicious. While Lin Yin hadn't noticed, she secretly switched the positions of the 2 wine glasses. After Lin Yin finished showering, they planned to drink it all at once. To make the night more exciting, Lin Yin unknowingly drank it all in one gulp. The next second, bang, the glass fell to the ground. Looking at Lin Yin, who had collapsed on the sofa, the girl's revenge began. In the bathroom, the girl splashed a basin of cold water on him. When Lin Yin woke up, he found himself tied up by the girl, unable to move. He thought the girl was playing house with him. But then more than 10 photos were thrown at Lin Yin. The shocking photos before his eyes scared him to tears. The girl suggested Lin Yin take a shower, saying she liked cleanliness. After Lin Yin went to shower, the girl secretly switched the positions of the 2 glasses of wine. To be more in the mood later, they planned to drink it all at once. Lin Yin never expected he would drink the drugged wine. The girl tied Lin Yin up in the bathroom while he was unconscious. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't break free. He thought the girl was playing house with him, but then more than 10 photos were thrown in his face. In the photos were all the misdeeds he and Gao Suya had done just hours ago. Lin Yin tried to defend himself, saying Gao Suya had threatened him to do it. But the girl didn't believe him, saying she had specially hired private investigators. Lin Yin suddenly became angry. "You nasty woman, how dare you stalk me?" Seeing Lin Yan's desperate reaction, his true nature was finally exposed. That was just the appetizer. This is the main course. Open your eyes and look. The girl placed the prepared contract in front of Lin Yin. Especially the last condition would turn Lin Yin into a pretty girl. If Lin Yin refused to sign, she would spread their photos. Lin Yin immediately acted pitiful in front of the girl, begging her to let him go. "I can let you go, but you have to sing Conquest. If you sing well, I might consider it." Lin Yin had no choice but to sing with all his might. "I didn't expect your singing to be so terrible." The girl burst into laughter. Lin Yin thought the girl would let him go after singing. But how could she let him off so easily? The revenge from her past life wasn't complete yet. Lin Yin would pay slowly. "Don't rush, the show is just beginning." The girl not only tied up the scumbag Lin Yin, but also made him sing Conquest. Otherwise, she would post his intimate photos with Gao Suya online. Lin Yan's tone-deaf singing made the girl laugh heartily. "Even if you finish singing, I won't let you go, especially since you sing so badly. The debt you owe the Yin family for my past life, you'll pay back slowly." The girl forced Lin Yin to put his fingerprint on the contract. Then she gave him a hard slap across the face. "I didn't want to hit you, but that dirty mouth of yours needed some disinfecting. I didn't force you to sign this contract. You agreed yourself." Then she left the room with the contract. Lin Yin could only remain pathetically abandoned in the bathroom. Unexpectedly, Fu Jingchen was already waiting at the door. The girl was curious. The man told her he was there just in case. If anything happened, he could rush in immediately. The girl had spent over an hour inside, not expecting the man to wait for her so long. She threw herself into his arms. "Silly, I told you it was foolproof, and there were security cameras too." The man told the girl, "If I let you face it alone, I would be worried. If anything happened to you, I would be devastated." The girl immediately covered his mouth with her finger. "Don't say such things. Besides, you promised me to let me handle this myself. You can't go back on your word. You troublesome woman. Fine, I'll do as you say. I can never win against you anyway. Then I can only be your support." The girl was reasonable. Seeing how obedient the man was, she decided to treat him to dinner. The sky was getting dark outside. To keep the girl from getting cold, the man decided to bring the car around first. He asked the girl to wait for him there. Unexpectedly, after the man left, Chu Yinin appeared behind the girl, cursing loudly. The girl planned to treat the CEO to dinner. The CEO asked the girl to wait while he went to get the car. Just as the man left, Chu Yinin appeared behind the girl and started cursing at her. She claimed she was married to Fu Jingchen and accused the girl of secretly going to a hotel with Lin Yin. The girl was shocked. How did Chu Yinin know she went to the hotel with Lin Yin? Chu Yinin, making things worse, called over a handsome bystander to witness the drama. The girl couldn't take it anymore. Making a scene was one thing, but involving others was too much. She threw the photos at Chu Yinin. "Take a good look at your man. If you don't find him disgusting, I do. Believe it or not, the evidence is right here." Chu Yinin, cornered, tried to slap the girl, but was stopped the next second. "Who gave you permission to bully my wife?" Upon seeing Fu Jingchen, Chu Yinin froze, scared out of her wits. In the end, she was taken away by the man's subordinates, and the couple continued with their candlelit dinner plans. They arrived at a 100-story building. Each step was difficult for the girl. It was very unfriendly for someone with acrophobia. The girl wanted to cling to the man, demanding to leave the building immediately. The man snapped his fingers. The decorations around them instantly changed. With each step the girl took, flower petals appeared beneath her feet, making her experience the feeling of walking on lotus flowers. The man exclaimed how beautiful it was. The girl thought he meant the scene, but he was actually talking about her. Being shy, as usual, he could only change the subject, saying he was hungry and they should order. After a while, they began their candlelit dinner. The couple planned to have a candlelit dinner at a high-end restaurant, but the girl was trembling from the 100-meter height. With one snap of his fingers, the man made the girl feel like she was walking on lotus flowers. After they sat down to eat, the girl was curious why others couldn't see that Lin Yin was a scumbag. Now Chu Yinin was as foolish as she had been back then. The man immediately put down his teacup upon hearing this. You're different from her. You don't hurt others out of anger. But Chu Yinin takes out her temper on others without considering their feelings. The man's words enlightened the girl. The next moment she acted reserved, saying, "You speak as if you know me so well. You're my wife. Of course I know you. Should we get to know each other even better? What are you trying to do? This is a restaurant." The man suddenly picked up the girl. A bed appeared in front of them as the room's design changed. Clearly, he had planned this ahead. The girl felt like she had walked into a wolf's den with no escape. The man held her chin, saying, "When I heard Chu Yinin curse me for being blind, you got angry immediately. Seems you're quite protective of me." The next moment, he stole food from the girl's mouth. The girl finally caught her breath. She accused him of sneaking up on her, saying it was too mean. "It's your fault for being too beautiful. I can't resist. And after dinner, you smell so fragrant all over, especially your cute friend there. How dare you sneak attack me?" The CO snapped his fingers. The restaurant instantly transformed into a hotel. Now the girl was like prey trapped in a wolf's den, with nowhere to escape. The girl's fragrance made the man pounce like a hungry wolf, wanting to devour her immediately. An intense hunger made her unsure whether what was before her was food or lover. After the feast, Lin Yin had escaped from the bathroom. Her stench made passers-by think she'd fallen into a sewer. If the cleaning lady hadn't arrived in time, she might have died. Lin Yin immediately called Gao Suya, determined to get revenge by any means necessary. She swore this wasn't over with the Yin family and would make Yin Cece pay dearly. Gao Suya couldn't understand why Lin Yin was so angry. What had Yin Cece done to her? But now they needed to deal with Yin Cece, who was becoming a stumbling block. Then she called Yin Cece. At this time, Cece was still sleeping peacefully with the man. The man was actually already awake. He couldn't let his guard down about Lin Yan's matter. With their mindset, they would surely seek revenge. After a while, the girl also woke up groggily, attracted by the fragrance from the man's neck. To smell the source clearly, the girl leaned directly towards the man's neck. The man was caught off guard by the girl's behavior. "If you keep smelling, don't blame me for what happens next." Early in the morning, the girl was attracted by the CEO's neck fragrance. She couldn't help but lean in to smell it. The man was clearly uncomfortable with the girl's early morning behavior. "If you dare continue smelling, don't blame me for being rough." Unexpectedly, the girl's phone suddenly rang. Gao Suya invited her home for dinner on the weekend. The girl guessed Gao Suya was planning to make a move against her. She made an excuse that she had already planned to eat with friends, speaking in a regretful tone. Gao Suya could only use the girl's father as a shield, saying after dinner they could visit her father at the hospital. Since that was the case, the girl decided to play along. It seemed Gao Suya took the bait. This would be interesting to watch, but the man didn't look very happy. Just because the girl said she was eating with friends without including him, he was secretly jealous. The girl explained it was necessary for the plan. If the man went, Gao Suya probably wouldn't dare to try anything. She knew Gao Suya's tricks all too well. Just the same old dirty tactics. Seeing the girl about to get up and leave, the man grabbed her. He pulled her directly into his arms. Thinking about the dangers the girl faced in her previous life, he wanted to kill Gao Suya and Lin Yin right away. The girl knew the man was concerned about her. She turned and kissed him. The man felt the girl's love. They shared a passionate kiss. The man planned to help strengthen the girl's constitution to prevent her from being helpless when Gao Suya made her move. "Remember I told you to tell me everything? Seems you've forgotten again. I'll have to help you remember. The girl could barely breathe in the CEO's embrace, just because she hadn't made time for dinner with him. Since we don't have time tonight, let's have a snack now. You could see in the girl's eyes that he was starving too. Since they were both hungry, it was time to eat. After they finished eating, they returned to the Fu family home together. Mrs. Fu rushed over as soon as she saw her daughter-in-law. This scared the girl quite a bit, like a wild bull charging at her. Mrs. Fu, moving quickly, wanted to show the girl the new house. This house looked extraordinarily large. The girl's jaw nearly dropped in shock. She said the Fu family had given enough gifts, and as a daughter-in-law, she had enough to enjoy for a lifetime, plus she already had a house. Hearing the girl's words, Mrs. Fu started crying. I just thought the previous house was too modest and wanted to get you a new one. I didn't expect you'd refuse such a small gift. You call this a small gift? The rich really live in a different world. The man suddenly patted the girl's shoulder from behind and pointed forward. There was fresh paint, meaning Mrs. Fu had put a lot of effort into renovating the house. To not disappoint Mrs. Fu's thoughtfulness, the girl enthusiastically let her lead them inside for a look. Cece, come see if you like this decoration style. The man noticed all the furniture had been replaced, but was interrupted before he could speak. Seeing this style of decoration, the girl suddenly remembered something. When they were shopping before, Mrs. Fu had asked if she liked this style. She hadn't expected her casual yes would be taken so seriously. Seeing Cece standing there lost in thought, Mrs. Fu thought she didn't like it. The next moment, the girl said affectionately, I love this style so much. Thank you, Mom. A mother-in-law willing to spend money on her daughter-in-law is really wonderful. It was only the girl's first day in the family, and she received a large villa from her mother-in-law. Not only that, but the room style was exactly what she liked. A casual mention of what she liked had received such a satisfying response. At this moment, Mr. Fu, who was severely lovesick, called. After not seeing his wife for a month, his longing had become as vast as the sea. As he desperately played the victim on the phone, Mrs. Fu had to let her son continue showing his wife around. The next moment, she left by car. The couple returned to the new house and discovered the ocean and beach outside the window. They could relax outside later. The girl accidentally discovered a book on the bookshelf without a title. This seriously piqued her curiosity. She was still immersed in the beach and ocean vibes when he turned to find her browsing through the book. Before he could stop her, the girl had already opened the book. It turned out, the girl seemed to see something she shouldn't have. But disappointingly, it was just the man's regular diary. He had recorded all the time spent with the girl. Who would have thought such a powerful CEO would secretly keep a diary? The next second, the girl pulled out a nearby chair. Planning to start writing a diary from today, learning from the man. After she wrote, the man was very curious beside her. After discussion, they decided to share with each other. The girl had struck gold with this. My goodness, you can even write poetry. The diary contents were written in poetry form, and they were all about her. Seeing her appreciate it so carefully, the man could only blush secretly beside her. The next moment, the girl put down the diary. She hugged the man from behind. Why aren't you looking at me today? Won't you turn around? The man turned his head shyly. No, it's late. We should make dinner. While the man wasn't paying attention, the girl kissed him from behind. The girl hugged the CEO from behind. The CEO's face was full of shyness at this moment. Taking advantage of his distraction, the girl kissed him. Just because the girl had read the CEO's diary in front of him. Each entry was written in poetry, and every piece was about her. Who wouldn't be moved by such daily dedication? After their passionate kiss, they faced each other, both their faces flushed. Let's make dinner. I'm hungry. I love everything you cook. These simple words completely enchanted the man. Oh, then I'll show off my cooking skills. You should know what I like to eat, right? Stay over tonight. Before dinner, they didn't forget to brush their teeth together. Wow, this is absolutely delicious. Your cooking skills are really getting better. The girl's stomach was completely won over by the man. She excitedly threw herself at the man. Having such a capable husband makes me so happy. The man saw his chance and was about to have an appetizer. All right, the girl suddenly remembered tomorrow's plans. She hadn't told her father yet. She needed to notify him quickly. Then she started making the phone call nearby. The man's mood went up and down like a roller coaster. Well then, don't blame me for being ruthless. The man started messing around behind the girl. That's what you get for teasing me. See how I deal with you. The man helped remove acne from the girl's back. She was so ticklish she dared not speak, afraid she would laugh. If this continued, she wouldn't be able to explain to her father. The girl was on the phone with her father while the CEO messed around behind her. He insisted on helping remove acne from her back. The girl held back her laughter, not daring to make a sound, afraid she might burst out laughing the next second. It would be impossible to explain to her father then. She hurriedly said she had something to do and hung up the phone immediately. After the girl finished the call, the man wiped his mouth corner behind her and reminded her to go to bed soon as it was getting late. But the girl refused. She wanted to play a game with him. Recently, Xiao Xiao introduced her to a mobile game, so she wanted the man to download it and play together. It was obvious he had never played before. The girl wanted to tease him a bit, since he always teased her. After a while, the girl destroyed him in the game. They were supposed to team up, but she went straight into the game. How terrible! The mighty CEO lost to his wife. His feelings were mixed. He decided never to touch this game again. The girl comforted him, saying she would help him reach king rank. Then the man handed his phone to the girl. The man watched the girl play, using the excuse that he couldn't see clearly to hug her from behind, saying this way he could learn better. But after a while, his hands started to wander. The girl anxiously responded, "What are you doing? This is a crucial moment. Don't distract me. You were saying how good you were earlier. Why are you getting flustered by a little distraction?" Even with the man's mischief, the girl insisted on not letting her teammates down, enduring the distraction to continue playing. That's what you get for bullying me as a newbie. Watch how I deal with you. The girl was playing the game while the man claimed to be learning techniques behind her. But he started disrupting her instead. "Didn't you say you were very skilled? Let me see how you handle this situation." The girl insisted on not letting her teammates down, determined to finish the game no matter what. Seeing the girl's persistence, the man used his ultimate move. The girl was tickled so much she dropped her phone. The last time she was this ticklish was during the last game. She couldn't avoid being scolded by teammates. Although it was the man's account, the girl felt worse than anyone. "No, I need to win one back." The girl felt extremely unwilling. The man suddenly picked her up. "This time I won't disturb you, but you'll catch a cold here. Let's play in the bedroom." The girl didn't care about that and continued focusing on the game. If the man dared to disturb her again, she swore she wouldn't let him touch her for a month. The night passed and dawn arrived. The girl didn't know when she fell asleep, but found the man wasn't beside her early in the morning. She walked out of the bedroom alone. She found the man sound asleep on the sofa. Whatever brand his phone was, it still showed the game interface all night, displaying the highest rank. Recalling what he told her last night about playing together once he learned, she hadn't paid much attention then and just automatically replied, "I'll wait for you to carry me." Unexpectedly, he had studied it all night. The girl walked up to him, looked at his sleeping face, and kissed him. Surprisingly, the kiss woke him up. After their tacit, passionate kiss, they spent a beautiful morning together. The CEO turned out to be a gaming maniac. In one night, he went from bronze to king rank. The girl knew he did this to impress her. That's why he stayed up all night ranking up. While he was sleeping, she wanted to secretly reward him with a kiss. But unexpectedly, the CEO turned the tables. Actually, he had just woken up. The girl just hadn't noticed. After their sweet interaction, they took a nap together on the sofa. In the evening, the girl returned to the Yin family as scheduled. Gao Xia pretended to be nice and offered to serve dinner to the girl. Seeing her sister return, Yin Xingyao teased her, saying she didn't even look at him properly. Gao Suya was unusually enthusiastic about serving food to Cece, which upset her own son. "Eat more? After you finish, it'll be my turn to act." The girl ate the food without suspicion. Just as Yin Xingyao was about to pick up a dish, Gao Xia angrily said it was prepared for Cece. Yin Xingyao stood up angrily saying, "Then I won't eat, you guys enjoy." Gao Xia cursed and didn't stop him. At this point, the girl clearly felt dizzy. The next second, she passed out on the table. "That's right, feel dizzy. There's more to come." Gao Xia took the girl directly to the room. Then she made a phone call nearby. "You all can come now. Your delicacy is ready." Gao Xia spoke despicably beside the girl. "You escaped last time, but I won't let you off easily this time." She reached out to remove the girl's nightwear. The girl was invited home for dinner by her stepmother. Unexpectedly, she fainted at the table right after eating. Stepmother Gao Xia took her directly to the room and told the person on the phone to come share the delicacy. After hanging up, she attempted to remove the girl's clothes. The next moment, Yin Xingyao burst through the door, curious about what his mother was doing. Gao Suya casually dismissed him, saying Yin Cece just had too much to drink. Recalling what Yunanin had said before, Yin Xingyao sensed his mother's plot against Cece. Just then, the doorbell suddenly rang. Gao Suya was overjoyed and rushed to open it. But Yin Xingyao blocked his mother's path, saying he would open the door himself. If anyone dared to harm Cece, he wouldn't let them go. Unexpectedly, as he kicked open the door, father dragged in a thug. The thug was the one who had been on the phone earlier. Fu Jingchen had caught them all. 3 sets of chopsticks were neatly arranged, clearly suspicious. Fu Jingchen immediately ordered everyone to secure the place. The man found his beloved wife lying motionless on the bed and ordered his subordinates to call a doctor immediately. How could you be so foolish? What if I come late? Aren't you afraid of being hurt? After Shun Mingxiao arrived, he detected poison in the girl's body. She would need 3 to 5 hours to wake up. The man's terrifying expression left Shun Mingxiao at a loss. He had never seen him so angry. Gao Suya was also imprisoned in the room. When AC wasn't paying attention, she pretended to go to the bathroom. In the bathroom, she secretly called Lin Yin. The plan is exposed. Come save me quickly. Unexpectedly, Lin Yin pretended not to know her on the other end of the call. Stepmother Gao Suya drugged Cece. While she was unconscious, she tried to take advantage and remove her clothes. But she was caught red-handed by Fu Jingchen. She was imprisoned in the room. When Officer A wasn't paying attention, under the pretense of using the bathroom, she called Lin Yin for help. But Lin Yin claimed not to know her. At this point, Gao Suya could only threaten Lin Yin, saying if she didn't come to help, she would expose her too. Lin Yin seemed frightened, but then said she was joking and promised to find a way to save Gao Suya. Before the call ended, Gao Suya was dragged away by Ace. Meanwhile, Yin Xingyao wasn't involved in this incident, only needing to give a simple statement. Unexpectedly, seeing the unconscious Yin Cece, Yin Xingyao tried to show concern, but was stopped by Fu Jingchen. What are you trying to do? How dare you touch my wife? What do you mean your wife? Are you married? Fu Jingchen ignored him and ordered his men to take him away. Several hours later, the girl finally woke up from her unconscious state. She saw the man right in front of her. He had been watching over her all night. The man told her not to move around tonight and rest in the hospital. The girl's reaction puzzled him. She seemed very expectant, her face flushed, looking quite unusual. He didn't expect Gao Suya's drug to contain such components. Seeing the girl's weak state, the man made an excuse to get some hot water. But the girl stopped him, saying she felt unwell. It was the first time she had asked the man for help like this. But the girl had just woken up, and the man worried her body couldn't handle it. While the man was lost in thought, the girl suddenly kissed him. It seemed he had to make an exception this time. The girl had just woken up from her coma, looking at the man with an expectant expression, begging the man to help her. Seeing his weak and pitiful wife, the man was caught in a dilemma. Before he could react, the girl took the chance and kissed him, going into battle despite her weakened state. At this point, the man could only be the antidote for the girl. I won't let the drug in your body run wild. After their joint efforts, the drug's effects finally wore off. Exhausted, she fell asleep on the bed. When she woke up again, she was alone in the room. The next second, she suddenly shouted, wondering what happened last night. Remembering how the man had helped cure her last night, the girl covered her face in embarrassment. Hearing the girl shouting in the room, the man rushed to the door wearing an apron. Seeing the man arrive made her even more embarrassed. The man walked to the bedside and hugged her. You were drugged yesterday. I helped you cure it, but I really like how you were last night. The girl pushed the man away, saying, Sure enough, you men can't resist forward women. The man directly kissed her pouty lips. Silly, I like it when you're forward, not anyone else. The girl was convinced by the man's words. She kissed his cheek and said, I understand. Now go make dinner. After eating, they went to the hospital together. Yin Xingyao also appeared in old Master Yan's hospital room. Seeing Fu Jingchen, Yin Xingyao demanded him to release his mother quickly. But the man told him that Gao Suya brought this upon herself. She would be dealt with according to procedure, otherwise it wouldn't be fair to the victims. Although my mother was arrested, I just found out about your marriage now. From beginning to end, you treated me as an outsider. Though Yin Xingyao didn't mention Cece directly. Every word was about her. His heart was unwilling to accept that the person he liked was taken away. Finally, he fled in a hurry under the watchful eyes of the three. To prepare for the wedding, the CEO took his beloved wife to the mall for a shopping spree. When he took out the list, the girl immediately became unsettled, saying it wasn't necessary to buy everything for a lifetime just for getting married. The man firmly said they could split the shopping into 2 trips if they couldn't finish. They picked almost everything available in the mall, carrying bags of small gifts in their hands. After shopping, they planned to drop off the gifts at home before going to eat. At this moment, the girl's stomach growled embarrassingly. Seeing this, the man immediately got out of the car to buy some snacks. The girl tried to stop him, but couldn't. If they bought any more, the trunk really wouldn't have enough space. When the man returned, the girl's hands were full of snacks, but fortunately, not an absurd amount. This is enough. Any more would be too much. The girl shared her snacks with the man. Just as she was about to feed him, the man suddenly turned and kissed her instead, planning to feed a small chip into the girl's mouth. "I taught you how to feed. How did you forget now?" The girl was too shy to speak. She grabbed a handful of chips and stuffed them in his mouth. "That's what you get for surprising me. Let's go home quickly." They got back on track and headed straight home. The girl suddenly said her hands were sore, probably from fatigue. The man planned to take her to hot springs after dinner. It was owned by one of his friends, and he felt a bit awkward making them open so late. The girl quickly changed into a bathrobe and enjoyed soaking in the hot spring. Unexpectedly, there were snacks to eat while bathing. The girl decided to try some, but the next second she got a cramp. While enjoying the hot spring, she suddenly noticed snacks in front of her. As a professional foodie, she couldn't resist, planning to get some food, but as soon as she stood up, her foot cramped. She was about to fall into the pool. Unexpectedly, she hit the pool edge, and her arm hurt like it was dislocated. The man heard the water sound outside and immediately broke through the door. The girl cried that her arm was dislocated and her foot was cramping. The man immediately took his wife to rest on a chair, then called Shun Mingxiao, telling him to arrive within 10 minutes. The girl felt embarrassed about bothering Dr. Shun so late, but the man said it was fine since they were close friends. The girl was clearly touched by the man's actions. She directly saw his well-defined abs. The man surprisingly asked what's wrong, if she was feeling unwell somewhere. The girl caught him off guard and kissed him. After the kiss, she looked proud of herself. "Even injured, you're still mischievous. You thought I couldn't handle you, huh? I'll show you." After a while, someone knocked on the door. Shin Mingxiao rushed over. Nobody would want to treat patients this late at night, but since Cece was injured, he made an exception. Then Shin Mingxiao examined Cece's injury. A minor dislocation with bruising. It needed to be reset. "It will hurt a bit. Bear with it." The man told the girl to grip his hand if it hurt. Unexpectedly, the girl cleverly put on a pained expression. The girl cleverly cried out in the room at night, just because she accidentally dislocated her arm while bathing in the hot spring. The CEO could only call Shun Lingxiao to treat her. The girl's arm was reset, and she gripped the man's hand tightly in pain. Shin Mingxiao had a routine expression, telling the girl to rest for a few days. Seeing his work was done, he didn't want to disturb the couple and left directly. Seeing the girl's limited mobility, the man planned to help her put on her coat. Unexpectedly, the girl confidently waved her hand. "Wasn't it said I could move after the reset? I think it's fine." The man immediately stopped her. "Did you forget what Shin Mingxiao just said? If you dislocate it again, I won't let you off." At mealtime, the man personally fed the girl. The girl suddenly became sad. "Looks like I'll have to use my left hand at school these days." "You're injured and still thinking about school? Aren't you afraid of Chu Yingying?" Intimidated by the man's words, the girl immediately called Xiao Xiao to ask for leave. After hanging up, they were being lovey-dovey. This angered the CEO beside her. "Is this how all you girls are? With the moi?" The girl seemed unaware of the man's anger and mentioned they used to scrub each other's backs in the dorm. "Like scrubbing, huh?" The man picked up the girl, planning to give her a bath too. Soon they were in the bathroom, bathing. The girl laughed heartily at the man's care. "If this continues, I'll faint from laughing in the bathroom." The girl wanted to do it herself, but hearing this, the man disagreed. "You're injured. I must take care of you. I'm just helping you bathe. Or do you have other strange thoughts?" The CEO took the girl to the bathroom without further discussion, making her laugh with his tickling, all because she accidentally dislocated her arm in the hot spring. The girl was very sensitive. Though the man was properly bathing her, she still felt her heart racing and face flushing. The man noticed her unusual state. "Are you having some strange reaction?" The girl felt ticklish before, but now it was an indescribable feeling. Though it was just simple back scrubbing, The man's hands were exceptionally warm. How's my bathing technique? If you're not satisfied, I can use more force. Unexpectedly, the man's hands were so strong, but at this rate, the clothes would. The man didn't mind getting wet. At worst, they could take a hot bath together. After bathing, they gazed at each other lovingly and shared a passionate kiss in the 180-degree bathroom. After they finished, the man had to leave for a business trip. The girl couldn't stay idle, using these days to study for certification materials. After a few minutes, there was a knock at the door. Unexpectedly, it was Mrs. Fu, who had heard about her daughter-in-law's dislocated arm and rushed over. She planned to send more servants to take care of the girl these days. She also hired several chefs skilled in French cuisine, Japanese food, and especially Cantonese cuisine. Chinger would be the girl's personal maid these days, ready to address any needs. After all, they were family now, no need to be so formal. Their enthusiasm mixed with an intimidating aura forced the girl to accept. The girl's arm was injured, so the CEO had to personally help her bathe. Due to the man's strong hands, the girl kept yelping. After bathing, they gazed at each other lovingly, finally sharing a passionate kiss in the bathroom. After finishing, the man left for work. Mrs. Fu heard about her daughter-in-law's injury and rushed over. To care for her daughter-in-law, she specially hired chefs. There were servants attending to her constantly. When the CEO returned home, he found his mother there with a large box that caught her attention. The man told his mother it was prepared for his wife, and if she wanted something similar, she should ask his father. His mother rolled her eyes helplessly, but called the girl over to see. When the girl received the box, she opened it excitedly, but was shocked the next moment. All three stood frozen. It was full of snacks, too many to eat in a year. The man proudly thought the girl would like it, but the amount of snacks clearly frightened her. The next moment, mother and daughter-in-law sat down to share the food. The mother proposed staying to care for the girl for a few days to prevent further injury, as she had nothing else to do. The man panicked when he heard his mother would stay. He immediately called his father to come collect his wife. The mother took the phone, and hearing her husband's call, suddenly decided to leave. Just a moment ago, she had firmly declared staying to care for her daughter-in-law, but after hearing her husband's call, she left quickly. Seeing the uncle and aunt's loving relationship, the girl expressed her envy. The man said they would be the same, no need to envy others. Looking at the man eating snacks, the girl blushed at his handsome appearance. Even eating snacks looks so handsome, it's unfair. The man noticed her unusual behavior and took the snack from her mouth. The girl became anxious when he took her snack, but he just wanted her to feed him. The girl teased from the side, always wanting to be fed. Why don't you feed me too? Like this. There are still some snack seasonings here. The man was clearly caught off guard by her behavior. Seeing the man's strange expression, the girl took the chance to tease him further, making a mischievous face. Unable to endure anymore, the man suddenly pushed her down. He bit her neck hard. A red hickey immediately appeared on the girl's neck. "Darling, you invited this yourself. Don't blame me for not being polite." The next second, he kissed her. The girl worried that servants might still be waiting outside. It would be awkward if they suddenly came in. That made sense. To prevent others from seeing his beloved wife's most adorable side, the man decided to stop their sweet time. After finishing their private exercise in the room, they planned to visit that detestable G. Unexpectedly, they received news of a traffic jam halfway. The man had to go check the traffic situation, leaving the girl waiting in the car. The girl obediently drank water in the car, but noticed someone knocking on the window. It seemed like someone seeking help. After opening the window, the man told her that children in his car were crying from hunger, and he noticed she had snacks, wanting to buy some. The girl coldly handed him some, saying no payment was needed. Not wanting trouble, she quickly closed the window. But the man outside blocked it, almost catching his hand, startling the kind-hearted girl. The man insisted on paying, saying he wasn't taking advantage, and suggested adding the girl's WeChat. The girl refused to add his contact, but he persisted, saying chatting would help pass time during the traffic jam. Just then, Fu Jingchen returned. "How dare you hit on my woman?" Seeing Fu Jingchen return, the girl immediately reported the situation, but the man insulted her. The man became furious and immediately pinned him against the car. "What did you just call her? Say it again if you dare." The man tried to defend himself, claiming the girl seduced him, but Fu Jingchen didn't believe it, trusting his wife's character. Their actions drew attention from bystanders who started discussing. Worried about Fu Jingchen's reputation, the girl quickly intervened. Before leaving, they threatened the man, saying the car had a dash cam and he'd have to explain at the police station. The man finally fled in fear. The girl was alone in the car when approached by a strange man. He persisted even after being rejected. Fortunately, the CEO arrived in time and taught him a lesson. You dare bully my woman? You must be tired of living. To avoid revealing his wealthy identity, they finally scared the man away. After several setbacks, the girl finally arrived at school. Not seeing Cece for days, Xiao Xiao concluded that Cece and young Master Fu must have gone on another date. The girl quickly stuffed food in Xiao Xiao's mouth to prevent gossip. But one can't hide forever. Xiao Xiao asked how she planned to celebrate their first anniversary. The girl just remembered their anniversary was approaching, but she had no plans. Xiao Xiao said such things were important, and lack of preparation could affect their relationship, frightening the girl. Then Xiao Xiao started giving suggestions. Look at this, I have 3 options for you to consider. Plan 1. You play a flight attendant, accidentally spill water on him, then help him dry off, and follow the script from there. Plan 2. You play a nurse, comfort him when he's not paying attention. Plan 3. Become a beautiful and elegant island teacher. He's your student, and when he answers incorrectly, you give him appropriate punishment. As she spoke, Xiao Xiao was already daydreaming, while the girl stared at her phone, unable to comprehend. What are you thinking about all day? Why don't you try finding a boyfriend yourself? After scolding Xiao Xiao, the girl went to get food. Hearing there was a party tonight, the girl planned to invite Xiao Xiao along, but their conversation was overheard by Chu Yining. There's a party tonight? I'll make sure you have a good time. Unexpectedly, Cece's phone suddenly rang right in front of Chu Yining. It was a message from Fu Jingchen asking when she'd finish school tonight, saying he'd pick her up. Chu Yining immediately showed a sinister expression. This seemed like a chance for revenge. Don't pick me up at school. Let's meet at the hot hotel. I'll give you an anniversary surprise then. The girl and Xiao Xiao planned to attend a party that evening, but Chu Yining overheard it. Moreover, she discovered the girl's phone was buzzing constantly. It was Fu Jingchen messaging about picking her up after school. Chu Yining saw her chance for revenge. She immediately arranged to meet Fu Jingchen at the hot hotel, claiming to celebrate their anniversary there. At the hot hotel, Fu Jingchen was already waiting in the lobby lounge. Chu Yining, disguised as a server, brought tea to him. The man drank it without suspicion, unaware that Chu Yining had spiked it. He immediately felt dizzy. His body felt unusually tired. The lobby manager immediately came to check on him, while Chu Yining pretended to help support him. The manager instructed her to take him to the Good Yuan suite to rest. The man was quickly taken to the room, where Chu Yining immediately started unbuttoning his shirt. Realizing something was wrong, he tried to resist, but Chu Yining acted concerned, telling him to rest well and that she'd take care of him. The man slapped her hand away, telling her to just contact his wife. But Chu Yining became more aggressive, suddenly claiming she felt dizzy too, asking if he had infected her. The next moment, she showed her evil expression. I can fulfill any request you have. Recognizing Chu Yining, he tried to resist but couldn't overcome the drug's effects. Lin Yin put you up to this, right? Do you think this is worth it? Looking at the handsome man with his six-pack abs, Chu Yining feasted her eyes. How did Cece deserve such perfection? She then whispered in his ear, "Let's do a test." How will Cece believe you when she sees this scene? It's my first time seeing a woman drug a man like this. To trick Cece, Chu Yining targeted Fu Jingchen directly, disguising herself as a server bringing tea. Fu Jingchen drank it without suspicion, until he was taken to the restroom. He realized this wasn't a server, but Cece's enemy, Chu Yining. But now he had no strength to resist. The drug had drained his vigor. Seeing his perfect face and physique up close, Chu Yining swallowed hard, ready to execute her next plan. At this time, Cece and her friends arrived at the lobby. They wondered why only 3 of them were at the supposed class party. The lobby manager thought they were in the wrong place. But upon learning she was the wealthy young master's wife, the manager informed them that the young master was resting in the suite. Then the 3 were led to the room's door. Her 2 friends felt the place wasn't suitable for them and decided to go play other games first. The manager knocked several times, but got no response. Cece suddenly heard sounds from inside. She urgently asked the manager for the key card, but he couldn't find one. He had to kick the door open, something that would require 2.5 years of training. When they opened the door, they saw the scene. Cece's face instantly darkened. Weren't you supposed to let the young master rest? Chu Yining lied, saying Mr. Fu had accidentally tripped. Nobody would believe a trip could remove clothes. Chu Yining continued making excuses, saying first that he fell on her, then that he was confused and tore both their clothes. Such posturing and wordplay made her secretly delighted. The man sat weakly on the bed looking at Cece, wanting wanting to explain but feeling powerless, only able to ask her not to misunderstand. Cece, with a dark expression, replied, "How do you know I'm misunderstanding? I know Fu Jingchen's character. Even if it were true, he would have been thorough about it, and he definitely wouldn't be interested in someone like Chu Yining." Then she stared at Chu Yining, saying, "Since you accidentally tripped, get up quickly. Don't let petty people ruin your reputation, Miss Chu. Even if he did accidentally fall on you, he would have pushed you away immediately." Seeing the girl's firm trust in him, the man blushed like a child forgiven for wrongdoing. The CEO was helplessly bullied by a weak woman in the restroom, unable to fight back, all because he unknowingly drank drug tea. His beloved wife rushed, overhearing the commotion, using 2.5 years' worth of strength to kick open the door, only to see Fu Jingchen shirtless with Chu Yining on the bed. Chu Yining pretended to be the victim, putting on a pitiful expression, but Cece clearly wouldn't believe her, knowing her man wouldn't be interested in her. Chu Yining had hoped to destroy their relationship, but ended up being the fool herself. She could only go outside and vent her frustration at the wall. After Chu Yining left, Cece sat on the bed helping the man dress. After what happened, it was impossible not to feel jealous. The girl's lips were practically pointing to the sky. The man asked to hug the girl to ease his previous discomfort. The girl didn't pursue the matter further, even poking his arm, feeling the drug's effects hadn't worn off as he had no strength. The man told her, "You should be grateful I have no strength now, otherwise you'd be in trouble." Then they shared a passionate kiss, immediately reconciling. Chu Yining immediately called Lin Yin to report her plan's failure. Lin Yin, while embracing others, said it was fine and smoothly praised Chu Yining for doing well. Chu Yining kept calling him Brother Yin and asked if he would believe her in such a situation. Lin Yin, while holding beautiful women, repeatedly assured her he would. After hanging up, he didn't forget to curse her as a stupid woman who couldn't even do this simple thing. In the end, Chu Yining was the most pitiful one. She gave her heart to Lin Yin, but was just one of his wives, kept in the dark all along. Soon after, Shun Mingxiao also arrived after hearing the news, immediately checking Fu Jingchen's condition. He asked the girl to leave first, saying he needed to find a way to treat the condition. The next second, he pounced on Fu Jingchen. "Little Chin, brother's here to give you the antidote. Don't move around, or the medicine won't work." Fu Jingchen wanted to push Shun Mingxiao away, but Shun Mingxiao warned him not to move, or there would be side effects. The next moment, he directly removed Fu Jingchen's shirt. "We're not sure about doctor's work, but Fu Jingchen seemed a bit uncomfortable." The CEO was drugged by Chu Yining's tea, leaving him powerless. If his wife hadn't arrived in time, the consequences would have been unthinkable. Afterward, his childhood friend Shin Mingxiao arrived promptly. As a miracle doctor, he immediately began treating Fu Jingchen. However, the treatment process couldn't be watched, so Cece had to wait outside. After Cece left, Shin Mingxiao immediately jumped on the man. He seemed a bit flustered. Seeing him trying to resist, he told him not to move to avoid side effects. Shortly after the treatment was complete, Shin Mingxiao handed Cece a box of medicine, saying to dissolve it in water. As for what happened earlier, it was just a necessary medical procedure. Consider it the consultation fee. Fu Jingchen, realizing he'd been played by Shin Mingxiao, could only sit on the bed sulking. If he weren't so weak, he would have beaten him up already. Soon, the couple returned to Cece's home. Her father had just been discharged, so she suggested staying home to care for him for a few days. The man didn't ask much, telling her to let him know whenever she missed him and he'd come pick her up. The girl agreed readily and was about to get out. The man felt dissatisfied seeing her show no particular emotion. Using all his strength, he pulled her back. "You're just leaving like this? Don't you miss me at all?" The girl looked at him shyly, making him want her to stay even more. The next second, he kissed her. Though the drug hadn't worn off, the man had plenty of energy for this. After several minutes of kissing, the girl could barely breathe. The man angrily pressed her against the seat. "We've only been married a few days, and you're acting so indifferent." "What? I'm not indifferent." The girl couldn't finish explaining. Her face was already pressed against his. The CEO was taking the girl home. When she showed no reaction, the CEO pulled her into his arms. don't you miss me at all? We've only been married a few days, and you're already so indifferent to me." The girl didn't know what she'd done wrong to make him so angry. Before she could recover, their faces were already close together. The girl's hair swayed in the car for a moment. Like a child being punished, she lay on the seat while the man caressed her face. She said, "I'm just going to take care of father for 2 days. If you miss me, you can video call me." The man was appeased, realizing he was just jealous of his father-in-law. "Since we'll be apart for 2 days anyway, stay with me a bit longer now." Before they could start their sweet time together, they heard a sound outside. It was the security guard patrolling the community. After the security guard left, the man immediately helped the girl put on her coat and apologized, saying he shouldn't have been so impulsive. It was getting late, and it was time to really say goodbye. The man hugged the girl and kissed her forehead, saying, "Remember to call me if you miss me." After getting out of the car, the girl gave a smile that could topple kingdoms. She couldn't believe she'd said so many mushy things, it almost made her sick. The man sat in the car with a deeply satisfied expression. The next day, Shun Mingxiao and Shun Qingge, the two brothers, were called to the office early by the man to discuss anniversary preparations. But these two single men who had never dated couldn't come up with anything useful, let alone give him advice. Shun Mingxiao suggested filling an island with flowers and taking the girl there by helicopter. Shun Qingge thought they should invite many friends to witness their love. Their suggestions gave the man a headache. Asking two single men about anniversary plans was indeed ridiculous. Called in randomly to give advice, only to be mocked, the two brothers felt like strangling him. The CEO wanted to celebrate his anniversary with his wife, but asking two single men for advice was too absurd. Seeing them struggle to come up with anything, he didn't forget to mock them for being single. This angered them so much they wanted to slap him. Surprisingly, the usually obedient mama's boy, Yin Xingyao, came to the bar alone. The beautiful woman beside him encouraged him to drink more. He could only vent his anger at the table because Yin Cece didn't even tell him about her marriage. Lin Yin happened to meet this mama's boy drinking alone here. Seeing his bad mood, she thought he'd make a good pawn against Yin Cece. Unexpectedly, Yin Xingyao was really tricked by Lin Yin into gambling, losing 1 million in one go. And Lin Yin demanded immediate payment. This wasn't a small amount. Yin Xingyao stammered, asking Lin Yin for some time. Lin Yin put an arm around Yin Xingyao, saying they're from the same circle and wouldn't make things difficult. "Actually, I've admired your sister for a long time, but keep getting rejected. Could you tell me her whereabouts? Also, help me take some beautiful photos of her secretly, and we'll call this debt settled." The next day, Fu Jingchun came early to Yan's house to pick up the girl after school, but he saw Yin Xingyao walking home with a bruised face. Cece saw it from afar and asked about his injuries, but Yin Xingyao stubbornly said it was none of her business. As his sister, Cece naturally couldn't ignore her brother. She told Fu Jingchun she needed to check on the situation. Yin Xingyao returned home. He lay on the bed relieved, wondering how to handle the 1 million debt to Lin Yin. The next moment, Cece burst in, urgently asking Yin Xingyao what happened and if he'd been fighting again. "Leave me alone. In your eyes, I'm just a kid anyway." Unexpectedly, Yin Xingyao's phone suddenly received a message. Cece noticed and grabbed it immediately. Yin Xingyao tried to stop her, but it was too late. "Take some beautiful secret photos of your sister for me, and we'll settle the debt." All because Lin Yin wanted revenge. Yin Cece was being targeted through Yin Xingyao. The next day, when returning home, Cece saw Yin Xingyao walking back with a bruised face. She questioned him about what happened last night and why he didn't come home. Yin Xingyao refused to tell her, saying she should mind her own business. At that moment, Yin Xingyao's phone suddenly rang with a message from Lin Yin. To understand the situation, Cece grabbed the phone. With no choice, Yin Xingyao told Cece that Lin Yin wanted to exchange 1 million for her photos, but he refused. So Lin Yin was trying to use Yin Xingyao to get to her. Cece stroked Yin Xingyao's head, saying it wasn't his fault and she'd help him raise the money. "Thank you for not betraying me." Yin Xingyao froze, suddenly feeling shy at Cece's small gesture. To hide his embarrassment, he pretended to act annoying. On the way to school, Cece told Fu Jinshin everything that happened. 1 million wasn't a small amount. The man asked what she planned to do. The girl calculated carefully, planning to use her scholarship and remaining living expenses, then work part-time to slowly gather the rest. Unexpectedly, Unexpectedly, the man suddenly slammed on the brakes, coldly saying they'd arrived at school. The girl noticed he wasn't happy and was about to ask when he told her. Such a big issue with Yin Xingyao, yet the girl never thought to ask for his help. He questioned what position he held in her heart. The girl explained she just didn't want to trouble him. He understood now. Cece was still so distant with him. He made an excuse that he'd be busy and couldn't pick her up for the next few days. The girl was kicked out of the car, looking confused. Was Fu Jinchen really angry this time? The girl was still a college student, yet already a rich young master's wife. But when her family had big troubles, she didn't seek his help. Her brother owed 1 million, yet she planned to work part-time to repay it. The man angrily kicked her out of the car. After getting out, the girl was confused, not expecting him to be angry over this. In the cafeteria, the girl told Xiao Xiao about this. She felt that even in close relationships, one shouldn't always trouble others. She wondered if she really did wrong. Xiao Xiao told her that she grew up without family love, so she developed independent habits. But she could understand Fu Jinchen's feelings too. They were already married, yet she didn't treat him as her support, instead keeping him at arm's length. The girl seemed to understand something, but wondered what she should do. In the afternoon, employees whispered outside the office, saying to keep quiet as the CEO was in a bad mood today. The man held his phone, looking at Cece's incoming call, but didn't know what to do. He struggled with whether Cece truly cared about him. When did he become so insecure? Unexpectedly, Cece suddenly came to the company. Female employees who didn't know her identity wondered who dared to see the CEO at this time. Before entering, the girl encouraged herself not to talk back, even if scolded. Then she opened the door without knocking. With his back turned, not knowing it was Cece, he said no one could enter without his permission and told her to get out. Used to hearing the man's gentle voice, she never expected him to sound so frightening when cold. When the man turned around, he discovered it was Cece. Cece had made Fu Jinchen angry. She came to his company alone to apologize. But the man told her to get out. He didn't expect to turn and find his wife. The usually gentle man suddenly became so frightening. The girl couldn't help but cry on the spot, still apologizing. After apologizing, not wanting to disturb him further, she prepared to leave. Just as she was about to open the door, the man stopped her from behind. Then, without a word, he kissed her. The girl could feel his urgent anxiety through his kiss. She then tightly embraced the man. After their passionate kiss, the man told her not to cry, saying it was all his fault. Knowing her past experiences, yet still getting angry at her, making her cry like this. The girl noticed his self-blame and said, "That's what you get for choosing to like me. Now you're in trouble." They opened their hearts to each other, expressing their mutual love. Seeing how adorable she was, the man gently caressed her face and couldn't help but kiss her again. This is how they resolved their conflict. By evening, the man had already prepared for their first anniversary. Shinshinga brought Cece to the rooftop restaurant, telling her to wait as Fu Jinchen would arrive soon. Then she quickly slipped away. The next moment, a helicopter appeared overhead, accompanied by countless falling flower petals. Today was the girl and young Master Fu's first anniversary. The man had planned this for a long time. After the girl was brought to the rooftop restaurant, a helicopter suddenly appeared overhead, with countless petals falling in the wind. The man descended from the helicopter holding flowers, like a god descending from heaven. The girl was stunned by this spectacular scene. The man walked towards her with light steps, then kissed her hand, saying, "Happy first anniversary of our meeting." So the man remembered their anniversary. They gazed at each other lovingly. The two single friends could only watch from behind, finally having done something young Master Fu approved of. Soon they returned home. After a busy day, the man immediately took a hot shower. The girl dressed up in the bedroom, determined to make Fu Jinchen completely captivated. Xiao Xiao's roleplay suggestion made her feel embarrassed. When the man returned from his shower, he found the girl missing. The next second, the door suddenly opened. The girl seriously carried tea, dressed like a flight attendant. The man was stunned when he saw her. He didn't expect this silly girl to pull such a stunt. The girl coughed twice. Like a professional, she served tea to the man, telling him to enjoy it. The man wanted to see what she was up to and played along, but accidentally spilled hot tea on himself, nearly turning his 8-pack abs into a 6-pack from the burn. The girl was full of apologies and wanted to check his injury, but the man didn't mind, saying a kiss from her would make it better. The girl froze in place. It was all because this man was too handsome. She almost lost control. Then she hurriedly ran out, asking the man to wait a moment. She had gone to get the first aid kit. The wound might hurt a little, little. You'll have to bear with it. The girl focused intently on applying medicine to his 8-pack abs. Now we don't have to worry about infection. The man suddenly pulled her into his embrace. The man had just finished a shower, only to find his wife transformed into a beautiful flight attendant, holding a cup of tea, asking him to enjoy it. When taking the hot water, he accidentally burned his 8-pack abs. The girl quickly got the first aid kit, carefully tending to the man's 8-pack abs. In just a moment, things got so hot that their adult friend came out for air. The man embraced the girl, about to help wipe away the white drops of sweat. But the girl hurriedly ran out. The man stood there puzzled. The next second, the girl appeared before him again, wearing a white shirt and small glasses, looking exactly like an excellent teacher. She took out pre-prepared math problems, giving him 10 minutes to solve them, warning of consequences if he failed. These were Olympic math problems she found online, wanted to see if he could solve them. Surprisingly, all his answers were correct. He really was a genius. This upset the girl. The game wasn't fun at all. Then the man took out an item for them to look at together. This was his anniversary gift to her. Their handprints were evidence of their love. He would display it in their marital home to continue witnessing their sweet love. The girl loved his gift, but felt bad she hadn't given him any surprises and almost ruined the game. The man didn't mind, saying he enjoyed the game. But the question was, what reward would he get for answering all questions correctly? The girl fell back onto the bed wearing her red glasses. Seeing her looking so cute, the man's bathrobe fell off from excitement. The man asked her to look at him and call his name. Wearing her small glasses, the girl looked at him with a red face, softly calling Jinshin. Such a simple address made the girl clearly feel the man's heartbeat. Facing such an adorable wife, the man leaned in to kiss her neck. This kiss almost made the girl throw out her back. Since all questions were answered correctly, it's time for the reward, right? The girl's childhood dream was to become a teacher. To fulfill her dream, the man had to play the role of her student. She had planned to challenge him with Olympic math problems, but he solved them perfectly. With rewards come punishments. The man kissed her neck without warning. The girl showed a shy expression. The man was melted by her expression. He decided to give her all his love. The next morning, they decided to go on their honeymoon. My beautiful princess. The girl stepped out of the car gracefully. Today she looked elegant and beautiful. Then they entered a luxury hotel. The man wanted to introduce some industry contacts to her today. You're entrusting everything to me so quickly. Aren't you afraid I might betray you? Love is mutual trust. Since we chose each other, I should give you a perfect love. Are you in love with me just because of my perfect face? The man said she was overthinking. The girl pouted, that's too much. So you only want my body. The man hugged her and said, who wouldn't love a size 36 Miss Didi? Though it was self-praise, the girl still pretended to be upset. The man could only pacify her with sweet kisses. After their passionate kiss, they planned to start their honeymoon. But suddenly the girl's phone rang. Hello, Xinyao? What? Dad's condition has worsened? He's in emergency? The girl not only had a cute face, but was also a size 36 Miss D. This made the man want to take her on their honeymoon right away. He thought once they walked out that door, their sweet journey together would begin. But the girl's phone suddenly rang. Yinshin said their father's condition had worsened and he was in emergency care. They had to postpone their honeymoon and head to the hospital. After arriving at the hospital, the girl rushed to the ward. She learned from Shin Mingxiao that her father had been poisoned a second time by Gao Suya. This time the poison was almost fatal. Now they could only keep the old man's mood stable and prevent any further shock. Cici and Xinyao looked very sad. Yan Xinyao couldn't believe his mother would do such a thing. The girl wanted Gao Suya sentenced immediately. The man told her that Gao Suya's verdict would come soon. She wouldn't escape. But she had one last request, to see Yan Xinyao. The girl cried out tearfully, Xinyao, go see her. Then get ready. I want to see her too. When Yan Xinyao arrived at the cell, Gao Suya excitedly asked if he missed her. Yan Xinyao coldly replied, how can I miss you when you did such a cruel thing to father? Unexpectedly, Gao Suya got emotional and revealed her plan to Yan Xinyao. Once Yan Hanlin was dead, the family fortune would be yours. But suddenly realized she had slipped up, but it was too late. Actually, Yan Xinyao had known the truth since he was young. Whether Yan Hanlin was his biological father or not, he had already accepted him. He had also heard about his mother's dirty affairs with Lin Yin. The girl suddenly appeared behind them. Everything Gao Suya just said had been recorded. With the verdict, it would be at least 20 years. As Yan Xinyao turned to leave, Gao Suya was unwilling to accept it, saying everything was for him, questioning how her own son could treat her this way. Then she fell to her knees, only able to watch as her own own son walked away. The girl showed the verdict, saying Gao Suya deserved this fate. The Yin family treated her sincerely, yet she betrayed everyone. Gao Suya showed no remorse, instead becoming more arrogant, vowing to make the entire Yin family pay with their lives. It seemed Gao Suya had gone completely mad, beyond salvation. After the girl's rebirth, she finally brought to justice the cruel stepmother who had killed her and her father in her previous life. Even her most beloved son chose to leave her. But old Master Yan's health was getting worse day by day. The toxins hadn't cleared from his body, and today he had a big argument with the board members, causing him to faint from anger. The girl blamed her brother for being thoughtless. Father entrusted the company to you, yet you didn't even know he was arguing with others. But Yin Xingyao, spoiled since childhood, couldn't stand being criticized. He immediately stormed off. Unexpectedly, he ran into Fu Jingchen. He had to swallow his pride in front of young Master Fu. He revealed the truth. Gao Xia had embezzled company funds using her family status while father was away. When father heard this, he was furious. He directly said Yin Xinyao was useless, making Cece worry so much. Though Yin Xinyao was unhappy, he dared not do anything. Moments later, old Master Yin finally woke up from his faint. His first action was to look for his phone. The girl tearfully comforted her father, saying his health was the priority now. She could help resolve the company matters. Seeing that Xingyao couldn't be relied upon, old Master Yin could only place his hopes on Cece. Cece readily agreed to take over the company's affairs. Several days passed unknowingly. The girl had been staying in the hospital room, caring for her father. The man felt sorry for her. Unfortunately, their honeymoon had to be postponed. The girl apologized, but the man didn't blame her. Right now, they needed to focus on old Master Yan's recovery. Moreover, the girl had lost weight these days, surely from not eating properly. He then ordered some tonics to help restore her health. The man asked the girl how she wanted to handle the Yin group. Currently, the group was suffering financial losses and might overflow if not handled well. The girl was very worried hearing this. If things went wrong, her father's life's work would be gone. She decided to try her best. Regardless of the outcome, she couldn't let her father's lifelong efforts go to waste. Seeing the girl's determination, though it would be difficult, the man had no choice but to decide to help her as much as he could. However, he had one small request. After 3 months, he hoped they could complete their unfinished honeymoon. I worked hard to clear my schedule for this vacation. It can't just disappear. You have to make it up to me. Then the man gave the girl a domineering kiss. Whatever difficulties lay ahead, they would overcome them together. Even though the cruel stepmother was brought to justice, she still wanted to bankrupt the Yin family. Old Master Yin was bedridden with anger over the embezzlement of company funds. To prevent her father's life's work from being wasted, the girl decided to take over the Yin group for her father. 3 months later, the honeymoon trip promised between the girl and the man arrived as scheduled. But the girl was still working during the journey, completely neglecting young Master Fu. The man suddenly closed her laptop, saying, "We agreed to go on honeymoon, yet you're still working." To avoid making him angry, the girl acted cute and coquettish, saying it was just a small task that would be finished quickly. The man couldn't resist his beloved wife and offered to help her finish it. The girl seriously explained her thoughts, planning to take over a tourism company and create a new route targeting high-end customers. The man found her serious demeanor even more endearing. He pulled her into his embrace. "Cece, you need to come closer so I can teach you better." Then he leaned close to her ear, gently greeting the little snack inside. The girl's ears turned bright red, almost summoning Sun Wukong's golden cudgel. The floral patterns on the girl's clothes made the man want to try it on himself, thinking he might buy a matching one if it looked good. The man carefully examined her dress, unable to find any flaws after a long while. This made the girl anxious. It was clearly her dress, yet why did it seem like it belonged to both of them? It was simply too beautiful, and the man's eyes were deeply drawn to the dress. If he kept staring like this, the girl couldn't bear to look anymore. Even as husband and wife, there should be some boundaries. The girl begged the man to stop torturing her, saying if he wanted the dress so much, she'd just give it to him. "Well, since you offered to give it to me, I won't be polite about it." One moment the girl was working, the next moment she was being lectured by the CEO. "We agreed to go on honeymoon, yet you're still working." The girl's ears instantly turned red. Sun Wukong's golden cudgel seemed to be hiding in her ears. Seeing how beautiful her dress was, the man wanted to snatch it to admire it. The girl stood her ground. "If you can get my dress today, I'll admit you're impressive." Hearing such bold words, the man decided to show off his masculine charm. Then they started arguing, neither willing to give in. The girl finally shed tears of emotion under the man's comfort. After they arrived at their honeymoon destination, when the girl came out after her shower, she found all the servants had disappeared. The man told her, "To create our private space, I sent them away. During this time, I'll take good care of you." He helped dry her hair. The girl felt increasingly uneasy as the man pressed closer behind her, his good friend almost coming out to play. The girl immediately dodged away, telling him to go take a shower since they'd had a busy day. Only after the girl agreed to his conditions did the man finally agree to shower. Escaping Fu Jingchen was indeed not an easy task. While Fu Jingchen was showering, the girl quickly discussed company plans with Xiao Xiao. The girl planned to collaborate with Yunlai Hotel, as it was a super hotel combining dining, drinking, and entertainment. Unfortunately, it belonged to the Chu family, and given her previous unpleasant history with Chu Yining, cooperation would be difficult to negotiate. Xiao Xiao suggested that Fu Jingchen could negotiate the cooperation. After all, the Chu family had always wanted to connect with Fu Jingchen. Hearing that her husband would need to step in, the girl immediately refused, suggesting they should think about Plan B. The man was still seriously taking a shower. Suddenly, he received an urgent call. Since getting married, the man had been taking showers for love every day, all because he had a lovely, voluptuous wife. The man received a call from his subordinate in the bathroom, saying Cece's company was in trouble, asking if they should give her special treatment. His wife was so cute and smart, giving direct special treatment would surely be discovered. The man planned to quietly protect her from behind, offering support and help when she truly encountered difficulties. The girl received a call from Xiao Xiao, saying the famous Atlanta company was planning to hold a bidding event. The girl was extremely excited. If the bid was successful, Yenshi's problems could be solved. They must seize this opportunity and win it. The girl waited in the hall for a long time, not seeing Father Chen come out. Curious about what he was doing inside, she planned to scare him. Father Chen raised his hand. Unexpectedly, the man didn't hide like his brother, but looked at the girl with confusion, with obvious red marks on his body. The girl couldn't believe what she saw. That was her handiwork. She also accidentally spotted her underwear. How did it end up there? The girl tried to take it away, but the man said he had already washed it for her. The girl was shocked. "You actually washed it for me?" The man grabbed her underwear, saying it was his first time doing laundry, and it took him a while to clean it properly. The girl watched him openly handling her underwear, feeling awkward and at a loss. The man pulled her close. "What's there to be shy about? You're my wife who will spend a lifetime with me. I even know how many little red marks you have on your body. Why worry about me washing your underwear?" While speaking, he tickled the girl, making her struggle with the sensation. But seeing her expression made the man even more excited. He decided to help relieve her ticklishness personally. While the CEO was enjoying his shower, the girl caught him by surprise. The man had to let his good brother take cover first. The girl only meant to scare the man, but she found her underwear still in the bathroom. The man had personally washed it for her. She dared to scare young Master Fu. The girl eventually received a scolding. The girl said she had something important to discuss. The man softened and let her off. Atlanta was holding a bid, and the girl wanted to ask him for some hotel information, and also asked him to explain it to her. She acted coquettishly in front of him, hugging and embracing, while his good brother didn't dare join in the excitement. Seeing the girl looking so pitiful, the man's heart melted. The next moment, he pressed her against the wall. "Looks like we won't need to go out this afternoon. Let's have a good discussion about company matters, and I'll teach you some workplace knowledge. What do you think?" The girl showed an expression of agreement mixed with shyness. The man couldn't wait any longer and quickly approached the girl to explain in person. They gazed at each other while deeply discussing company matters. This made the girl's hands almost carve out a 3-room apartment. After the man's thorough analysis, the girl understood many professional principles and showed a happy expression. After they were busy for a while, when Rand fell asleep at some point, and the man was too tired to keep his eyes open, the girl took this opportunity to admire the man's beautiful face. The man unconsciously embraced her, and the girl strongly felt his love for her. No matter what she did, he and his big brother would silently support her. They would never abandon her, no matter when or where. Thinking about it made the girl want to cry. They hadn't gone out to play for several days. She was getting moldy. This time she had to insist on her own opinion no matter what. When the man woke up, the girl was already dressed and ready, watching him. But she noticed many marks on the man's body. The CEO personally taught the girl workplace knowledge, working hard all night, causing the girl to cry behind her hands after waking up the next day. They studied until late last night, hardly getting any rest, but she still got up and dressed up. After all, they hadn't gone out for days, so she gave the man a wake-up service. The man woke up groggily, with several new marks on his body. The girl suddenly remembered. Could it be from her carelessness last night? Never mind whether she did it or not, going out to play was the priority. The man thought she was being shy and hugged her from behind. The girl tried to run away, but twisted her heel. The man quickly moved forward to catch her. They fell onto the bed and gazed at each other lovingly. The girl felt increasingly uneasy. She quickly stopped him, saying, "Jingchen, can we go out to play today?" But the man thought any kind of play would do. Wouldn't it be wonderful to spend quality time together? The girl could only act coquettishly. "I'm wearing such pretty clothes. Please." The man had no choice but to agree. The girl happily hugged him. "I knew you were the best." But the man wasn't planning to let it end there. "Since I agreed, what reward will you give me?" Without further words, he kissed her directly. "It's still early, we have time. Who told you to be so charming? Later my good brother will come to visit. Please help me receive him. After that, we'll go out to play." A moment later, they arrived at the beach. The girl finally got her wish, enjoying sunbathing on the beach. After having fun, she found the man wasn't beside her. A cute little dog came to her side, gently grabbing her dress. The puppy seemed to want to lead her somewhere, then suddenly darted into the bushes. When the girl came to her senses, the scene before her was unforgettable. After the CEO and the girl's sweet interaction, they arrived at the beach in no time. The girl was sunbathing one moment, and the next moment she found Chun was gone from nearby. A little dog was seen biting her skirt, seemingly wanting to lead her somewhere. The puppy suddenly disappeared into the bushes. When it reappeared, the girl was surprised by the scene before her. It turned out Father Chun had prepared a surprise for her. Countless flower petals in a small pavilion. The man took a flower and placed it on the girl's ear. "You said we can't have an official wedding right now, but I want to hold one just for you and me." So this man had always remembered their wedding. The girl was very touched. Although others couldn't see it, the man had secretly prepared a diamond ring for the girl. The diamond represents eternal love. The man expressed his love to the girl, saying this ring represents his love for her. "Cece, you are my lifelong partner, my only true love. Will you marry me?" The girl excitedly answered, "I do. I do. Whether in poverty or wealth, in sickness or health, I will love you forever." The girl's words warmed the man's heart. Then he put the diamond ring on her finger. They gazed at each other sweetly. Even without witnesses, they could be the most valuable witnesses for each other. They finally embraced passionately on the beach, completing a unique wedding. They happily spent their honeymoon. Half a month later, the weekly magazines were full of news about them. Bankrupt heiress and young master Fu's secret half-month trip. Former boyfriend drowns sorrows in late-night drinking. People in the company also talked a lot, saying Cece was marrying above her station with young Master Fu. Fu Jinshun could only stare at his tablet, unable to calm down. He ordered Shinchinga to investigate who spread the rumors, vowing not to let them off. At Yin Group, Cece's good friend was equally angry. "Who bought these people off? We must sue them for defamation." At this time, Cece also arrived at the company, not only to make a statement, but to teach them a lesson, while hugging and comforting them, saying, "You've all worked hard lately. Having you here puts my mind at ease. Don't worry, I have ways to deal with them. We might even make some money from this. Hey, I have some reliable dirt here." The CEO and Cece went on their honeymoon, but upon return, they made headlines. All negative news about Cece. The man was very angry about this and ordered his subordinates to investigate thoroughly. As the main victim, Cece remained calm. She might even profit from this incident. She then found someone to leak dirt. "I have dirt on Lin Yan. Want it?" The other party was very interested. The girl then sent over photos of Lin Yan at the bar, but the other party thought there wasn't enough scandal. Cece had to use her trump card. "What about the photos of Ling Yin and Yin Cece's stepmother's affair? Pay now, and I'll send them right away." The girl handled this like a fish in water. Whoever spread rumors about me, I won't let them off. The news spread quickly. Cece's operation made the man see her in a new light. Shinshinga was anxious behind the scenes, really worried about sister-in-law's words. Maybe he should give her a call. Fu Jingchen asked Shinshinga to print another copy of documents, sending him away while arranging a meal with Cece. Shinshinga understood everything. Before leaving, he teased Fu Jingchen, saying if he missed sister-in-law, just give her a call. Soon they were on a video call. The girl seemed in good spirits, completely unaffected by outside matters. She even said she wanted to treat the man to a feast, having made a profit today. Fu Jinchun asked if she needed his help with something. The girl, caught in her thoughts, pretended to be upset, saying it was just a small favor. The man took advantage of the situation. Call me husband, and I'll agree. You promised me before. The girl was afraid others might hear in the office, but still whispered it quietly, adding help afterward. The man laughed heartily, finding her behavior absolutely adorable. After checking no one was around, the man gave the girl a kiss. Boss, there's something I forgot to mention. About the company, the situation became awkward, with father holding his mouth high. Shinshinga realized he came at the wrong time and quickly left. Moments later, they arrived at their meeting spot. The girl was wrapped up tightly. Due to Lin Yan's setup, Cece faced criticism from many netizens. She had to wear a mask to meet Fu Jingchen. Walking up to Fu Jingchen, she said they looked like they were having an affair. Even if it were a real affair, what man could resist such a beautiful lady before him? The man had prepared pre-dinner fruit. Seeing the girl arrive, they could start the meal. Such a thoughtful man made the girl fall for him again. She felt guilty that because of her, they couldn't be together openly, fearing others might use her to threaten him. Though they couldn't be together often, the girl wore the diamond ring he gave her. Seeing his obedient wife, he hugged her, really wanting to make their relationship public. Then without warning, they kissed. Perhaps because they hadn't met for so long, neither wanted to let go. The man tenderly kissed the girl's neck, wanting her to know how much he missed her. Then hugged her again, savoring the fragrance of her hair. Their passionate hearts at that moment needed a cold shower. Then do something big together. Suddenly, the waiter's voice came from the door. They immediately acted casual, almost treating the restaurant like home. The girl appeared calm outside, but was panicking inside, afraid the waiter might notice something suspicious. Oh no, she suddenly realized her collar was open. Fortunately, the understanding waiter left first. The man comforted her, saying it's fine even if discovered. They're all our people. By the way, what help did you want from me? The girl wanted him to find a reliable lawyer because Lin Yin kept causing trouble. The man happened to know a suitable lawyer to introduce. But what reward should there be for this help? The girl said they discussed that at night. The urgent matter was to eat before the food gets cold. Otherwise, it would get cold, and they almost got caught by the waiter. All dishes are served. The waiter won't come again. You're more tempting than the food. All dishes are served. The waiter won't come again. You're more tempting than the food. Besides, didn't you want me to help find Lawyer Lin? How will you reward me? The girl became shy from the man's teasing. She made an excuse saying she was hungry, asking if they could eat first. The man directly revealed he just wanted to kiss her, asking what she was thinking about. Soon the girl found Lawyer Lin, asking him to handle her case and be her legal advisor. But Lawyer Lin only agreed to handle the case, not wanting to be a legal advisor. If Fu Jinchun hadn't helped him before, he wouldn't want to be involved at all. Unexpectedly, the girl already had leverage on Lawyer Lin. Your parents' adopted sister has been missing from university for a month. Don't you want to find her? Lawyer Lin fell silent upon hearing this and agreed to handle her case for free. But the girl also demanded Lawyer Lin be her legal advisor. Only children make choices. To find his beloved woman, Lawyer Lin reluctantly agreed. So this matter was happily settled. At this time, Chu Yinin was furious, calling Lin Yin, complaining that her keyboard warriors were all banned by Yin Cece, and vowed not to let Yin Cece off. When it was time to leave work, the girl drove home alone, asking Fu Jingchen what he wanted to eat, saying she'd cook for him. The man was casual, saying he liked anything his beloved wife cooked. The girl planned to make pork rib soup while waiting for him. As they were chatting happily, a large truck suddenly rushed over from the other side. The next second tragedy struck, the two vehicles collided. The girl was on her way home, discussing with her boss what to cook tonight. But the next second an accident occurred. Upon learning this, the man rushed to the hospital. The girl seemed fine and was curious how he arrived so quickly. The man hurriedly asked where she was hurt. She said it was just superficial injuries and a sprained ligament in her arm. The man pulled her into his embrace. The The girl was caught off guard by this sudden hug, not knowing how to react. The man expressed his worry, saying he thought he almost lost her. The girl comforted him, saying she was fine and would be more careful in the future. The wound that was hurting before didn't hurt at all after seeing him. The man told her not to move around, saying it must hurt after such a crash, and told her to stay in the hospital. But the girl was still worried about company matters. The man told her to rest well first. They made a phone call, asking his subordinates to bring the girl's work materials and laptop. The girl excitedly sat up when she heard this, but she pulled her wound from using too much force. The man quickly moved forward to comfort her. However, the man asked if the police told her who crashed into her. The girl heard from police it was due to fatigue driving and late braking, but the man felt it wasn't that simple. With the previous negative news and this accident, it must be related to Lin Yin. It's time to investigate the truth of this matter. After the man comforted the girl to sleep, he went outside to answer the phone, ordering his subordinates to investigate today's car accident. This incident wasn't a coincidence. There must be something wrong. Due to the car accident, the girl severely sprained her right arm. The boss felt it wasn't that simple. This accident wasn't coincidental and must be related to Lin Yin. The truth must be uncovered. Was this your doing? Chu Ying was on the phone with Lin Yin, learning that Cece's accident was planned by Lin Yin. Lin Yin wasn't worried at all, saying everything was for Chu Ying's benefit. The Yin family had been developing rapidly in tourism lately, clearly competing with the Chu family's business. Chu Ying was immediately brainwashed by Lin Yin, agreeing with her view. If the Yin family fell, Yin Cece wouldn't be so arrogant, and the Chu family would have no competitors in tourism. At night, Cece was screaming "Save me" frantically in bed. The man woke up immediately hearing her cries. The girl said she was surrounded by fire, frantically searching for Fu Jinshin. The man kept comforting her. He called Shin Mingxiao to come over immediately, as Cece suddenly had a fever. Then he got a basin of cold water, using a wet towel to cool her down. The girl kept saying she was hot and surrounded by fire. The man suddenly realized she was probably traumatized by the recent accident. He decided to change her pajamas to make her more comfortable. The girl pushed him away, frantically calling for Fu Jingshan to save her. Could she be dreaming about her past life? This couldn't continue. The man decided to forcefully change her pajamas to help her cool down. The girl looked pitiful, still calling out for Jingshan. Though the situation was urgent, the girl's appearance still made the man feel happy thoughts. Cece, stay still. Don't move. You won't be so hot after changing clothes. The girl suddenly had a fever at night. She couldn't even recognize her beloved man, Fu Jingshan. He had to personally help reduce her fever. The girl saw it was Fu Jingshan and realized she was saved. She had a lifeless expression. The man went to the living room to get his fever-reducing secret weapon. It was a long-hidden popsicle. The girl's teeth felt cold from the ice, but she was reluctant to stop. What brand is this popsicle? It's so addictive. The man swallowed, secretly watching her, wishing he could have a bite too. Unexpectedly, the girl suddenly burst into tears, saying she was eating the popsicle too slowly. The man was at a loss hearing this. The girl looked pitiful like a child. Clearly, the current popsicle couldn't satisfy her appetite. The man could only bite off a small piece himself and sweetly feed it into the girl's mouth, sharing this unique popsicle with her. The man planned to feed her every bite this way, but the girl held onto him tightly, refusing to let go. She said she felt very unwell and begged him to help her, using his supreme medical acupuncture to reduce her fever. Although he did know the long-lost medical acupuncture technique, it couldn't be used carelessly. It could cause problems. The girl held the man tightly, like she was glued to him, unable to let go. While the man was still hesitating whether to use the technique, the girl suddenly kissed him. Facing such an alluring wife, the man's heart melted. The two were caught in an inescapable whirlpool of love. Each kiss left the girl startled. She was too shy to look directly at the man. It only ended after a moment. But after the pleasure, the girl's high fever still wouldn't break. Shin Mingxiao hadn't arrived yet. The man made a warning call. Shin Mingxiao, I need you here immediately. Boss, im coming. Jinshin, please help me. The girl suddenly developed a fever at midnight. The man could only use popsicles to cool her down, but the girl thought eating the popsicle was too slow, having no effect at all. With no other choice, he had to use his long-hidden supreme acupuncture technique to treat her. Unexpectedly, it not only had no effect, but made the fever worse. The man's technique had reached its limit. His face showed no energy. It seemed he needed another 2.5 years of practice. He could only call his childhood friend Shin Mingxiao to check on her. Shin Mingxiao finally arrived after a long time. Though Cece was sick, Fu Jinchen looked even worse. Fu Jinchen asked the girl to let go, so Shin Mingxiao could give her a fever shot, but she held onto him tightly. She pointed at Shin Mingxiao, calling him a bad person and telling him to leave. The man could only temporarily comfort her. Shin Mingxiao took the chance when she wasn't paying attention to sterilize her shoulder with iodine. The girl was scared to tears. Her father questioned Shin Mingxiao. "What did you do to Cece?" Shin Mingxiao stood helplessly frozen, saying nothing yet seeming to say everything. The girl looked pitiful and refused to get the injection no matter what. The man had to resort to a temporary strategy. "Cece, look, there's the moon." Shin Mingxiao took the chance to give her the injection. The girl cried out in pain. Fu Jingchen glared at Shin Mingxiao with fiery eyes. The saying, "No good deed goes unpunished," was perfectly demonstrated at this moment. The girl fell asleep after the injection. Shin Mingxiao told the man she would be fine after sleeping. Fu Jingchen held the needle used on the girl and said to Shin Mingxiao, "This needle is so long, it must hurt, right? Have you tried it?" Sensing trouble, Shin Mingxiao quickly said he had other matters to attend to. When he reached the hall, Fu Jingchen suddenly called him back, asking him to stay overnight in case Cece felt unwell tomorrow. Cece would surely be hungry when she woke up tomorrow, so he should buy groceries for tomorrow's meals. The girl suddenly developed a fever at midnight. After a night of struggle, she finally slept. The next day, in a hazy state, she woke up remembering last night's pleasant moments. Thinking back to her behavior last night made her break into a cold sweat. Fortunately, Fu Jingchen was still beside her, holding her hand tightly. He must have been exhausted last night. The girl gently caressed the man. Such gentle lips, yet so soft when kissing. While the man was still asleep, she couldn't resist kissing him. Unexpectedly, the man woke up from the kiss. The girl shyly hid under the covers, saying she didn't do anything. The man wanted to play the wolf and sheep game, while the girl's stomach growled with hunger. But she became the man's feast instead. The girl pretended to be dizzy and said she had work to do. Hearing this, the man immediately got angry. "You haven't recovered yet and you're thinking about work? Don't you care about your health at all?" The girl was startled by the man. She realized he was really angry. The next second, she acted coquettishly and admitted her mistake. But she could subtly feel that the man's little brother was very rigid. To avoid awkwardness, the man pretended to fall asleep on her. Looking at the man's darkened face, the girl could tell he must have been very tired last night. Although the man was tired, his little brother was still very energetic. The girl's face turned red with embarrassment at the mention of little brother, as she always ended up in awkward situations because of it. "Since it's mealtime, let's all have a meal together." The girl was curious why the little brother was still so energetic while the man had no energy at all. The man caressed the girl's face, saying, "It's because you're too cute. You must take responsibility. You just recovered. Let me check your temperature first." The man lovingly kissed the girl's neck, moving her to tears. Then the three of them started playing the kissing game. But before the kissing ended, the girl suddenly pushed the man away. It was because Shin Mingxiao was calling Fu Jinchen. The vegetables were bought and cooking, but why wasn't the pot hot? When they finished tidying up and went to check the kitchen, they were shocked by what they saw. Cece and Fu Jinchen had just woken up and started playing the kissing game. Little did they know, they had already experienced a warm-up match last night. Just when things were getting heated, someone interrupted them. The man wanted Shin Mingxiao to be their caretaker, but he became a stumbling block in their game. They heard Shin Mingxiao shouting at the door, wondering why the vegetables in the pot wouldn't cook. The couple had to reluctantly investigate. When they reached the kitchen, they found it in chaos. Turns out Shin Mingxiao had accidentally extinguished the fire with water, and the gas was still on. The girl questioned Shin Mingxiao while holding a large basin of water, asking what he planned to cook with so much water. Shin Mingxiao gave an absurd answer: tomato and egg stir-fry. They started arguing about it. Seeing no resolution, Fu Jingchen decided to cook himself. Then he gave Shin Mingxiao a look telling him to leave. After a while, a table of delicious dishes was ready. The girl laughed happily towards the sky. Shin Mingxiao planned to find an opportunity to move next door to Mooch Meals. The girl unconsciously ate 3 bowls of rice. The The man advised her not to eat too much since she just recovered. Soon the girl longingly stared at the delicious food the man was about to clear away, but she had to obey. While the couple was being intimate, Shin Mingxiao was on the other side eating until his stomach was full. But the good times didn't last. Fu Jingchen looked at Shun Mingxiao with disdain and told him to wash the dishes later. Shun Mingxiao asked confusedly, "Don't you have a dishwasher?" "We do, but I just want you to wash them." Although Shin Mingxiao had 10,000 objections, he still grumblingly carried the dishes to wash. The next second, the man hugged the girl affectionately and said, "This is what happens when you disturb us in the morning. Since we didn't finish our morning game, we'll continue tonight. I'll play properly with you then. Don't you run away." Shin Mingxiao was punished just for interrupting their carrot-pulling game. He was punished to be a dishwasher. "The game we didn't finish this morning, let's continue tonight. Don't think you can escape from my grasp then." Then the man tried to kiss the girl's lips. At that moment, the phone suddenly rang. The man reluctantly answered the phone. It was Brother Shin Qin calling, saying someone important wanted to meet Fu Jinshin. Seeing the man had business to attend to, the girl told him to go handle it first. She said she was feeling much better, and with Shin Mingxiao around, nothing would go wrong. They bid farewell, reluctantly. After Fu Jinshin left, the girl finally got a chance to work. Just as she opened her computer, Shin Mingxiao appeared behind her. "You've just recovered, yet you're deliberately working." Shin Mingxiao's sudden appearance almost scared the girl. "Why do you walk so quietly? Don't interfere with my work, or I'll tell Fu Jinshin you're bullying me." Hearing that she would tell Fu Jinshin, Shin Mingxiao obediently returned the laptop. A moment later, Shin Mingxiao secretly took a cute photo. He told Fu Jinshin his beloved wife was doing well. Looking at his lovely wife in the phone, the man asked Shin Mingxiao to take a photo every hour to ensure Cece's safety. When Shin Mingxiao made excuses about being busy, the man planned to bribe him with food, saying he could order dinner tonight. Hearing about good food for dinner, Shin Mingxiao immediately agreed. "Let's check your temperature." He walked right up to the girl to take photos. The girl seemed controlled. No normal person would believe the nonsense about checking temperature with a phone. In reality, Shin Mingxiao was using this excuse to secretly take more food for himself. The girl looked like a bullied victim in the photos. This made the man overjoyed when he saw them. But thinking that Shun Mingxiao took these, he decided to teach him a lesson. Shun Mingxiao dared to secretly photograph the boss's wife in his house. Then he took photos directly of her face. Cece couldn't refuse. She could only let him take photos as he pleased. All this was just so Shin Mingxiao could get an extra meal tonight. Fu Jinchun saw his beautiful wife in the phone. "Looks like he'll need an extra meal tonight." Evening came quickly. Despite promising an extra dish, Fu Jinshin only made Kung Pao chicken for Shin Mingxiao. He could only be angry in silence and finish it with tears. The girl knew Fu Jinshin couldn't handle spicy food, but he pretended and secretly drank water. Shin Mingxiao, not understanding the situation, urged Fu Jinshin to eat more. The girl could only politely refuse on the side, suggesting they order takeout if needed. But the man was too proud and insisted on eating spicy food. After they finished eating, Fu Jinshin sent Shin Mingxiao home. When Fu Jinshin returned home, he found all the lights in the hall were off. He worried something might have happened to Cece in the room. The next second, he kicked a flashlight on the ground. Why was there a flashlight on the ground? And it was turned on. After the man stood up, he found Cece's instruction sign at the stairway. He could only follow the instructions upstairs, wondering what Cece was up to. Then he found a lunchbox. It was the lunchbox he brought for the girl when they first met. He didn't expect Cece would keep such an ordinary thing. Then the man continued walking forward. It was the gift from their first kiss. This gift had accompanied the girl for a whole night. And there was a cute bear, the one the man won for her from the claw machine. Suddenly, a light shone on the man's face. It was so bright he could barely open his eyes. The girl appeared before him in formal dress. "Dear Mr. Fu, welcome home." The girl's outfit made the man feel like he was in a dream. Then the girl took 3 steps forward. She had the man completely captivated. The boss returned home to find his beloved wife had prepared a bedtime game. First, she left signs at the stairway, then recalled their memories together. Suddenly, a bright light shone on his face, making him unable to open his eyes. His beloved wife approached him, radiating light. "Dear Mr. Fu, welcome home." The man had a strong feeling it would be a sleepless night. The reason for her doing all this was to thank him for his meticulous care during this time. The man understood her meaning. They embraced tightly and started kissing passionately without a word. The kiss grew more intense, as if falling into love's abyss. The gifts in their hands could only be third wheels, sitting idly on the ground. Their hair swayed in the air. The man said these gifts were only part of their memories. He would help her remember more in the future. They tumbled onto the mattress. Remember their first kiss and her first foot bath. She trembled with fear. But now the girl seemed to have amnesia, unable to recall more memories. She preferred to remember the present, because the man was more charming than ever. The girl was completely enchanted by his charm. Early the next morning, the girl was full of energy and ready for work. Clearly, last night's memory game had no effect on her. In front of everyone, the man asked for a kiss before she left. The girl could only give him a quick peck, but the man seemed unsatisfied, as he needed more than just a kiss. He said he would demonstrate for her. Without further words, he kissed her. Only after kissing the girl, until she was shy, did he show a satisfied expression. The girl had to work overtime every night until late, just because she had a handsome and pure husband. The next day, she went to work early. Before parting, she had to give him a goodbye kiss, as per his request. If she ever forgot this ritual, she would have to stay late to practice at night. The girl walked into the office happily, while her subordinates gossiped about whether she was dating young Master Fu. Little did they know they were already married. The subordinates could only gossip. Xiao Xiao told the girl that an investor wanted to cooperate with their company and had arranged a lunch meeting. Hearing about the investor's cooperation, the girl canceled her lunch plans with Fu Jingchen. After some sweet talk, she convinced him, "I'll reward you tonight." When lunchtime came, the girl arrived at the appointed place on time. Unexpectedly, the investor was Chu Yinin with ill intentions. As soon as the girl sat down, Chu Yinin started stirring trouble. "Miss Yin, you must be tired from working overtime. You look haggard after half a year." She retorted, "Our company never works overtime." "Miss Chu, you seem quite irritable. Is work pressure too much?" "Yin Cece, if you don't want the investment, offending me won't do you any good. I've seen the project plan, and I can provide whatever amount needed." They finally reached an agreement. Cece promised to submit the proposal to Chu Corporation tomorrow. Chu Yinin thought her plan had succeeded, but Cece had seen through everything. Chu Yinin just wanted to get close to Yin Corporation to steal company information. How could she let her succeed so easily in taking down Yin Corporation? Unexpectedly, in no time, Fu Jingchen also appeared at the same restaurant. Xiao Xiao immediately pulled Cece to wave at him, creating a chance for them to be alone. She also managed to send away the man's subordinates. Having such a perceptive best friend was truly fortunate. Then, the man took the girl to a prearranged restaurant. The man was still happy despite being rejected earlier, only because his wife promised to reward him well tonight. After the girl finished work, the man took her to the prearranged restaurant. The girl complained about Chu Yinin being the investor, which caused her to miss lunch. She started eating right away, putting a large piece of meat directly into her mouth. The man watched her with infatuation. He wanted the girl to feed him. Even children weren't as demanding as him. After eating, he bit onto the chopsticks and wouldn't let go. The girl was stunned by his behavior, asked him to be serious, but he just became more playful, using his best method to charm the girl's eyes. After they finally finished eating, the girl planned to visit Lawyer Lin. The man immediately became alert. They just met recently. Why visit Lawyer Lin again? The girl explained she just wanted to discuss how to deal with Chu Yinin. The girl noticed the man seemed jealous. She pulled him out of his jealousy with a sweet kiss, then quickly ran away, telling him not to wipe off this mark of love, promising to reward him well when they got home. The man looked at the mark she left on him. He could hardly wait. Soon the girl arrived at the meeting place. 1 lunch break, 3 meal appointments. But after sitting down, she only ordered a coffee. Then she began her performance. "Lawyer Lin, I recently discovered a company evading taxes. As a patriotic citizen, I can't sleep well because of this. I guess you'd feel the same way." But Lawyer Lin said he couldn't handle such matters and suggested going to the tax bureau. The girl continued her act, even playing the victim. "But I don't have evidence. Making a baseless report would waste public resources." Perhaps because her performance was so convincing, Lawyer Lin was moved by her acting talent and agreed to help investigate privately. The girl's plan for revenge against Chu Yinin now had hope. To get revenge on Chu Yinin, she didn't hesitate to give a passionate performance in front of Lawyer Lin, all to expose Chu family's tax evasion and thwart Chu Yinin's plan to harm Yin Corporation. Faced with such an enthusiastic Miss Yin, Lawyer Lin couldn't refuse. He could only agree to help investigate the matter. The luxury of Yin Corporation was drowned out by fangirl screams. Fu Jingchen stood still, making girls fall for him instantly. But his heart only contained his wife. Even if girls screamed their heads off, he remained unmoved. Seeing this after work, the girl became the happiest person in the world. Moreover, she had such a handsome husband. After getting in the car, she kept staring at him, completely love-struck. The man finally couldn't hold back. "I like you looking at me like this, but I'd prefer somewhere else, like in our bed at home." The man then embraced the girl, completely ignoring the driver. Though the girl was also looking forward to it, she pretended to be reserved and told him to wait until they got home. Unexpectedly, the man played hard to get, saying he just wanted to fasten her seatbelt. But he had heard what she just said. "You can't go back on your word when we get home." Soon they arrived home. Instead of taking her directly to the bedroom, the man wanted to take her to a massage parlor to help relieve her fatigue. Seeing such a romantic pool, the girl was already excited with love. But before entering the pool, she needed a massage first. The girl was led to the changing room by the staff. The therapist asked her to remove her top. The man overheard the conversation. "What massage requires taking off clothes? And it's a male therapist? Don't you have female therapists? All of you, get out." Since that's the case, the man decided to give his wife a massage himself. This CEO was really something else, taking his wife for a massage, only to find the masseur was male. Using anger as an excuse to massage his wife himself, the girl suddenly recalled a frightening scene from before. But after his persuasion, she chose to trust him once more. Then, without another word, he began the massage. The girl's graceful figure almost mesmerized the man. The man prepared rose essential oil in a bowl. The girl reminded him to be gentle later. Before she could finish, the man started his work. The girl was very satisfied with his back massage technique. Though she seemed uncomfortable during the process, the specific details were boring, so I'll skip them for you. After the massage, they shared a passionate kiss. The girl happily nestled against the man. Then came the girl's favorite part, the pool party. The man approached her with a bottle of 1982 Lafite. They clinked glasses under the moonlight, suggesting a passionate night ahead. The girl didn't hold back before the man could stop her. She drank the Lafite in one go and asked for another glass. The man tried to stop her, telling her to drink less. The girl thought it tasted like juice and claimed she wouldn't get drunk. When the man went to get some fruit, the girl had collapsed unconscious by the pool. The man frantically called out to her. Unexpectedly, she surprised him. "He caught you." Looking at her proud pink face, the man knew she was definitely drunk. Even drunk, she didn't forget her revenge. Today she would definitely pay back Fu Jingshen for bullying her. The man wasn't worried at all, wanting to see how she would get her revenge. The girl was all action and no talk, directly tearing open his protective suit, then left her marks on his body. One moment she was acting tough. The next moment she was drunk and unconscious. She had torn open his protective suit, then left love marks on his body. The man had never seen such a scene. At this point, he could only turn the tables. Just as he was about to make his move, the girl told him not to move, believing he would submit to her. Unexpectedly, the man whispered a secret near her lips. They immediately began kissing passionately. As the atmosphere heated up, they made peace and spent a wonderful night in the pool. The earlier toast proved prophetic. The next day came quickly. The girl woke up as if from a beautiful dream, walking out with long strides in white slippers. Then surprised the man with guess who? The man was unreasonable. He lifted her up suddenly. "Aren't you the one who tried to bully me yesterday, but failed?" When the man pushed her, a warm aroma of ham wafted over. Seeing how clever she was, knowing what breakfast was just by smell, the man rewarded her with a fragrant kiss right there. The girl had to endure such a strong smell early in the morning. It took her a moment to recover. After breakfast, they noticed new neighbors had moved in next door. The man remembered the house next door belonged to Shinshinga, who might come over for food. They planned to watch TV while finishing breakfast. Unexpectedly, they turned on the TV to news about FA Limited Company's tax evasion, with relevant personnel already arrested. Unfortunately, the Chu group distanced themselves in time and avoided involvement. Chu Yinin would continue to be arrogant. Looking at the girl's cute eating manner, the man once again eyed her with ulterior motives. The girl said she needed to go to work and couldn't dawdle, but she faced the man's fierce advances. Just as they were getting carried away, someone frantically rang the doorbell outside. Early in the morning, the girl smelled the fragrant ham, thanks to the man's cooking talent. Before eating, they wanted to have a sweet romantic moment, but were interrupted by the doorbell. Opening the door, they found Shin Mingxiao had come early to freeload. The moving truck the girl saw earlier must have been Shin Mingxiao's. Seeing the lavish breakfast, he rudely rushed in. Such impolite behavior would eventually be punished, especially for disturbing their private time. What followed was a beating. The girl could only watch from the side. Seems their days ahead would be lively. Meanwhile, Chu Yinin was apologizing to her father on the phone. Her showing off led to being reported for tax evasion. She blamed Manager Wu, angering him and making him see the Chu family's true nature. Cece and Fu Jingchen video called during work hours, showing their unbreakable relationship. Though Shin Mingxiao would freeload meals, having a doctor around was beneficial. But if he disturbed them too often, Fu Jingchen suggested sending him to survive alone on a deserted island. Sweet moments are brief. They decided to focus on their work and continue their battle at night. Just after hanging up, someone seemed to come looking for them. A silver-haired man in a gold suit, Brother Kuan, walked in. Fu Jingchen revealed the man was called Si Qian from their study abroad days. Meanwhile, Manager Wu privately approached Cece, saying he had many Chu family secrets but wanted Cece to name a price before revealing them. Cece didn't humor him and hung up immediately. Though Manager Wu had many Chu family secrets, Cece wanted fair competition. Malicious competition would hinder everyone's development and affect themselves. Xiao Xiao wasn't foolish and seemed to understand Cece's meaning, planning to send people to follow Manager Wu. Unexpectedly, in the underground parking lot, their car's tires were flat. They looked at each other helplessly, both being delicate women who couldn't change tires. Xiao Xiao had to find security for help, telling Cece to wait there. Unexpectedly, Cece sensed something wrong, feeling someone watching from behind. She planned to use her secret weapon to deal with it. Two weak women, about to drive away, found their tires unexpectedly flat. Xiao Xiao had no choice but to find security for help. After Xiao Xiao left, Cece clearly felt someone watching her from behind. Fortunately, she had her family heirloom prepared in her bag. Unexpectedly, it was Fu Jinshun. The girl almost threw her heirloom at him. The man restrained Cece and explained his presence. He was waiting to go grocery shopping with her, and wiped away some snack crumbs from the girl's mouth. The man's small gesture made the girl blush instantly. She turned away, afraid he'd see her embarrassment. But he noticed anyway, seeing her ears turn red. She was clearly frightened earlier, so he had to help calm her emotions. The girl was beautifully dressed today, with a large bow on her clothes. It almost looked like a real butterfly about to fly onto the man's face. To ease his wife's fears, the man decided to show his own family heirloom. The bow on the girl's clothes caught his attention. They were nearly wearing matching clothes. The man finally comforted her with his kiss. The girl looked at herself in the mirror, unsure how to explain to Xiao Xiao. She scolded Fu Jingchen with mixed anger and love. Finally, she had to hide in Fu Jingchen's car, making up an excuse to go home. The man recalled the earlier scene from outside the car. Just moments ago, Manager Wu had been following Cece with ill intentions. Fortunately, his father arrived in time to deal with Manager Wu. But wrongdoing will always be discovered. After the two drove away from the underground garage, Xiao Xiao arrived with security to find Manager Wu tied up on the ground. She called Cece to report the situation. They found sedatives and tire puncturing tools in his bag. When Cece learned of this, she happened to notice Fu Jinshin's hand. The girl had discovered someone following her in the parking garage. Just as she was about to take out her hidden weapon, she realized it was her tent. After a brief exchange, they secretly drove home. Halfway there, they received Xiao Xiao's call, confirming there really was a stalker. It was Manager Wu, who had been found tied up in the garage. The girl then noticed Fu Jingchen's injured hand. She naturally understood the truth. Fu Jingchen admitted he was the one who dealt with Manager Wu. He stopped the car, asking for a reward for being her hero. Suddenly, they arrived at a place like paradise, as if they were the only two people in the world. The man took a blanket from the trunk, telling her there would be a rare meteor shower tonight. You probably haven't seen one before, so I wanted to bring you here. No time to explain. Cece, come quick. At this point, let me recommend a product to everyone. We see a meteor shower swiftly streaking across the night sky, like Cupid's arrows piercing through both of their hearts, connecting them together. The girl's gaze is drawn to the meteor shower. But for the man, the meteor shower is right next to him, and the girl is his own meteor shower. In the man's eyes, the girl is even more beautiful than the meteor shower. On this wonderful night, the man and the girl share a deep, passionate kiss. The girl also picks up on his signals. She leans in toward the man. They embrace under the night sky, The vast mountaintop is theirs alone. The girl is moved by the man's romance and sweet words. They spend a long and challenging night in the broad embrace of nature. But their private time is interrupted once again. Shen Mingxiao calls, saying he's hungry, and asks when they'll be back. Their sweet moment is disrupted, and the man yells at Shen Mingxiao, "You can forget about dinner tonight." In the end, they have no choice but to leave with regret. The next day, a delegation is scheduled to visit Yin City. Yin Xin is unexpectedly summoned by Cece to the company to help. Cece plans to have him welcome the visiting delegation from the Atlanta group. After all, he's a part of the Yin family, and he might pick up some news. Walk out with your face held high. Don't be so passive. Before you know it, you'll be sending walls your way. Oh. Entering the mini room. Oh. Entering the mini room. Pig. At the world with you. Noisy, yet I continue waking up. Dumb. Beiguareos. Every step is calculated carefully. No final words, just a final submission. Nothing to reveal. No one takes a step, have to carry the burden, and leave. No matter the situation, fatigue won't be a concern. Endure fatigue alongside the enemy. I've got the world on this. Should return to previous sorrows. The boss dances late into the night as an excuse. But in reality, he has other plans. Partnering with Cece in a spirit of ethanol. They joyfully spend a long night together. After a night filled with passion, the girl receives Arthur's call the next day. Arthur says his brother Yin Xin is about to be arrested, and she immediately plans to go check on the situation. Fu Jingchun originally wanted to go with Cece, but is persuaded not to buy her. This kind of trivial matter isn't worth the trouble. She promises to return quickly. She reassures the man to relax and attend his afternoon meeting. After some back and forth between the two, the girl arrived at the scene. After seeing Yin Xinyao, she discovered someone else was the troublemaker. A man with white hair, wearing a deep V undershirt, appeared before Cece, introducing himself as Si Qian. He thanked Cece because Yin Xinyao had saved him, which greatly annoyed Yin Xinyao. As they were parting, Yin Xinyao was about to leave, but was stopped by Cece, who offered him a ride home. Unexpectedly, Si Qian also wanted a ride, saying he had just returned to the country and hadn't had time to contact friends. From Si Qian's words, Yin Xinyao sensed he had other intentions. Soon, the three got in the car, and Cece played music as usual. Si Qian took the opportunity to chat, saying he also liked the song, and they started talking freely. If Yin Xinyao hadn't interrupted in time, Si Qian would have offered to send Cece some albums. Yin Xinyao understood Si Qian's intentions. Hitting on his sister wouldn't be so easy. Seeing his efforts weren't successful, Si Qian started using foreign languages. When getting out, he pretended his seatbelt was stuck. With an innocent expression, he asked Cece for help. Kind-hearted Cece didn't think much of it and went to help. With the faint perfume and that beautiful face, Si Qian suddenly understood why Fu Jingchun was so fascinated by this woman. Though it was just helping with the seatbelt, they almost touched. Si Qian took this chance to thank Cece. He wanted to exchange contacts and find a chance to treat her to dinner. Cece refused, saying it was just a small matter, no need for such expense. Yin Xinyao wouldn't let it slide, directly taking out his phone for Si Qian to scan, saying he should be thanking him instead. After Si Qian got out, Yin Xinyao urged Cece to leave quickly, asking why they were lingering there. It seems Si Qian had bad intentions from the start. His target was Cece all along. This game was getting more interesting. The girl and the newly met man got close in the car, just because the man said he couldn't unfasten his seatbelt when getting out. That's how this scene came about. The girl's graceful figure, plus her faint perfume, stirred waves in Si Qian's heart. He immediately took out his phone, wanting to get the girl's contact. Fortunately, Yin Xinyao in the back seat stopped it in time, avoiding further trouble. When the siblings returned home, just as Cece sat on the sofa, she suddenly thought of Fu Jingchun. The next second, the man appeared before her eyes. His work had gone smoothly, so he had changed to an earlier afternoon flight. The girl threw herself into the man's arms, eagerly wanting a loving hug too. After catching up, the girl decided to make some noodles for the man. Before father could stop you, Cece was already making noise in the kitchen. Moments later, the girl confidently served 2 bowls of noodles. She hurriedly asked the man to try her cooking. The man expressionlessly said it was delicious. When the girl tasted tasted it herself, she stopped after just half a mouthful. The next second, she spat out many small snacks. But the man didn't care, directly sending large bowls to his mouth. The girl's attempts to stop him had no effect. Fu Jinshun remained stubborn, praising her noodles to avoid hurting the girl's self-esteem. The girl was touched by his words. She then asked him to eat her portion too. The man hadn't expected this outcome. In the evening, the girl sat tiredly on the bed, waiting for Fu Jinshun to finish a shower so they could rest together. Suddenly, she heard something fall in the bathroom. The girl called out, but there was no response. With no choice, the girl had to force herself to rush into the bathroom. The girl was sitting on the bed waiting for the CEO to finish his shower and sleep together. Unexpectedly, she heard strange noises from the bathroom and kept calling out, but the CEO didn't respond. With no alternative, she had to brace herself and rush in, only to find the man safely relaxing in the bathtub. The girl couldn't hold back at this moment. She rushed into the man's arms, having feared something had happened to him. The man explained it was just the shower gel that fell, not him, and asked her to check if he was unharmed. The girl didn't hesitate and directly examined him. She's secretly delighted, wondering how she hadn't noticed before that Fu's chest muscles felt so firm. The man noticed something was off with the girl, grabbed her hand, saying this was becoming improper. The man whispered something to the girl, making her back away in shock. But she stepped on the fallen shower gel and fell into the bathtub with the man. Under the pretense of checking on him, she touched him again. After she had her fill, not knowing she had become Fu's prey. They played around in the bathroom. In this heated environment, they shared a passionate kiss. After several rounds, dawn had already broken. What was meant to be a short session lasted until work time. They quickly gathered their things and rushed to the company. The girl pretended to be composed as she got out of the car. After just 2 steps, she almost fell. Fortunately, Fu Jinshun caught her in time. The girl took the chance to blame him, saying they were supposed to play the game briefly, but ended up going until dawn. She could barely walk now. The man pulled her into his arms and kissed her forehead. But the girl wouldn't be appeased, saying this wouldn't earn her forgiveness, and angrily took back her phone. When Cece finished work and was waiting downstairs for Fu Jinshun to pick her up, Si Qian suddenly appeared and called out to her from behind. The girl wondered how he appeared at her company. Si Qian said he was here to meet a friend. Just then, Cece's good friend Xiao Xiao appeared from behind, apologizing to Si Qian for being late. Cece took the opportunity to ask Xiao Xiao how they knew each other. Xiao Xiao explained that he was a valuable client of the company, a wealthy person she had specifically arranged to meet. Then she invited Si Qian inside to discuss business. Seeing this, Cece wanted to investigate further, but someone suddenly grabbed her from behind. Due to playing 2-player games with the CEO all night, the girl could barely walk the next day at work. They had agreed to play just for a while, but ended up staying up all night. Now look what happened. After the girl finished work, Si Qian appeared downstairs at the company unexpectedly, and had even become a customer of her company. From Xiao Xiao, she learned that Si Qian was a big client who needed to be well entertained. After saying this, she invited Si Qian upstairs to discuss business. Cece also planned to go along, but someone grabbed her from behind. Fu Jinshun tightly embraced Cece, with a terrified expression on his face, as if threatened. He fiercely asked Si Qian why he was here. Si Qian replied it was just a coincidence. The atmosphere instantly became awkward. To avoid misunderstandings from other employees, the three went to the conference room for a confrontation. The girl sneezed. Both men showed concern simultaneously. Fu Jinshun immediately put his coat around Cece and questioned Si Qian about his purpose here. Si Qian frankly explained that the Si family was planning to enter the domestic market, saw potential in the Yin group, and wanted to communicate with their company. He happened to meet Miss Yin and mentioned how she had helped him before. Cece specifically explained about that incident, saying she only helped him because he looked pitiful and agreed to give him a ride. Hearing this, Fu Jinshun looked pleased. Si Qian, seeing it wasn't appropriate to stay longer, had to leave first, but not before giving Fu Jinshun a warning look. Before they knew it, it was dark. On the way home, Fu Jinshun's eyes were full of murderous intent. To ease the tension, the girl suggested going to the supermarket with him. Fu Jinshun couldn't contain himself, pinching Cece's cheeks, asking her to explain yesterday's events clearly. Cece just said it was a coincidence. Fu Jinshun thought it wasn't that simple. Si Qian definitely had ulterior motives, so he suggested that Cece arrange a dinner with Yin Xingyao tomorrow night. No one would believe Fu Jinshun would invite Yin Xingyao. When Yin Xingyao heard young Master Fu's invitation on the phone, he reviewed all the bad things he'd done in his life, wondering what he had done wrong. When When they arrived at the supermarket, Cece noticed Fu Jingchen still seemed unhappy, looking preoccupied. At that moment, someone was watching them from behind. "Be careful, Cece." Si Qian's appearance made the CEO feel a strong sense of crisis. He remained cautious throughout their supermarket trip. Just as they were discussing what fruit to eat that night, someone seemed to be watching them from behind. "Be careful, Cece." A pile of tomatoes came flying toward them. Fortunately, the man blocked them in time. The fruit juice splashed all over him. The staff member behind them quickly apologized, saying it wasn't intentional. But Fu Jingchen wasn't easily fooled. He insisted on calling the manager. After the manager came, he only kept saying it was an employee's mistake. This result wasn't satisfactory for Fu Jingchen. He immediately ordered the manager to call Ace over. The female employee panicked upon hearing this and tried to slip away. Trying to escape under young Master Fu's nose showed she didn't know her limits. With just one tomato, he directly hit the target. "I've caught them for you. You must give me an explanation, no matter what." After Ace arrived, the female employee was taken away. After a tiring day, they finally returned home. The girl suggested the man take a hot bath while she poured him some tea, saying, "You've had a tough day today." Unexpectedly, the man suddenly embraced the girl. He immediately started kissing her right there. The man held her so tight that she could barely breathe. Then he hugged Cece, seeming to have many things to say. The next moment, he looked at Cece seriously and asked, "If I ask you to cut off contact with Si Qian, would you agree?" Cece firmly replied, "Of course I would. Did something happen between you two before?" Unexpectedly, even the CEO could play hard to get. After hearing Cece's firm answer, he changed his mind and said it was nothing. He just told her to charge them more in the future, saying they had plenty of money. Cece felt relieved hearing that he didn't mind the cooperation between the two companies. She couldn't help but playfully pinch his face. Then she wanted to make him her special Cece-style cuisine. Hearing this, the man immediately tried to stop her, knowing how delicious Cece's cooking was. He had already experienced it last time. Before he could finish speaking, Cece had already caused chaos in the kitchen. The scene almost scared the man. He clearly hadn't seen such grand situations before. Seeing Cece trying so hard, he couldn't bear to interrupt her. It took quite a while to finish cutting the vegetables. Just as she reached for the seasoning bottle, she couldn't hold it steady. It fell and crashed on the floor. The girl had accidentally broken the seasoning bottle while cooking. The man immediately picked her up and wanted to take her to the bedroom to check for injuries. Fortunately, it was just a minor scratch on the skin, nothing serious. The girl began to blame herself, asking the man if she was useless. Other colleagues could cook noodles for their husbands at home, while she only caused trouble. The man comforted her, saying he didn't need her to take care of him. He just wanted her to be happy every day. So they decided to cook the meal together. The meal took only an hour to prepare, and they finally finished. The girl recalled the cooking process, how the man had been encouraging her from behind the whole time. It made her heart warm. The man felt like her whole world. She couldn't help but hug him. After they finished eating, they were about to wash the dishes. Then the supermarket manager came to apologize with fruits. The female employee who attacked them did so because she was scolded by the manager and held a grudge, wanting to harm people and damage the supermarket's reputation. They asked them to accept the fruits as an apology. But with Fu Jingchen's personality, he naturally wasn't grateful and told them to leave quickly. Cece tried to mediate, saying they didn't mean it, trying to calm the man down. The matter was settled. Cece's few words convinced the man. He pinched her cheeks twice as a sign of agreement. They said they wouldn't accept their fruits, but accepted their apology. They agreed to get a discount when buying fruits from them in the future, and the matter was concluded. After sending the supermarket manager away, the man went to wash dishes. The girl made tea while waiting for him on the sofa. The TV was playing a melodramatic show. It annoyed Cece, who was watching. The man told her not to watch it, but the girl wanted to see how the female lead would turn things around. The man had to mention mother-in-law relationships, but the girl had never worried about that. Parents who raised such an excellent child couldn't be bad. The girl's words caught the man off guard. Was she expressing trust in his family? As they talked, they drew closer together. The next second, the phone rang. Just a moment ago, they were watching the melodrama. The next second, they received a call from the CEO's mother. When the mother-in-law relationship is good, everyone is happy. As soon as Madam connected the video call, she said she bought 2 luxury bags for her daughter-in-law. making her own son quite envious. The two women chatted more and more excitedly. The mighty CEO was ignored by his two closest women, making him wonder who was actually the real family member. If the man hadn't mentioned the hot water he just made would get cold, the two would probably have chatted all night. Right after hanging up, the girl received some bad news. She had to go on a business trip tomorrow. Upon hearing this news, the man was naturally unhappy. Thinking about not being able to travel with the girl during the holiday, his face instantly darkened. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. How dare they disturb their time together? The girl noticed something was wrong behind him. She rushed to hug him, quickly apologizing, saying she didn't know about the sudden business trip either. But this cooperation was very important. She looked at him with a shy expression. The man told Cece to contact Xiao Xiao to go instead, refusing to let her go no matter what. The girl tried to act cute and coquettish, but the man remained unmoved, refusing absolutely. In anger, he picked up the girl and carried her to the bedroom, saying, "If you can't convince me today, you're not going anywhere." The girl was placed on the bed. There was no space to escape. The man said he'd give her 3 minutes to convince him to let her go on the business trip. The girl gave a stream of words, shyly hugging the man. But the man wasn't satisfied with this. He grabbed the girl's hand and kissed her. After an hour-long kissing competition between them, the man finally agreed to relent. Is that all it takes to agree? The girl seemed to want more, but didn't dare to move rashly. She was already under his control. The CEO carried his beloved wife to the bedroom and firmly placed her on the bed. The girl had to go on a business trip tomorrow. Thinking about the days ahead without companionship, the man could only express his dissatisfaction this way. After their exchange, the girl thought the man had agreed to let her go on the business trip. But unexpectedly, it was the start of another game. The man said he was just showing her what to do, not agreeing to let her go on the trip. The girl could only sit on the bed thinking of strategies while the man was taking a shower. There was actually one method. The girl suddenly remembered a piece of clothing Xiao Xiao had given her before, which might work. After finally finding it, she realized it was quite embarrassing, but it was also her last resort. When the man finished his shower and came out, he saw a sight that made his eyes light up. The girl was shyly wearing the legendary outfit, looking at him coyly. The man had originally planned to tease the girl a bit before agreeing to let her go. He didn't expect the girl to take it seriously. This was quite a windfall. Since that's the case, he had to continue keeping the story hidden. The girl looked at the man, asking him not to be angry with her. The man didn't want to miss this opportunity either, so he had to continue playing along. For the next scene, I know you don't like to watch, so I've already watched it for you. The next day was bright and sunny. The man tried to wake up the girl, but she refused. It was already past 8 o'clock though, and they couldn't keep sleeping like this. She must have been exhausted from last night. When the girl woke up again, she found it was already past 10 o'clock. The luggage wasn't packed yet. The girl took out her long-saved secret weapon. When the man came out from his shower, he was shocked by the sight before him. The girl looked at him shyly, seemingly not yet used to her new appearance. But to be able to go on the business trip tomorrow, this was the only way to convince him. After countless trials and tribulations, the girl finally got her business trip permit. Due to last night's exhaustion, the girl almost ran late the next day. Fortunately, the man woke up early and packed her luggage for her. After breakfast, the girl arrived at the airport. While she was looking for her economy class seat, a flight attendant stopped her from behind, directing her to first class. Upon closer inspection, the girl discovered he had upgraded her ticket. He was so thoughtful. As the girl stretched and planned to take a nap, someone suddenly appeared beside her. It was Fu Jinshun. He claimed he also happened to be on a business trip, but he had actually planned this all along. The more the girl thought about it, if he was going on the trip too, she shouldn't have suffered last night. She couldn't sleep well because of it. The man played pitiful, begging for the girl's forgiveness. The girl didn't care about that anymore. She ordered the man to follow her arrangements from now on. The man honestly agreed to be at her disposal in the future. As the plane steadied in the clouds, the girl was sound asleep on the man's shoulder. When mealtime came, the man asked the flight attendant not to disturb the girl's rest. Hearing the noise, the girl leaned even closer to the man. The flight attendants couldn't help gossiping during their busy schedule, saying young Master Fu and his rumored girlfriend must be real. The girl was drooling in her sleep and even made slurping sounds in her dream. So much for the girl maintaining her image. The man was laughing hysterically beside her. At this moment, a flight attendant suddenly approached them, intending to give her contact information to the man. The girl sensed her ill intentions. What happened next left the flight attendant dumbfounded. The flight attendant approached the CEO with her contact information. Cece saw through her intentions. She immediately asserted her position, ordering Fu Jinshan around, which frightened the flight attendant quite a bit. They didn't forget to show their affection when getting off the plane. Fortunately, she stopped in time, otherwise the flight attendant might have lost her job. When they arrived at the hotel lobby, after the girl got her room key, the man said his assistant forgot to book a hotel for him. Nobody would believe that. Looking at how happy the man was, it was clearly premeditated. The man was shameless, directly suggesting to make do with sharing the girl's room, while putting on a righteous face. After entering the elevator, the girl discovered they were staying in the top-level suite. Fu Jingchun had secretly changed the room. It cost 100,000 per night, so 3 nights would be 300,000. Moreover, this business trip was self-funded. The man offered to pay half the cost, but wanted half the room in return. The girl didn't hesitate and agreed to the man's proposal. It wasn't a small amount after all. She said she'd treat him to a fancy dinner tonight. Before the girl could finish showing off, the man approached her step by step. It seems the girl's charm was too powerful. The man couldn't resist wanting to kiss her. Fortunately, the elevator doors opened just then, and the girl ran out with her heart racing. Obviously, the girl was captivated by the luxurious decorations. The man offered to help remove her high heels, saying she must be tired after traveling all day. Seeing how obedient Fu Jingchen was, the girl rewarded him with a kiss. The next second, the man grabbed the girl's hand. Then he moved to kiss her delicate hand. Then he moved closer to the girl, making her very shy. Then he kissed her suddenly. After much difficulty, they decided to go eat first. But just as they left the hotel elevator, an uninvited guest appeared behind them. Just arriving at the 6-star hotel, the CEO hurried to help remove the girl's shoes. Then he grabbed her hand. The girl sensed something was wrong. The man whispered something in the girl's ear. The girl turned her head away shyly. Then they started kissing passionately without another word. After much difficulty, they decided to go eat first. But just as they left the hotel elevator, they ran into the despicable Chu Yinin, who was muttering behind them. It turned out the Chu family was also invited here for cooperation, and she wanted to approach Fu Jingchen. But Fu Jingchen didn't even look at her. Cece completely ignored Chu Yinin and immediately acted coquettishly, saying she was hungry and wanted to leave quickly. Cece then called the hotel front desk to request a room change, but noticed Fu Jingchen was looking at his phone. The man hugged her and said he had something to do, asking her to wait for him. Then the hotel manager suddenly appeared, giving them new room keys, claiming it was to make up for their inadequate service. The girl happily took the room key. She didn't know the man had secretly arranged it through his phone. It was an underwater suite. This scene was like a dream for the girl. In the past, her mother never let her eat ice cream, but often took her to the aquarium. After her mother passed away, all this became just memories. Hearing the girl's confession, the man's heart ached as if cut by a knife. He pulled the girl into his embrace. He promised to take her to the aquarium often in the future. Although her mother was gone, someone who loved her deeply had appeared in her life. The girl shed tears of happiness. The two embraced and kissed at that moment. After they arrived at the restaurant, the man had somehow gotten ice cream, which delighted the girl. From the girl's expression, you could tell how delicious the ice cream was. Even a simple ice cream was so delicious, worthy of a 6-star hotel. When she wasn't paying attention, the man used his mouth to clean the cream from the corner of her lips. The atmosphere was unstoppable at this point. They kissed passionately again in public. The ice cream suddenly seemed superfluous. After returning to the hotel, they continued with the hormonal rush. The CEO and the girl kissed passionately in public. The newly bought ice cream had become an obstacle. The mood was unstoppable, and they immediately returned to the underwater suite, continuing the force of this hormonal explosion. In childhood, her mother gave her warmth. Now it was Fu Jingchen. Love is wonderful. Choosing the right person always brings happiness. No matter what difficulties arise, as long as they're by your side, everything can disappear like smoke. Just forget your worries, calm your heart, and enjoy life's pleasures. After the hormones were fully released, they planned to shower and sleep. The girl didn't forget about work before bed. The man had to help dry her hair himself, with the hairdryer humming and the warm air blowing. Unexpectedly, in just a moment, the girl fell asleep. Even while sleeping, she didn't forget to give the man a chance to watch her sleeping face. The man's heart was melting, and he couldn't resist teasing her. asking for a kiss. Surprisingly, she actually kissed him right away. She woke up fully, unsure if this was dream or reality. The girl could barely tell, only knowing there was someone special before her, and she didn't care about anything else. The girl fell asleep again in the man's arms. The next day, they planned to go to the amusement park. Unfortunately, they just missed the hotel shuttle and had to wait half an hour. Then the butler hurriedly came to greet them. He directly handed his car keys to the girl, saying if she didn't mind, she could take his car. The girl was surprised that a 6-star hotel provided such thorough service. Little did she know the butler feared Fu would be dissatisfied and he'd lose his job. But Chu Yinyin wasn't so lucky. She said she was also waiting for a car, but the butler completely ignored her. She was angry, but dared not speak up, thinking, I'm the young miss of the Chu family. How dare they treat me like this? In no time, the couple arrived at the amusement park and found it was holding Halloween celebrations. Just as they were about to leave because they had no costumes, someone called out to them from behind, inviting them to try on clothes at their shop. Cece immediately wanted to choose a witch costume. When the clerk wasn't paying attention, he went directly to help the girl examine the clothes. Unexpectedly, his eyes were immediately fixed. The girl had just taken the witch costume into the fitting room. The CEO followed right after, initially just wanted to take a look, but it turned into an up-close encounter. This wasn't just a witch, this was every man's dream girlfriend. Though they were already like an old married couple, there was still some shyness. She was like a fairy descended from heaven, capable of making countless heroes weak at the knees. No matter how beautiful the clothes are, it depends on how beautiful the wearer is. Wonderful love is always mysterious. The girl was allergic to the clothes and couldn't help but tear up. To prevent the clerk from being responsible, the man asked her not to mention it. Unexpectedly, the clerk had already brought other styles of clothes. The man was kicked out by the girl. The clerk was scared and hid in the corner. After several attempts, the girl finally got her wish and put on her beloved witch costume. While the man was given a prince costume, the girl, with courage from somewhere, suggested they visit the Papa house. Remember her schadenfreude expression now. There'll be a good show later. What a coincidence. Chu Yinyin was there too. Seeing an opportunity, Chu Yinyin decided to play a prank on Cece to get revenge. As expected, as soon as Cece entered Papa house, she was already trembling with fear. Clearly, her earlier courage had vanished. The girl was scared and lunged forward. But there was a big boss in front. The girl jumped directly onto the man, but when this big boss saw Father Chun, his expression changed dramatically and he ran away immediately. The girl wore the enchanting witch costume. The CEO couldn't take his eyes off her. The girl suddenly suggested going to Papa house. Once there, she was trembling with fear. The man wanted to scare the girl a bit, but accidentally bumped into someone. Looking up, it was a cute old grandfather. But then he turned and ran away. The girl was already badly frightened, clinging to the man's embrace and refusing to come down. After half an hour, the girl finally gathered courage to continue forward. The girl was startled again. It turned out to be Fu Jinshin again. Just being embraced once scared her stiff. She was indeed inexperienced, but eager to play. The girl decided to continue bravely. Such courage impressed the man. Just as they found a door, Chu Yinyin suddenly ran out from inside. She originally wanted to take this chance to scare Cece, but ended up being scared half to death herself. The two awkwardly stared at each other, not expecting to meet their enemy in such a way. Cece couldn't be bothered with Chu Yinyin and pulled Father Chun to leave. Chu Yinyin begged to leave together from behind. Suddenly, a huge monster appeared in front of them. It came at the three of them with claws and fangs. Fu Jinshun immediately protected Cece, afraid she'd be scared again. They both ended up falling to the ground. Although Papa House had no bed, it couldn't stop their intimate moment. After gazing lovingly at each other, they started kissing passionately right there. At such a crucial moment, the man thought about protecting her. The girl unconsciously shed tears of emotion. With the monster's inadvertent help, they turned Papa House into their private world. Chu Yinyin was forced to become their witness. The next moment, an awkward scene unfolded. A group of people suddenly appeared at the door. Others went to Papa House for thrills, but the CEO and Cece were being intimate inside. The NPCs became their perfect excuse. The two were lost in their own world, unable to stop. If someone hadn't interrupted in time, the consequences might have been unimaginable. They finally escaped from everyone's view, but discovered the man's left hand was injured. The girl was very concerned when she saw it. The man seemed to have an idea. They say saliva can help stop bleeding. If you're really worried, could you help heal it? Still being playful while injured, the girl was completely speechless. After 3 attempts, she decided to help stop the man's bleeding. Since he was her only man, the girl was as cute as a child. Clearly, this method was actually effective. Knowing how much the girl cared for him, the man quickly stopped her. He contentedly held the girl in his arms. As they cuddled lovingly, Fu Jinshun suddenly remembered what Shinshinga had told him about Atlantis having a castle where couples who kiss inside will stay together forever. So he suggested taking the girl to see the castle. The girl seemed to really like it here, showing a very satisfied expression. Surprisingly, the girl had also heard of this legend. They both expressed their love, and the man took the initiative. Such a good opportunity had to be seized. For their eternal love, they shared their most precious kiss in the castle. Strong people never complain about their environment. The man lifted the girl like a prince. It turned out rooms could be booked in the castle. The girl was the most beautiful sight right now. Beautiful things should be recorded, and the girl was no exception. Legend says that kissing your lover in the castle leads to eternal love. The CEO brought the girl to the castle with a skeptical attitude. To test if the legend was true, the man specially booked a playroom. Practice is the only criterion for truth. For their lasting happiness together, they made their vows in the castle. With the attitude that one kiss seals a lifetime, they spent a long time in the castle. For this sincere love, they passionately kissed with all their hearts, hand in hand together under each other's blessings. When night fell, they caught the fireworks show. Taking advantage of this unique scenery, they took photos at the castle. They were truly a perfect match. Just a few casual photos turn out beautifully. Under the blooming fireworks, they passionately kissed again, as if the world belonged only to them. The girl suddenly realized people below could see them. She fled the scene with an embarrassed face. The man posted their photos on social media. Their romantic devotion was perfectly displayed in this moment. The next day, Cece went to discuss cooperation and ran into Chu Yinin. She seemed to be mumbling something quietly. It turned out she was thanking Cece for the Papa House incident 2 days ago, but due to pride, she stated she wouldn't give up today's project to Cece. In no time, both arrived at Atlanta. The office manager told them this was the company's first public bidding. Only one company would be chosen for cooperation, and they needed to make final modifications to their proposals. The one with the matching proposal would get the cooperation opportunity. Chu Yinin refused to back down. She followed the manager when he left to discuss issues. Cece focused on studying hard, planning to win this cooperation opportunity through her own ability. But the next moment, someone came in. This person claimed to be an assistant, saying they heard Miss Yin knew Mr. Si Chien and specifically requested help delivering some materials. Without explaining clearly, they gave Cece the materials and disappeared. Unexpectedly, they weren't well-intentioned, secretly calling Si Chien to report the situation. It seemed this was Si Chien's trap to get close to Cece. The CEO took advantage of the fireworks show to give a passionate kiss. They kept being intimate at the castle, spending a wonderful night. The next day, they finally returned to their room to rest. After these 2 tiring days, the girl could barely straighten her waist. The man decided to help relieve his beloved wife's stress, using his lifetime skills to give her a massage. Just after a couple moves, the girl's back cracked. With such professional technique, it would be a waste not to become a masseur. Had she known there was an expert at home, she wouldn't have wasted those before. The girl was very satisfied with the man's actions. She voluntarily offered her kiss. The scene was too beautiful. Knowing you don't like to watch, we'll skip it. After a brief conversation, the next day arrived. The man was attending a banquet hosted by Atlantis today and wanted to bring Cece along. But Cece knew her father's influence. She would surely be the center of attention. Knowing Cece didn't want to go, the man could only act innocent. Unexpectedly, he was grabbed the next second. The girl covered the man's mouth, solving problems in the simplest way. Simply too clever, showing their affection in public, really not considering the audience at all. The girl knew when to stop. When the man got carried away, she pushed him away. The mighty young Master Fu was actually teased by a weak woman. It would be so embarrassing if others knew. Soon it was time for the meeting. A purple-haired girl with sparkling eyes successfully caught Cece's attention. Fu Jichen's appearance indeed drew everyone's attention. Ladies were discussing, wanting to throw themselves at him. Only Cece remained unmoved. She wanted to see how Fu Jichen would handle these advances. Unexpectedly, Fu Jichen noticed her and asked to sit beside her. The purple-haired girl thought Fu Jinshin came for her and narcissistically tried to embrace him. But Fu Jinshin completely ignored her, walking straight to Cece, formally asking if he could sit. Cece didn't dare refuse, otherwise tonight would surely turn troublesome. Judging by Fu Jinshin's harmless appearance, tonight's weather forecast would definitely include storms. Young Master Fu's appearance earned cheers from many 40-year-old ladies. At this time, an overconfident purple-haired sister walked towards young Master Fu, thinking she'd been chosen, but ended up being rejected badly. Young Master Fu's heart only had room for Cece. How could he be interested in those green tea girls? They would only be stumbling blocks for young Master Fu. Look how angry he was. The restaurant manager tactfully came forward to greet Cece. After all, young Master Fu's status was significant. Please be understanding in the future, Miss Yin. If there's any inconvenience, just let this humble servant know. The rejected purple-haired sister saw this scene. She was very unhappy and decided to teach Cece a lesson. Standing up arrogantly, she mocked Cece, saying the Yin family was almost bankrupt and asked if she was trying to seduce young Master Fu to revive their fortunes. Cece was confused, wondering what she had done wrong. The purple-haired sister didn't realize the gravity of the situation and continued mocking Cece. Cece's response hit the mark. But just now, when someone was badly rejected, it must have hurt, right? The purple-haired sister was instantly speechless. She still wanted to defend herself in front of young Master Fu, hoping to gain his favor. The man's words made the purple-haired sister lose face completely. Miss Yin, whom I'm pursuing, since when did others have the right to gossip? If Miss Yin becomes angry with me because of you, I'll have to settle accounts with your family. Hearing the man wanted to settle accounts, the purple-haired sister was frightened. Neither wanted to stay in such an unpleasant place. Father Chun held Cece's hand, wanting to go somewhere quieter. In no time, they moved to a VIP room. Cece collapsed onto the man's lap, complaining they hadn't eaten anything because of that person, and blaming him for attracting too much attention. The man hugged his beloved wife, saying, "Who told you to have such good taste?" Then he took out his phone, planning to order some food for the girl. The girl eagerly watched the man's phone, as she was already very hungry. There were hamburgers and fried chicken. It was perfect. The girl's casual behavior made young Master blush, not realizing what she did wrong. While ordering takeout, the man decided to find something to eat first to fill their stomachs. The CEO made his stance clear in public. The green tea girl could only stand there angrily. Then he and Cece moved to another location, planning to order takeout to fill their stomachs. The two pounced like hungry wolves, treating each other as food, until interrupted by a phone call. Si Qian asked if Cece would attend the evening banquet, thinking the girl was unwell as she was breathing heavily on the phone. Cece just explained she had a slight cold, thanking for the concern. The CEO grabbed the phone, seemingly jealous. But there was no choice. The girl had to attend the evening banquet. She would come back later to explain properly. Soon Cece arrived at the banquet venue, with Chu Yinin following closely. Unexpectedly, upon seeing Si Qian, Chu Yinin was captivated by his looks. She suspected Cece was deliberately showing off to her, demonstrating she had many pursuers. As bidding competitors, Cece didn't interact much, just wished both parties good luck. But Cece clearly wasn't there for the bidding. His real purpose was to get close to Cece. The banquet was about to begin. Before that, there was a small game to let everyone enjoy Atlanta VIP level treatment. Today, 5 lucky winners would be selected to enjoy 72 hours of personal service from 5 bodyguards. Bodyguard number 5 was exceptionally handsome, causing excitement among the audience below. Cece was no exception, but felt this person looked familiar. As the lottery continued enthusiastically, Chu Yinin got number 2 as wished and turned to show off to Cece. Soon the first 4 were chosen. Who would get the most popular number 5? Unless something unexpected happened. While something unexpected did happen, Cece got number 5. Even the boy next to her cast envious glances. Seeing her coveted number 5 being chosen, Chu Yinin's previous arrogance instantly deflated. Seeing Si Qian's interest in Cece, Chu Yinin reminded him that she was already taken. "What about you, Miss Chu? Are you taken? What about you, Miss Chu? Are you taken?" As the 5 premium bodyguards were assigned, the most popular number 5 went to Cece. Cece spoke freely, asking what special services the hotel had, saying she wanted to learn more about Atlanta's projects. After speaking, others started gossiping, saying nowadays any riffraff could get in, giving off a poor vibe. Cece was confused. "I don't even know you two. Why are you attacking me?" The other party became more arrogant. "How could you possibly know us? Look how shabby you are. If you're smart, give number 5 to my sister. I'll even give you 300,000. Cece disdained such trivial matters and turned to leave with number 5, not forgetting to mock them. Just my bracelet alone is worth 2 million. You're the real poor ones here. The purple-haired girl was furious and wanted to rush forward to verify, but was blocked by bodyguard number 5. The purple-haired girl's brother also came to twist words. You dare not show it to people, isn't this just a fake? Number 5 gave a final warning angrily. If you don't control yourselves, don't blame me for being impolite. They were really ignorant, even shouting for the manager to come and fire this bodyguard. Fu Jingchen directly removed his eye mask. Take another good look. Cece's eyes lit up when she saw it was Fu Jingchen. Young Master Fu. The previously arrogant white-haired man instantly turned pale. If only they had known better. The white-haired man was finally escorted out, and their family's investment was also withdrawn by Fu. After settling the troublemakers, the couple decided to find a room to rest. Finally able to rest, Cece had been targeted all day. The man brought a cup of coffee. The girl praised that his coffee was much more fragrant than those from outside shops. The man said he had an idea to solve the girl's insufficient bodyguard problem. The girl quickly asked him to sit down, planning to get some information. The man demanded a kiss before telling, saying it was a secret that couldn't be spoken. The girl hesitated, thinking that a kiss could exchange for the CEO's business advice. Others would beg for this chance, so she was definitely getting a good deal. Then she offered her passionate kiss, but didn't realize this scene was being watched. Just as they were about to enjoy their private moment, they forgot the video call wasn't ended. Both were embarrassed to death. Near the 3-bedroom apartment, Chen had ketchup on his mouth, obviously from bumping earlier. The girl quickly comforted the man, blaming herself for being careless. She directly rewarded him with a kiss on his face. The face wasn't enough. The man pulled her close for intense kisses. The tomato-flavored kisses made the girl tear up. Cece took the chance to push the man away, using work as an excuse, promising to properly repay him after finishing work. Well, I'll be looking forward to that. Meanwhile, Si Qian had somehow obtained Cece's submitted proposal. Then someone knocked on the door. It was Chu Yining, but she seemed to have been called here by Si Qian. This is Cece's bidding proposal. I believe it will be helpful to you. I wonder if Miss Chu would like to accept it. Soon at the bidding conference, Chu Yining was the first to present her proposal. Without any shame, she presented Cece's proposal as her own. Isn't this my apprentice's proposal? How did it end up in Chu Yining's hands? After Chu Yining finished her presentation, she walked past Cece with disdain. It's my turn to surpass you now. Next was Cece's proposal presentation. She seemed unaffected by Chu Yining. Fortunately, she had prepared a backup proposal, or Chu Yining would have succeeded. As expected of the rich young master's woman, the leaders below praised endlessly, unanimously agreeing to adopt Cece's proposal. Even with such tactics, you still can't beat me. Chu Yining stood there embarrassed, unable to lift her head. Her troubled pride made her stand up, making a final stubborn attempt. You're spewing nonsense. Cece ignored her, just finding her utterly ridiculous.